time is approximately forever.
Cannot afford to be so politically correct anymore. Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
Please continue to hold for the next available representative.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
We appreciate you waiting and waiting. What is it you're waiting for? Do you even know anymore?
These are people who work hard but no longer have a voice. I am your voice.
Hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new live stream. It is Super Tuesday and we are ready to go. We got 15 states. We've got about 900 delegates tonight up for grabs. Donald Trump is in a very good position to post some more primary victories. We're going to be watching it. There's also down ballot primaries in a lot of these states as well. So we're going to be covering it in its entirety. Maybe not when we get to Alaska because it's going to be like 1 a.m. by the time there's any results in, and it takes Alaska like 3 years to count the ballots. They make Nevada look like Florida in comparison, and that's not a joke. But anyways, guys, it's good to be here. We got polls closing in 2 minutes. Like the stream down below if you are new. Make sure you subscribe. We are about to hit 168K. I'd love to get to 170K tonight, possibly. I don't know if it's possible, but still, we'll see. We got a lot of ground to cover. This stream's going to last for probably, at least 5 hours. We've got Virginia and Vermont, I believe, closing momentarily, and those are going to be the first two states. And then we've got more poll closings at 8. We got Texas. We got down ballot races there. I think North Carolina closes at 7:30 Eastern. So we'll see what happens when we get there. But it is great to be here. We have exit poll data, and half of Haley's voters approve of Joe Biden in Virginia. So again, Democrats crossing over are going to inflate Haley's margin. This is not an indictment on Trump because Haley voters have more of a favorable view of Joe Biden then the nation as a whole has a favorable view of Joe Biden. So it's not like Trump is losing his base to Nikki Haley, because a majority of Haley's voters probably are going to be voting for Biden and have voted for Biden, and probably Hillary before that. Some may have voted for Romney in 2012, but not a significant amount. So we have to get to this. We got a lot of ground to cover here. We got 2 polls closing at 7 p.m. That's going to be huge. Vermont, where Nikki Haley probably has the best shot to win a state tonight. She won D.C., which is kind of a badge of honor for Trump, because you don't want to win the swamp. And Vermont is a state that's like 70% Democrat. And polls have closed. It's currently 7 o'clock on the East Coast. We have poll closings out of 2 states in the primary. So we'll monitor the results as they do pour in. Also, Biden won Iowa in the Democrat side, because Iowa's today. But it's a primary. It took him 2 months to get 11,000 votes. Trump in a snowstorm with, plenty of his own supporters shopping around for other candidates like DeSantis or Vivek. Trump got 50,000 plus votes in Iowa. Trump, back in 2020, running unopposed, got 30,000. Biden only got 11,000. You have a poll that came out of Iowa today that showed him down 15 in the gold standard poll. It's brutal for Biden. So we'll monitor the results. We also are going to be looking at the super chats as well. We got 3,000 live viewers. Let's get to 1,000 likes. Like up the stream. Let's also get to 168,000 subscribers as well. Hit that subscribe button to use the live chat so you guys can talk. Cameron Campbell says, I voted early and by mail. The weather here in Utah has been too unpredictable to risk it. Invite all other Republicans to do the same. Let's go Trump. Let's go Staggs. Let's go Owens. Are all those primaries going to be today? I don't believe so, but the presidential primaries are for sure. We'll see. If Haley loses Utah, that's brutal, because that's Mitt Romney territory. A lot of Dems cross over in Utah historically. Inverted Thrill says, first time teen voter here in North Carolina, Trump 2024. Timbo Slice has found your channel literally yesterday, catching up on election coverage. Love how you handle coverage of the polling numbers and demographics, not sugarcoating the numbers. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. We always try to keep it real. Ben says you got to cover the Ryan Cook results later. I'm sure we'll get that in a super chat. It's too irrelevant for the New York Times to touch base on. Doug says, will Haley drop out tomorrow? I don't believe so. If she loses every contest, maybe, but I just feel like Vermont, if Trump wins Vermont, that's brutal. I hope he does, but I was not bold enough to predict Trump would sweep the board, just because how many Democrats have been crossing over. So there's that. And we'll also monitor the Democrat side. Is Biden going to be posting big numbers as well? We'll see. Doug says, will Haley drop out tomorrow? We already did that one. TH Wait for $50 says, keep up the good work. Thank you to TH Wait for being the largest donor so far tonight. But I appreciate it. We got 4,000 live viewers. Let's hit 1,000 likes. We got results coming in. We've got a great show. It's going to go on for a long time. I've got the water pitcher under the desk so we can refill. If I have to, go to the bathroom at any point during the stream, I could just pause the camera and I'll be back in, 2 minutes. So don't leave if that's the case, but who knows if that's going to happen. So Top Gear Fan 2848 says, which is likelier, Dems winning Texas or Republicans winning Minnesota? The latter. Also, thoughts on Virginia. I think it will vote to the right of New Hampshire this cycle. That's also very plausible. We'll see. We got Virginia results pouring in any second now. Sam Madsen said in Iowa, a couple of ancestral Dem counties gave Biden only 65%. That's not surprising because it's a closed primary. M says, hoping Trump hits 1,000 delegates tonight. Well, he could. I could see it happening, but he can't really clinch the nomination outright tonight. I don't think there's enough math. He could get really close if he gets every delegate, but I don't think he gets every delegate, but he'll get most of them. Haley could finish the night below 100. That'd be pretty funny, but we'll see. But Decision Desk, are they reporting any results on Decision Desk? We'll take a look at it here. And it does not seem as if we... do we have results in yet? And it doesn't seem like it. But they will update there. But exit polling data, that's huge. Because you're looking at exit polling data, and half of Haley's voters, they don't just vote for Biden because they don't like both candidates. They approve of Joe Biden. Half of her voters are literally Democrats. Because not even half the country approves of Biden, but half of her voters approve of Biden. David Mendez TV says, does the passport bro movement hurt feminism? It depends how you would define it. I mean, I guess you could say in the way that people, seeking more feminine women would weaken American feminism, but does that really force women to become more feminine, or does that just make the feminist mindset, cement itself by saying, oh, look, the men, look at what they're doing? I don't know. Timbo Slices, I'm from New Jersey. Primary isn't until June 4th. Is there anything up for grabs to vote for, or am I just waiting until November for the actual presidential election? Vote in the primaries just to run up the score for Trump. Let him get that record and shatter the primary record. Even if Haley, well, I think she'd be on the ballot even if she drops out. But just vote for Trump. No matter what, get out and vote for Trump in the primaries. Trevor Hint says, how big of a drop-off in voter turnout will we see in November? It depends. I think you're going to see more Dems drop off than Republicans at this point, which is a very good sign. I think Trump is going to get like 70 million. I think Biden might get a little bit below that, but we'll see. Forecasting how many voters actually show up this far out it's a little bit far-fetched. But like predictions in general even are just like snapshots in time. Things can change, but as of right now, it doesn't seem like there's a lot that Biden can do to really correct course. So we have results in Virginia. Donald Trump with 73% of the votes so far. If we could pull this up, I don't know if we're going to be able to. Oh, here we go. All right. Madison County, which is a very small county, but Donald Trump, he's getting 73% of that county. It seems like Virginia has counted like election day vote first. It's one precinct. We don't have a lot of data yet. So the estimated margin is Trump by 22. So if Haley can't even crack 40% in Virginia, which it seems like, this is going to be one of her better states because of Northern Virginia, that's bad for Nikki Haley. I mean, it doesn't matter because we know Trump's going to win like all of these states anyways, besides Vermont and maybe Massachusetts, but still. Omar says, how's Steve Garvey's chances against Adam Schiff? Very low. And you could make an argument that it'd be better for two Democrats to be in the running because then Democrats would just have to waste money fighting each other in the general election rather than having, like a Republican up there. I mean, it could be interesting. I don't know. California's a little too, out there, outlandish of a state for Republicans to really go out there and win an election in any circumstance at this point. But, it is turning a corner, and Republicans are supposed to have pretty good turnout tonight. So we'll watch the congressional races. And you could say that having a strong Senate candidate is a very good thing for down ballot elections as well, incentivizes more ticket splitting, etc. So I wouldn't be opposed to having Garvey on the in the general election, but we'll see. So Donald Trump with 76% of the votes so far, very early, just these small rural counties reporting ballots. Chris Christie actually at 2% in Buckingham County, Virginia, because he got 3 votes. That's interesting. Ron DeSantis got 2 votes in Madison County. The holdouts, the holdovers. Chris Christie's actually at 1.5%. That's probably his best total he's gotten in any like snapshot of results so far. So interesting. Let's see. Noah Mall says, I'm a University of Arkansas student, skip class to vote. Literally no one I know here likes Biden, young voters shifting, Trump 2024. Yeah, Trump probably is going to do very well with, college kids in the Deep South. I don't know if that's always been the case, but it seems like a demographic that he can do well with. Cody Redding says, I've seen a Vosh video talking about how OPT and polls are skewing polls with bad results from a Pew Research article. Do pollsters use OPT? I don't know what that refers to, but I do think that your source is probably not that accurate, all things considered. Ronnie J says, Justin Amash is better than Rogers. I disagree. I don't see that at all. He's a libertarian. He's not even like a libertarian, like a Rand Paul, Ron Paul, even like a Thomas Massey type of guy. He's somebody who's open borders, voted to impeach Trump. It's a big mess. He would be a disaster. And I don't think he's all that electable either. LeBron James says, I can't wait for Nimrata to drop out. Well, you might be waiting a long time because she's that delusional. 12 says, when do Samoa and Mariana Islands polls close? I think that's happening later this, week, I guess. I think American Samoa is. I don't know when Northern Mariana Islands holds their caucus. I don't think it's going to be that early. So Trump's at 61% in Virginia right now. That's the final forecasted total. We don't have any results in from the Northern Virginia area. Haley's up in Harrisonburg County, which I don't know where exactly that would be, but they are saying that Haley is going to win a few counties, which I predicted she would win a few counties in Northern Virginia, but those counties are like the Mitt Romney. That's like basically D.C. That's like suburban D.C., suburban swamp. Trump isn't really favored in a lot of those places either. So there's that. Let's see. Cameron Campbell says, sorry if I confused everyone. I registered to vote a week ago for Trump by an absentee ballot, and I'm ready to vote in June for Congress. There you go. Anyways, guys, 6,000 live viewers almost. Like the stream. Let's get to 2,000. Hit the subscribe button. Let's get to 168,000. We are possibly going to get towards 170 on this stream, so make sure you guys can be a part of it. Subscribe, help out the channel. Any questions, feel free to super chat. We'll get to them during the show. So, Virginia. We are monitoring the situation. Do we have results out of Vermont yet? We can see Vermont. We have no results out of Vermont. On the Democrat side, Biden has 456 votes so far in the Democrat primary in Virginia. Biden completely struggled in Iowa. He only got 11,000 votes in a primary that took 2 months. Donald Trump got 50,000 in one night in a caucus during a snowstorm. It was absolutely brutal. But yeah, it's not really a very good state of affairs for Biden right now. And that's something people need to understand. It's really not. I mean, the guy is struggling immensely, just energizing turnout. And he's an incumbent president. He's only cracking like 90% with bad turnout. So we have more votes in out of Virginia. It seems like there was a vote dump for Haley. A vote dump for Haley out of what county exactly reported their ballots? Oh, Radford. You have Norfolk reporting some ballots. So Haley gained a little bit. Loudoun County dropped a bunch. And Trump's actually leading in Loudoun County so far. He's up by 2%. I don't know if that's going to hold. But even in Loudoun County, Donald Trump has a lead over Haley. So the needle is still Trump by 22. He's going to probably win Virginia by around 20, if not more, which is absolutely huge. John Waffle, H2P, says thoughts on Sinema dropping out. I think it might help Lake because, like, I did initially think on paper Sinema is not as moderate as she claims to be, but still, Carrie Lake is somebody, if you put her head-to-head with the Democrat who is more disliked than Katie Hobbs, I think she stands a very good chance because those squishy Republicans, they got a binary decision to make. And if Trump gets 48, 49% in the state of Arizona, I think Lake very well could get 48, 49% and win. And there's that. So, yeah, Sinema probably would try to court Republicans because she plays the optics game, and she plays it well. I despise Sinema. She's not a moderate, but still, it's insane. Let's see here. AO1968 says, thanks for doing this. Well, thank you for the super chat. Chris Collins says, Garvey has a chance for the Senate in California. It will happen. Well, I mean, yeah, I think he's got a shot to make some waves. Do I think he has a shot to win? Yeah, probably not at this point, but I think after tonight's results, we'll see. I don't want to doom on anything, but California is still California. But if he got like in the mid-40s, that would be absolutely huge. Ronnie J says, Thomas Massey for Mitch's seat in the Kentucky Senate. It'd be an upgrade. It'd be interesting if Kentucky was the state that had two libertarian senators. That would be something. But Cameron Campbell asked if I voted yet. I am not registered to vote in Texas. I'm technically not a resident in Texas because I spend a fair amount of time in both states, so I'm not legally a Texan resident quite at this point, so I did not vote today, if that answers your question. But Trump is going to do very well in Texas. He's going to win Texas in the primary. I'm going to be voting in the general. That's really what matters. I'm doing my part to get people voting in primaries. I've contacted many people who would not have voted in Michigan and got them to actually submit their ballot. So I would have to say I'm doing my part. Technically, you could say that's like one of the cardinal sins of political commentators is not voting in every single possible election. But it's like, I got to do what I got to do. If it was a close race, I would have literally just flown up there. But it's not really a close race. But, other people shouldn't take it for granted. So GJ says Norfolk doesn't get a hard L. It's pronounced almost like you were saying Norfolk. Okay. Well, most people hear it as Norfolk or Norfolk. You get the gist of it. Not trying to lose monetization over that. Lil Grape Juice says first time voting for president in Massachusetts. Proud to vote for Trump. Love the videos. Well, thank you. Let's see. Apparently people are saying Vermont is in. Let's check Vermont. Do we have Vermont? Trump's winning Vermont so far. Where are the results from? The results are from a county that's kind of up in the Northeast Kingdom. That's not surprising that Donald Trump is winning that, but still, I mean, if that's the margin there, they say Trump's going to win by 9 in Vermont. Trump might win Vermont, folks. He might win this primary. Let's see. All right, let's see. Crunchkey says, New Jersey for Trump. Keep up the great work, Rep. Thank you. Let's see. Did we read Lil Grape Juice? I don't remember. Said first time voting for president in Massachusetts. Proud to vote for Trump. Love the videos. Bertrand Du Gouchelin says, greetings from France. It's 1 a.m. on this side of the Atlantic. It's going to be a sleepless night, but it's worth it. Leftists are not ready. Well, thank you. We got people from all over the world in chat. Rocket G102 says, did you see the Hogan, Maryland polls? Tie and +7. Well, it's early, and as more time goes on, you see what happens. But, if Hogan's the nominee, it's going to cause Democrats to have to spend more on it. So hopefully Republicans don't spend a ridiculous amount either. But Trump is up in Virginia big. He's up in Vermont so far. It's early, but we got 14 minutes before North Carolina closes, and also we could possibly be coronating Mark Robinson officially as the lieutenant governor nominee because the down ballot races are indeed today out of North Carolina. So let's see. Robill1 says, just left my polling place in North Carolina. Trump and Mark Robinson all the way. Well, you did your part. Mark Robinson is awesome. Hopefully he gets in the governor's mansion this fall. Hopefully Dan Bishop can be like the first Republican attorney general of North Carolina and possibly forever. So, I mean, they got to be getting ready to call Virginia. There's no way. I mean, they've got to be getting ready. It's Trump by 22 on the needle. They have him up by 30 or 23 on the if you round it up. So I don't know why it's Trump by 22, but either way, he's up big. He's winning big tonight. Johnny Heartdog says 3,000 views should equal 3,000 likes. Well, hit the like button. Let's get to 3,000 likes. Let's get to 168,000 subscribers. We are knocking on the door, so let's get there. At least let's get to 168. We'll see if we can hit 169. 170K, we'll see. Maybe later on. Snips127 says Trump is currently winning Prince William, Virginia. If that stands, he is sweeping. Well, let me check. Prince William. Yeah, he's up in Prince William. He's up in Loudoun still. He's down in a few counties. He's down in Roanoke City. But that's Roanoke City, and he's only down by 4. So he's in a very, very strong position. He's up in Prince William. I know it's early. He might not win all of these counties, but if these results stand in any way, shape, or form, he's in a very, very good position. The counties that are almost all the way in, or at least 32% in Colonial Heights, he's cracking 80%. In a lot of these small rural counties, he's cracking 80%. And half of Haley's voters are Democrats, or people that approve of Biden. That's what the exit polls showed. So, yeah. Mark Kavich says, keep up the good work, Rep. Hoping for a Brandon Herrera win in Texas 23 to primary out Tony Gonzalez. Well, we'll see when the results pour in, if that happens. Let's see. Cameron Campbell says, Trump just won Vermont according to Fox, is that 5? Oh, Fox News, I would assume, even though it looks more like the 538 mascot on the emoji. But yeah, I mean, if Trump is one, if they called Vermont for Trump, we know Fox is very, very erratic with their early calls, but now they say on the New York Times he's going to win it by 9. I wouldn't call it that early. Virginia should get the call. Virginia should be called right now. 12 says, would you be looking at the Democrat primary too? Yeah, we will. We've been doing it a little bit. Ryan Hendricks says, who do you think the best VP pick for Trump would be? That's a $30 super chat. And I can't give a specific answer. I've given people a list of people that he's considering, and I like all of them to an extent, but I'm not thrilled with any one of them. It seems like his pick is not going to be somebody who is going to enthuse the base a ridiculous amount, and it's likely not going to be somebody who makes the base angry at him. I think it's going to be one of the few, is it going to be Kristi Noem, Lee Zeldin, Tim Scott, Elise Stefanik. Some people are saying it could be Vivek or Tulsi Gabbard. I think those are long shots. Ben Carson is another name that's been thrown in there. So there's plenty of picks he's going to consider. I don't know who he's exactly going to choose. Easy the Legendary says, I don't know anything about Hung Cao, but he has a cool, funny name, so I want him in office. Well, he'd be really good for Virginia. He'd be really good. But I don't know if he's going to be able to win because it's Virginia in a presidential year, but you never know. Cody Redding says it's funny how in the heat map showing vote concentrations, a majority of Haley's support is in densely populated counties with big cities. Well, her support base is going to be stronger where there's more Democrats. We see precincts that have more votes for Haley than there were votes for Trump in the election in 2020. So Haley's support is coming entirely from Democrats. Invalent says PSA 15 is misspelled on your... You're right. Wow. Okay. There we go. I'm shocked it took that long for anybody to say anything about it. That was a mistake on my end. I just saw ease. I didn't know if it was 2 or 3, I guess. Oh, well, thank you for improving the professionalism of the stream. Rob Guy says Sarah Huckabee Sanders is the best choice. Well, she's governor of Arkansas. I don't know if Trump wants to take a governor who's only been governor for 2 years and put them, in his cabinet. Again, I think VP is a little bit overstated in terms of its importance. You just need somebody who's not going to get in Trump's way. I don't think any of the potential options are like, oh, I want this person for 2028 either. Even if they run, they probably aren't going to win the nomination. So it's more of a ceremonial thing. Joni Yarborough, thank you for the 1. Jesse V says, can't believe it's been 10 years of being a deplorable from Savannah, Georgia. Ain't no way Sleepy Joe is getting away with taking Georgia this time. Yeah, I think he's going to go down. So they haven't called Virginia yet, but Donald Trump has a sizable lead, 32,000 votes in Virginia. It's interesting to see what the record would be. The Virginia 2016 primary, if we can see the total vote share, Trump got 355,000 votes in Virginia. I think he's going to shatter that record tonight. There was no primary in 2020, so we'll see. Isotope says, what about the Sheila Jackson Lee race? We will get there when we get to Texas. That'll be at the start of the next hour. We're going to get results in out of Texas. So in Virginia, the needle has moved to Trump by 27. That's huge. That's huge. Trump is currently leading by 30. It seems like he's leading by 33%. And that's with a ridiculous amount of Democrat crossovers in Virginia, of all places, a state that is kind of like got a lot of these establishment rhinos. It's not really Trump's strongest state at all, even compared to other Republicans. Dustin Enoch says, would Tulsi for VP swing independent voters to vote for Trump? I don't know. It's a wild card. I wish I could tell you. So we have results in out of Alexandria. That's where Nikki Haley so far has a sizable lead, but it's only... Arlington County, she also has a sizable lead. She leads by 37%, But again, that's Virginia. It should be a carryover of the D.C. primary results to a certain extent, except there's more crossovers. At least the D.C. primary, only registered Republicans can vote in it. And even then, she only won by a few hundred votes. It was just a very low turnout type of event. It was more like a caucus. I think they only had like one voting site or something like that. Goon Baboon says Trump said Biden needs to call off the dogs and face him like a man at the post-9/0 presser. Should Trump double down on the Biden is coward messaging? Yeah. Timbo Slices, 7K watching, only 2,500 likes. Come on, peeps. Yeah, guys, like up the stream. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. We're knocking on the door of 168,000 subscribers. Let's get there. Let's get there. We're about 130 away. Mike Oxard says, Nikki wins the swamp. Congrats, I guess. Well, yeah, but even then, Trump is winning Prince William by a lot. He's currently up in Loudoun. I don't know if that's going to hold. The other places, like Stafford County's not in at all. But yeah, it seems like you are seeing Trump do very well. Even Richmond City, he's taken a massive lead in Richmond City. Virginia Beach, he's up by 34. I mean, you look at this, he's doing a very, very good job tonight. I think we can call Virginia. Other networks have called Virginia. Vermont, still, it's early, but he's at 60 in Vermont. I mean, that's huge. They go by city here, I think. They're going by city. They're not doing it by county. They don't have county results up here, but still, you're looking at this, and it's like the cities that are in, Trump is in a very, very good position. I mean, he might not win Vermont, but it seems like he's going to. He's up by 8 on the needle. And if Haley can't win Vermont, I don't think she's winning Massachusetts because it's a semi-closed primary. I don't think she's winning a single state tonight if this holds, which is not a sure thing. But he's up by 23. 2% of the vote is in. He's doing fairly well. So this is a good night for Trump so far. It's a long night. It's supposed to be a good night for Trump. He's up by 30 in Virginia with 10% of the vote in. John Cordisco's Corner says, is there anyone popular in Pennsylvania as a VP choice? Not that I know of. Grant Peterson says, would you support Ken Paxton for Attorney General if Trump wins? I would. I just don't know if he would get confirmed, and he'd have to leave Texas for it. So there might be an option that he would consider that would be better. But Paxton would be absolutely a dog at Attorney General. He would be awesome. They called Virginia. Virginia's called for Trump on the New York Times. They called Virginia. Trump so far, if the percentage of the votes in remains consistent, he's going to get 500,000 votes tonight. Absolutely huge in Virginia. Vermont, 2% of the vote is in. He leads by 22. That is huge. They called Virginia. They think his lead's going to expand, actually, to 31 points by the end of it all. That is absolutely huge. It's incredible. Biden so far, he seems like he's got 42,000 votes in Virginia. He's only at 88%. That's interesting, but it seems like Biden is going to get 400,000 votes in Virginia. Donald Trump is going to get 500,000 votes, and then Nikki Haley is getting probably around 300,000 when it's all said and done as well. So Trump is in a very good position in the state of Virginia. Vermont, Biden's at 88%. You would think this would be a state where he might not perform that well. He's not getting 90%. Trump got, I think, above 90% in nearly every single state. Biden only seems to have done it in South Carolina, which, again, you had ridiculously low turnout compared to past election results there. Virginia, surprisingly, Biden's margin overall isn't even that bad. So 13% of the vote is in. Trump now leads by 28,000 votes over Nikki Haley in Virginia. Gabster13B says, hopefully my state of Virginia pulls through in November. Yeah, Timbo Slice says huge. So polls are closing in 2 minutes out of North Carolina, where they have the down ballot races we're going to be looking at as well. We've got a lot of stuff, a lot of ground to cover, folks, a lot of ground. But Donald Trump so far in a pretty strong position, I would have to say, taking Virginia by quite a bit, by more than I thought he would take it by. I wrote down vague predictions on my notepad right next to me. I did. And either way, you're looking at this, I I wrote down that Trump would win Virginia he'd get with between 50 to 65% of the vote. Seems like he's on the upper side of things. I thought he'd win it by 20. I thought he'd win it by a South Carolina type margin, which might be true, but he's winning right now by 35. That means he's getting close to 70. That's like a Michigan margin. Vermont, I actually said that Haley would probably take, but seems like I'm wrong so far. Now, there's a lot of vote left to report, so we'll see. It's going to be one of the closest states of the night. And then we have North Carolina, which is semi-closed. I believe Donald Trump is going to end up getting, if he's winning Virginia by 35, he's winning North Carolina by close to 50, because the exit polls were a lot better in North Carolina that we saw for Trump than they were in Virginia. So keep that all in mind. But yes, 8,000 live viewers. Like the stream. Let's get to 4,000 likes. Let's get to 168,000 subscribers as well. We are knocking on the door. If you want to use live chat, you never want to miss another stream. We'll be streaming every race, every primary, all the way until November. Hit that subscribe button down below. But you're looking at this. Donald Trump in a very good position. They have him up by 35 in Virginia. We're finally going to get some results in out of North Carolina. Then at 8 o'clock, we have Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas. Well, Arkansas is 8:30. Oklahoma is at 8. Texas is at 8. And then we got Minnesota at 9. We have Maine at 8 as well. That's a closed primary. Trump should run it up in Maine. He'll do much better there than New Hampshire or Vermont or Massachusetts even, just because it's a closed primary. Then Colorado, that's interesting. That could be something because you have a lot of, or I guess you would say, left-leaning unaffiliated voters. It's a primary system that's semi-open, just like New Hampshire, and a lot of those voters in the unaffiliated section, they're pulling Republican ballots. I still think Trump wins Colorado by, I wouldn't say the Virginia margin, but he's probably going to win it. Same thing with Utah. But California, Alaska's a closed primary. The caucuses end at midnight. I don't know if we're going to get any results on this stream from it. But yeah, Vermont, now it's down to Trump by 5, so it's going to be razor thin. MS1711 says, New York Republican here, girlfriend is kind of lib, but after telling her about how the DNC screwed RFK, she and all her friends are going for him. Wonder if enough New York people will do the same. Well, I mean, he's definitely, if he's on the ballot, he could definitely disrupt things up in the New England or the Northeast, because that's where the Kennedy name has the most pull. Gabster13B says, it took my brother getting mugged to turn red. Sad it's come to that for some people. He voted for Biden in 2020, and he said he would never do it again. Well, at least he sees the light. That's the important thing. Like right now, ahead of election season, am I going to purity test the random voters? Yeah, they should be more well-versed. There's no doubt about it. But, if they're able to see the light now, it's a good thing. But if they're not able to see it after these 4 years, I don't know what it's going to take for some people to wake up. I really don't know. It kind of would scare me to see what that reality would look like. Rob Figulski says, could Keith Olbermann be the craziest nut job on the planet, calling for the Supreme Court to be disbanded? Well, anytime they get something that doesn't go their way, that is how these clowns operate. It's not really all that surprising at this point, but it's 100% true. He's just somebody that's been a blowhard for years on end, insufferable, filled with TDS, you name it. So it's not all that surprising. I mean, we've heard these people call for the abolishment of the Electoral College, the Senate, the Supreme Court when things don't go their way. Doomsday Machine says, this may very well dwarf Trump's 2016 primary election victory in general. He could technically be the first non-incumbent to win 50 states, possibly. Yeah, well, the cope is, why isn't he winning every single vote as an incumbent? He's not an incumbent. He faces serious opposition. If Biden faced Gavin Newsom or Gretchen Whitmer or somebody of that caliber running against him in a primary, he would not be doing probably nearly as well as Trump would be doing. He might even lose the primary as an incumbent president to somebody that would be a viable challenger. But Donald Trump, he's going out there and he's basically been slandered, indicted 4 times, and he's winning big. He's winning far bigger than he was winning back in 2016. 2020, he faced no opposition. He faced literally nobody. I mean, if he faced literally nobody now, he'd still probably be setting records. And on top of that, he would probably be getting close to 95% of the vote in every single contest. John Waffle, H2 pieces, Virginia just went red. Trump and Cow are going all the way. MAGA 2024. Well, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I hope that they both do go all the way, but we have to see. I mean, we got a long way to go before November, but Trump is doing well so far. 25% of the vote is in. He's got 125,000 votes. He's on track for 500,000 votes in a primary in Virginia. Biden, on the other hand, he's got 81,000 in the same amount of percent has really been counted. So Trump is doing better than Biden. So if you like half Haley's vote share in half, because half of them are like Democrats anyways, you give those to Biden, give the other half that'll come home to Trump for Trump. Trump is doing better overall by far. Porter Todd says, Utah for Trump. I'll be voting soon. I'm hoping Nimrod Haley will realize her loss tonight and finally drop out. Well, it's a good thing you're voting, but I don't know if she's going to take your advice. I hate to break it to you. But, yep, Trump up by 30 in Virginia. Let's check the county map. Let's check where the counties are. So it turns out that Arlington County is the only county that Haley's winning that's big. I mean, she's winning some cities. She's winning Charlottesville, the home of University of Virginia, by quite a bit. She's winning some of these other small cities like Harrisonburg, but there's only 6% of the vote in. And then Loudoun County, 72% of the vote is in Loudoun County. Haley's not even winning Loudoun County. Like, she could make it up with what's left, but you would think Loudoun would be a county that she would win. Like, Trump is, underperforming there compared to the rest of the state. But, I mean, still, 51-46 in Loudoun County, that's brutal. Like, he might turn a corner there in the general for all we know. Prince William County, 34% of the vote is in. He is up by 23%. We don't have anything out of Fairfax County. I would imagine that Haley's going to win Fairfax, but probably not by like 73% of the vote to 24. But I think she's going to win Fairfax. And then you have a lot of red counties that haven't come in yet. Virginia Beach, 25% is in. Trump is up like 70-30. This is brutal. And also they give the breakdown of what is powering their forecast. So it's a mix of polls, their model, and then actual results fill in and kind of move the needle a little bit. But yeah, their estimate, the trend is towards Trump in Virginia. They called it, he won Virginia. We don't have anything in, it seems like, out of North Carolina. We know polls have closed in North Carolina. But Vermont. We have results out of Vermont. Is Burlington in? No. But Haley has taken the lead in Vermont, but the needle still favors Donald Trump to win the state of Vermont. You have 7% of the vote is in. She's taken an 8-point lead. She's doing very well in a lot of the Democrat-heavy areas. We still don't have a lot in from like Essex County, but still, yeah, Burlington, a lot of suburban Burlington, if you even want to call it suburban, or towns near Burlington, they're starting to come in. Let's see, nothing in out of Rutland. Bennington, Trump is up in some of these counties. So, yeah, we'll see as the results pour in for sure. Rob Fagulski says, North Carolina was called for Trump and Robinson. Really? We don't have any. Do we have votes in out of North Carolina? Seems like it's close, but where are the results coming in from? Are they from? Where are they from? Okay, they're from Durham County mainly. Orange County. So they're all from like the Raleigh area. That's where Haley's going to be doing best. So it's not that surprising. They think Trump's going to win it by 53 when it's all said and done, which is more than what I thought he would win it by. So that's huge. Do we have results in for Mark Robinson's race as well? No results so far. So if they called it for him on the networks, it would make sense why they would do it. But still, 1% of the vote is in. You got a long, long way to go. But Trump is going to win North Carolina easily. No questions asked about it. This is just like early vote. And keep in mind, they count the early votes first in North Carolina, so that's probably going to benefit Haley. The Election Day vote will overwhelmingly favor Donald Trump. So, yeah, and Mark Robinson's winning it, but you have other people that are doing well. So the crossover votes, those are going to be for Falwell. Those are going to be for Graham. A lot of those voters at the end of the day are going to be voting for Josh Stein when it's all said and done on the Democrat side, because they're not Republicans, they're Democrats. So there's that. And Democrat turnout is in the gutter. And you have down ballot primaries, and Democrat turnout still in the gutter. That's brutal. Republicans so far, 5,500 votes in the early vote. Democrats at 4,000. Yeah, it's not all that good. Not all that good. So we'll be monitoring the results as they all pour in. We've got some states. North Carolina, Trump is in the lead. Vermont, Haley is in the lead. Let's see. Grant Peterson says, what are the odds Dan Crenshaw goes down tonight? Probably very low, sadly. Johnny Hartdog says, what's the better party, Republican or conservative libertarian? Which one adheres to the Constitution more? I don't know what the conservative libertarian party is. If you mean the Libertarian Party, they're a joke. I mean, the Republican Party has flaws, but it's correctable in my opinion. We can take it over if we actually play our cards right, which I think we've been doing in the whole Trump era. Based Katz says, even Schenck called out Olbermann on his TDS. Well, that's something. Oh, remember Schenck said he would win Vermont? Yeah, he's not doing so well there, is he? He's on just 0.7%. How did he get on the ballot? How did Cenk Uygur get on the ballot in Vermont? He's not even born in this country. You can't become president if you're born in Turkey. I don't even know why this needs to be said, but Cenk is on the ballot. He said, oh, we're going to show them by winning just Vermont. And he got 0.7% of the vote. That's brutal. Dean Phillips, Marianne Williamson, they are clocking it at a much higher percentage of the vote than Cenk Uygur, even though turnout is abysmally low in the state of Vermont overall. But yeah, let's see. David Kirkers has just voted for Trump in Oakland, California. Happy to be escaping to Arizona next year. Keep up the great work, Rep. Thank you. I appreciate it. Walk Talk 21 says, at worst, Trump loses Vermont and Massachusetts. Thank you. It's true. I think that probably those are the two states that Trump might fall short in. Haley is supposed to win at this point in Vermont, according to the final estimate, which was not the case, half an hour ago, but still. Slam My Face 135 says, have you checked out Brandon Herrera's race? Texas polls do not close for another 18 minutes, so I can't check it out. Brandon Barras for $50. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Bel Fagor says, but you can become Pennsylvania senator being born in Turkey. That's technically true. You can be in Congress. You can be in the Senate if you are born in a foreign nation, but you cannot become president. I mean, he's trying to challenge the Constitution, but it would be a 9-0 ruling, just like the removing Trump from the ballot ruling became 9-0. Based Katz says, did Hank Hill vote for Trump? Well, he's a fictional character, but I maintain the belief that he would probably in real life do so, despite the fact that so many people on the left want to claim him, despite the fact that the creators may not like Trump. You have a blue-collar Texan. Blue-collar Texans vote for Trump. End of discussion. Horizons Bear says, Chunk Yogurt says, Cory Bush for Senate. Yeah, probably you're the best rep. Yeah, and it's funny because all these whole AOC squad types, they're fading away. They might all lose their primaries because that's how much of a nuisance they've become. And the Democrats just don't want to back them up anymore. They don't. I mean, AOC, they basically put a muzzle on her so she would be allowed to stay in Congress. They're going to try to primary out Ilhan Omar. They're going to primary out Cory Bush, probably. We'll see. I think Omar will lose. I don't know about Bush, but it's possible. It just depends. So Yeah, Virginia they called. North Carolina they're going to call. It's very early vote in North Carolina. Trump's going to pull ahead when the results start reporting in full. They expect Trump to win by 53 points in the state of North Carolina, so we'll have to see. Mark Robinson also is going to likely win. So we have 9,000 live viewers. Let's get to 4,000 likes. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. We're knocking on the door if we already haven't hit 160. Oh, we hit 168,000. Subscribe. Let's get to 169,000. Let's keep it going. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. If you're subbed, hit the bell for notifications so you never miss another video. You never miss another live stream. You get notified when it takes place. So people in chat saying that North Carolina's been called for Trump. Yeah, North Carolina's going to go for Trump. Vermont's the only state that's in question, but even then, Haley isn't guaranteed to win Vermont. It's a very razor-thin state. Republicans in the Republican areas are coming out for Trump. But yeah, Democrat areas, open primary. You know, if Trump's going to lose a state, it's going to be Vermont. Vermont's more liberal than New Hampshire. That was Haley's best state to date. Haley possibly could win Vermont. Whatever. I prefer Trump to win it. But if Haley wins a state, she's probably going to stay in. She will. Because then it's like, oh, look at me. I took something home. I took a prize home. Let me stay around. Let me stay in the race. It's like ridiculous. But anyways, H post is actually you can run for president if you acquired citizenship by birth while being born in a foreign country. Ted Cruz wasn't disqualified in 2016 because of this. Well, that's true. There's no limit on that. I mean, like you see a lot of people. John McCain, I believe, was not born in America. Maybe he was born in a territory. But if you're born like Dan Crenshaw, for example, was born in Scotland, and I don't like the guy, obviously, but he can still run for president because both of his parents were American citizens. Therefore, he's a natural-born citizen. I don't believe Cenk Uygur was a natural-born citizen in any way, shape, or form. So there you go. But yeah, Vermont, 8% of the vote is in there. We're still waiting on North Carolina. We got a long way to go in North Carolina, but polls in Texas are going to be closing in 14 minutes. And we're going to get big results in. We're going to get congressional results in. And we'll be comparing turnout, Trump versus Biden, in the turnout game as well. So far, Biden actually has pulled ahead on the Democrat side, but I think they're counting different counties for each party right now. So I wouldn't read too much into that. But we get results out of Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Or Arkansas is at 8:30, but we get Texas and we get Maine and Massachusetts all at 8 o'clock. So it's about to go down. Can we hit 10,000 live viewers? Like the stream. Let's get to 5,000 likes. That'll draw engagement. We'll get to 10,000 viewers. When we get Texas in here, we got to hit 10,000. Let's get it going. Like the stream, everybody. Let's see. Max Flores says, do you think Tony Gonzalez wins re-election? Another rhino trying to stay in office? Well, we'll see. I don't know. I haven't seen any data in the race so far. So now the needle in Vermont's back to even. 10% of the vote is in Haley with a narrow lead. Trump has expanded his lead in North Carolina to 7 percentage points. That is huge. Base Cats says, pass up LTE on subs again. He's probably lurking. Well, in order to do so, to be fair, I think we're tied at 168. So if you guys want to help me hit that milestone, you guys got to subscribe because we got to get to 169 and the rest will be history. But yeah, Donald Trump in a good position tonight. Virginia. How many delegates are in Virginia? 48. I think Trump's going to get most of them, if not all of them, if he wins. Does it say how the delegates are allocated? I don't believe it does here, but still he's in a very, very, very good position. Let's see. W. King says, Vermont needle has no chill. It does not have any chill. It's true. Trump took the lead in Vermont again, and it's at even. Like, it's just back and forth and back and forth. You have a lot more of the Northeast Kingdom coming in. That's going to be Trump's strongest area in the state of Vermont. Also, some of the southern part. You have Rutland as well. That's not the bluest city in Vermont, but it's like, I guess, mid-sized for Vermont standards. It's not as big as Burlington, obviously. Johnny Hartdog says, I'm voting in the primaries in Washington State, but by the time of the general election, I'll be voting in Alaska. Not sure if it's legal. Well, if you could register to vote there and change it, yeah, it's legal. I mean, you can do that so long as you physically can do it and you're not registered in both states. So, yeah, Vermont did flip. Vermont flipped to Trump in the vote total. It's going to be going back and forth all night long. It's going to be a schizophrenic state, I'm sure. That's like Haley's best shot. If she could tie Trump in Vermont, basically, that's awful. Like, there's no way. There's literally no way you could sit here and claim that you have a shot to become president. Trump is going to, like, get close to 1,000 delegates by the time the night's over. I mean, it's complete delusion. Complete delusion. Trump's going to win every delegate in Texas and California and possibly Virginia, all these other states, Alabama. He's going to be getting at least a super majority of delegates in these places. He won Virginia. He won it. 34% of the vote is in. He's close to 200,000 votes. He's likely going to get 500,000 votes in Virginia. Biden, on the other hand, he's lagging a little bit behind. It's not doing so well for him in the total turnout. Now Vermont's back in Trump's column. They have Vermont needle at 1.1% for Donald Trump. Donald Trump taking the lead in Vermont in terms of the needle. That's huge, but it's, like I said, being very schizophrenic. We got a long way to go. But Vermont, if he wins Vermont, that's huge because then Haley's not winning anything. She's not winning a single state. So I can zoom in if you guys need help to see the results there. But he's up by only 180,000 or 180 votes, like raw votes. He's up by 3% in Vermont. That's not a lot. That's not a lot at all, guys. But, yeah, that is something. Okay. Carl Bruss has voted in my primary today. Alabama is going to be a sweep for Trump. Well, I hope so. I hope so. I think it will be. We've got the results out of more states closing in 10 minutes. This is probably the biggest election night until November. I mean, we're going to have more primary streams for sure, but this is like the big one. You got 15 states up for grabs on both sides. You have, about a third of the delegates that are available up for grabs on the Republican side. Haley stayed in. She just, getting embarrassed in every single possible state that she can get embarrassed in. That's what she's doing right now. Virginia, Trump doing really well. Like I said, Biden's going to end up with under 400,000 votes in Virginia. Trump's going to clear 500,000. That's also huge. That's also huge. Biden's not even cracking 90 in Virginia. He's not cracking 90 in Vermont. He is cracking 90 in North Carolina for now. He's got a long way to go. So, yeah, Vermont still, we don't have any new results in. So, we'll be monitoring North Carolina. Oh, now Trump's pulling ahead in North Carolina. He's got a 13% lead. Look at that. More results are coming in North Carolina. Trump is expanding his lead as we speak. That is absolutely huge for Donald Trump so far. They have him at Trump by 53. They think he's going to get 76% of the vote. And this is in North Carolina, one state away from where Haley was governor, too. And you have all these crossovers, but does it matter? No, not really. I want to see if there's any exit polls tonight. CNN, do they have any exit polls out of any of these races? It does seem like they do, actually. Let's see if we can pull up the exit polls here. North Carolina, so far, seems like Trump is going to get around 70% of the vote when it's all said and done. He's winning with every single age demographic that we see. It's huge. Absolutely huge right here. Yeah, 17% approve of Biden. Think about that. 17% are approving of Biden as president. Like, that's huge. Those who strongly disapprove of Biden are backing Trump 85-12. So the majority of Haley's voters, they're not Republicans. They're not. Do they have it by party ID here at all? Do they have it by party ID? I'm trying to see. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, the so-called independents, they're all left-leaning independents for the most part. Trump is winning independent voters, actually. He's winning those voters. Barely, but he's winning them. He's got 81% of Republicans in the state. I mean, that's huge. Virginia, on the other hand, we could pull up Virginia, go down here to, let me see, I think it's opinion of Biden as president. Yeah, 21% approve of Biden. And that's where Haley's voter base is coming from. It's entirely from Biden voters. See, Trump's, oh yeah, he's pulling ahead. He is pulling ahead. Look at that. Now he's up by 40. In North Carolina, he's taking the lead by a lot. Haley narrowly leads in Mecklenburg, narrowly leads in some of the big metros. She's probably not going to maintain a lead in those places when all the votes are counted, though. So Trump is really running up the score in North Carolina. And also, here we go. Do we have down ballot races as well? We have to have down ballot primaries. We do. Josh Stein so far is winning the Democrat primary by quite a bit. But Mark Robinson, he's winning the Republican primary by quite a bit. He's getting 60% of the vote. That's going to increase. He's going to probably end up with like 70, 75. That is a unified party behind Mark Robinson. Big Rob. He is marching his way directly into Raleigh at the rate things are going, but we'll have to see. He's got to go out there and defeat Stein in the general. He's already pivoted to the general, but you don't want a divided primary field because that's going to be a lot more difficult to unify ahead of a general election. Also, we have more super chats here. Let's see. We got 5 minutes till polls close. Sandman102 says District 23 in Texas is cool if Tony Gonzalez doesn't win. Brandon Herrera, a very pro-2A gun YouTuber, will have a good chance to win. We know. H Post says, can we get a world's smallest violin for Cenk Uygur? I guess. Ronnie J says, thoughts on pro-choice Republicans but no pro-life Democrats? Well, I don't think that either are that common, if we're going to be completely honest. If you're talking about the voter base, that's a whole nother discussion. Saga says, hey, Rep, what states do you see turning a corner in the next 5 years or so, like Florida in 2016? I don't know. Texas is one to watch, actually. I think that Texas, you might see. Virginia's kind of turning a corner. I'm not saying we're going to flip it, but still, growth is slowed a little bit. Nevada is another one that could be thrown in there. Tucson PaleoCon for 20 says, I'm from the future. Huge congrats on 10K live viewers. Very well deserved. Well, we hit 10K like a minute ago. Now we're down to 9,800. I don't know why, but we'll probably hit it again. So like up the stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new. Let's get to 169,000 subscribers. I think we can do it. I really think we could do it on this stream. We are making headway. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Bill Smith says, who do you think will tell-ace Biden in November? I think you mean replace, and I don't think he will be replaced. I think it would have been done by now. Alex says, will crazy Haley give up? Nope. She has no incentive to. She's getting paid to do this by the Democrats. Let her stay in if she's taking more resources away from Biden. She's just going to keep getting embarrassed in every single primary election. She's down in Vermont. She's down in the needle in Vermont as well right now, which is huge. Skunk96 says, you don't think the Democrats will try to see on the election this November? Well, I'm sure they will try anything they possibly can do, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be enough for them. Salt A says, the biggest L of the night goes to Chunk Yogurt. Yeah, not even 1%. That was supposed to be a state. He was supposed to go out there and win Vermont. Nope. Not so fast. But Donald Trump, he's doing well. 41% of the vote is in Virginia, by the way. Trump with 216,000 votes. Haley with 108,000. Trump has won Virginia. They might as well just call North Carolina, too. I don't know what they're waiting for. He's up by 41 points in the state of North Carolina. We got 2 minutes before we get a whole slew of poll closings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states that are closing at least a supermajority of their polls. We're going to be getting to that momentarily. Donald Trump in Texas. We will watch his margin. How many votes is he going to be able to get? It may be his strongest state vote-wise. Can he get close to like 2 million? That's iffy. We'll see. The 2020 Texas primary, we'll see how many votes that exactly got. On the Democrat side, they combined for, it seems like 2.1 million. Trump got close to that. So it's possible that Donald Trump could crack around 2 million there. We'll see. He got 1.9 million in the 2020 presidential election. Also, watch Trump's margin compared to Biden's margin, and watch Biden's margin in the southern part of Texas, where he's really struggled with ancestral Democrat Tejanos, and see how he's doing there as well. But we got 1 minute until polls close. Do we have any congressional results out of North Carolina? It seems like, let's see, so far in the 8th district, Mark Harris seems poised to win. In the new district, you have Kelly Daughtry winning in the 13th, it seems. So now they redrew the 14th district as well. And Tim Moore, who I think is a leader of the party in the state legislature, he's likely going to win that nomination there. The 6th district, this is a big one. Not a lot of votes are in. Mark Walker, the frontrunner. Trump, a lot of people thought he would endorse Bo Hines, but he turned around and endorsed Addison McDowell instead. Will that make an impact? We'll see. But Mark Walker, he's got the biggest name. Feels like he's a perennial candidate at this point, but he's the favorite in that district so far. So we'll see. We got Texas closing right now. It is 8 o'clock. Polls have closed in a bunch of states here. We're going to get Massachusetts, see if Haley's doing well there. The way the night's going, I would probably expect Trump to win Massachusetts, but we'll see. But Trump up big. North Carolina, he's now up by 49 points in North Carolina. As we wait on results in Texas, usually Texas reports their votes quicker than a lot of other states do. A lot of Republicans vote in Texas. They do vote early. There is early voting in Texas. A lot of people take advantage of it. I think it's a good thing that they do, honestly, so we can beat the Dems at their own game. We've been doing it in Florida. We've been doing it in Texas. We need to start doing it in the Midwest as well. Michigan has it now, so there's no excuse for that. Let's see. Trains 29 says, still concerned. The worse Biden does, the more the DNC does to turn to Michelle Obama. Guaranteed win. Who really thinks that Michelle Obama is a guaranteed win, though? I've never understood this theory. Oh, they're going to run somebody with no political experience that has all this dirt on them in their closet, and they're going to win. First of all, Michelle Obama came out, said that she's not going to run for president, whatever, and they called North Carolina. They called it for Donald J. Trump. Donald John America takes North Carolina. He's up by 50 points right now. That is a big win for him so far. And Chris Christie's winning Oklahoma because they don't know how to process the votes correctly on New York Times. Oh boy. Let the memes begin. Texas, Trump with 72% of the vote in Texas. I said he'd win it by 50. He is winning it by 50 on the nose right now. That's what the needle shows. And that's Denton County. That should be one of Haley's stronger counties. She should be doing well in the exurban DFW if that's really turning against Trump. But no, Denton County, it's voting for Trump, 72-22 in the early vote in Denton County. And now there's more votes in Lamar County. Trump is doing even better in the rural part of Texas. You're looking at this. He is starting to run up the score. Texas is going to fill in. It's filling in ruby red for Donald J. Trump. As these results pour in, here we go. Oklahoma is drunk off their ass right now. Everybody, I'm sure, is talking about it. Bowl of Special K says, favorite side dish at a restaurant. I probably got to go with fries. Life of Brian says, can we cook something up to get rid of Crenshaw? Maybe in the future if we could run a decent candidate. I'm not saying anything negative about the guy running against him. I just don't really know who it is. But yeah, Chris Christie in Oklahoma, that's fake. That is fake. This is, yeah, look, they got to be testing David Stuckenberg with 13.9%. I think that would be probably more noteworthy, but they're just testing stuff. Christie somehow got in first. I don't know why. It doesn't matter. Vanessa for 20 says, always great content. Thank you. Robbie Zasso says, do you think Arizona will turn more blue or red over the next decade? I live in Phoenix and I see a lot of California idiots moving here. Well, we'll see. I think this election will tell us a lot about it. Sam Madsen says, if Robinson loses in November, in my opinion, it's because North Carolina is more Dem down ballot. I agree. He's a great candidate regardless. So 5% of the vote is in Texas. Trump up by 55. Let's see. We got Rockwall County, and he's doing well in Rockwall and Kaufman and all the exurbs. He's running it up. Fort Bend County, 75% of the vote. Fort Bend County, that's like Romney, Biden territory. You would think that that'd be one of Trump's weakest counties, but it doesn't matter. He is running it up across the board tonight. That is huge. Look at his total, 121,000 votes already. It's 5% of the vote. He's already hitting 100,000. That's huge. Dino Diva says, a lot of people, including me, have left the liberal state to go to more of a conservative state. How much impact is this making election results? Well, it depends, because it's funny because people leaving California have been voting Republican, but also California has gotten more Republican after they've been leaving. Same thing with New York. So I think people might just be changing their opinions on certain things. And Trump is up 7-1. In Maine, he's up 7-1. He's leading by 6 votes, but he's up 88 to 13% there. Alabama, he's at 83. Tennessee is 88-11 for Trump. Oklahoma's still drunk. North Carolina, Trump leads by 50. Virginia, he leads by 34. Vermont, he leads by 5. But the needle is back in Haley's column by 0.7%. Let's see. All New Year 2024 says, where can I post a county map prediction of 2024? Probably your best bet would be election Twitter, for better or worse. I would rarely recommend that to anybody, but, there you go. If you want to get accolades for posting a map, that seems to be your place. Mike Oxhart says, President Christie. Timbo Slice says, known Oklahoma legend Chris Christie. Samuel Harrison says, Super Thursday as Biden says it. That's true. I remember that. Supreme Leader Admiral Alexander Kolchak says, Chris Crisco has won it, so Jover, we're too cocky. Time to black pill. Wagon067 says, how many points do you think Trump will win by in Oklahoma? A lot. It's a semi-open primary, so he should do better there than, some other states with open primaries. And it's also just a red state that the crossovers don't even make much of a dent anyways. Martin Sands says, I just watched MSNBC and the North Carolina governor probably said abortion 9 times in 2 minutes. Great content. Sending love from Alabama. Well, thank you. We're caught up on Super Chats. Texas, Donald Trump, he's leading 75-19 in the state of Texas. We don't have anything out of Collin County. That would be one of Haley's strongest. She will also, in the Austin area, that might benefit her a little bit, but I think those counties, by and large, are going to go for Trump. I mean, you see high turnout, lower crossovers. You see what happens. This is an open primary, too, which is the most impressive part about it. Texas is an open primary. It's not like even North Carolina. But yeah, let's go to the results. We'll check the Democrat side. Biden only has 39,000 votes in Texas. He's at 85% in Texas. That's abysmal. Just saying, that is awful. 85% in Texas. That doesn't even include South Texas. He's only up by 80 points, period, over Marianne Williamson of all people. He's up over the others by like 70. That's a problem. He's not doing too well, and his number's below 90. That's awful. Virginia, it's below 90. North Carolina, it's barely above 90. He's doing well in Tennessee and Alabama, but turnout is piss poor. Seriously, he's not having a good night. Now, Trump in Texas, he has expanded his lead once again. Where are the votes coming in from? Where are the counties that are reporting? Tarrant County, where I am right now, where the backdrop is, Trump leads 72-24 with 48% of the vote reporting. So he's cracking 70 in Tarrant County. He's cracking 70. That is a county that's moved left in recent years as well. He's still got 55,000 votes in Tarrant County. Let's check the Democrat side in Tarrant County. Biden only has 27,000. So Trump is doubling up Biden's numbers in Tarrant County. In Tarrant County, Biden's not even getting 90% of the vote. Yeah, it's crazy. 12 says, what states are winner take all? Well, I think Texas is winner take most. A lot of these states, Trump's going to get every delegate because Haley's not getting enough support to get any delegates. Jason Christie says, lol, have you seen Oklahoma GOP so far? Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. They're just, okay, now they're back to normal. They stopped being drunk, but we don't have any results yet. Panda Warrior says, Demon Craps, I believe that's what that's supposed to be. Love the third world illegals and criminals, the CCP. Bye-bye, Brandon. Well, I think Brandon is going to go by at the rate things are going because there's just no enthusiasm for the guy. Like, primary results aren't everything, and I get that, but he's just doing very poorly. He's doing abysmally. Do we have exit polls out of Texas yet? You would think they would have them out of Texas. We could refresh and we could see. No, there's no exit polls out of really any state to focus on right now. Oh, they called Tennessee for Trump. Tennessee is called for Trump. He's up 80-17 in Tennessee. Alabama, you don't have any votes in for the most part, but he's up by a lot. Texas, 150,000 votes in Texas. Haley has 42,000. Biden with 66,000. So Trump already has 100,000 more votes than Biden. Anyone who says Texas is going blue, they're out of their mind. North Carolina is not going blue. Texas isn't going blue. There's no state Biden can flip. He's cooked. He's screwed. His best bet would be to run the table on the rest of the states, or at least try to. And it's going to be a lot harder to do when your approval rating is less than 40% in a lot of those states. So let's see. Made in Australia says, let's hope the warmongers never get back in. Tom Richards, thank you for the 5. Zachary Stewart says, can't wait for the Florida primary to see how Rick Scott does comparatively to Trump. Well, I don't think he really has a challenger, so I don't know how that would work. They'll probably do about the same. Well, technically, they vote on different days, so actually they wouldn't do the same. But Tom Richards says, do you think Haley will go to no labels? I've thought about it. I don't know. Cinema might at this point because she dropped out of the Senate race. Timbo Slices, Christie's win removed from Oklahoma. The establishment wins again. When will the corruption end? I don't know. I don't know. Chris Christie. Poor Christie. He was up for a little bit. Now it's all gone. Vermont, Trump leads by 6. Texas, he leads by 53. We don't have any results in out of Massachusetts. We're still 8 votes in Maine. Oh, man. Yeah, Oklahoma went back to 0. So we're looking at this. Donald Trump in Texas is running the table with a ridiculous haul of votes so far. This is huge. Absolutely huge. We don't have anything in it at Collin County yet or Hayes County. Haley's best county so far is Tarrant. That margin might actually go down depending on what's left. We'll see. Sour Lemon says, does Mark Robinson being the GOP nominee hurt Trump in North Carolina? He seems a bit extreme. I don't think he seems extreme at all. Mark Robinson is somebody that does have some pretty, hardliner positions, but the way he articulates them in like the whole like black preacher kind of way, it works to his advantage. He's a very likable guy. You look at his ads and he's got great messaging. He's focusing on the right things altogether. I don't know what position he's exactly extreme on, except, he actually believes that the alphabet agenda is bad and he's willing to call it out and say 2 genders. Is that extreme, saying 2 genders? That's extreme. I think he's extremely based is what he is. I love Mark Robinson. I don't think he would hurt Trump at all. He might not win because North Carolina is a state that down ballot has been historically Democrat, even when they vote Republican at the national level. But the state party's behind him. It's the one race the RGA really has got to focus on. I think he's going to win it. I think it's going to be very close either way, though. So Denton County, 72% of the vote for Trump in Denton. Tarrant, he's got 72% there. So even in the Dallas area, the suburbs, big suburbs that have been moving left, Trump's still getting 70+% of the vote. Corpus Christi is getting close to 80. Houston, he's at 77% in Harris County. That's huge. He's at 300,000 votes right now. That's crazy. A lot of people showing up tonight, voting. Can we check the down ballot races in Texas? No results in out of the 23rd. In the 12th district, Goldman's beating O'Shea. Maybe that could change as more results come in, but so far O'Shea is falling behind, which is meh. But let's see. Gill is winning in the 26th district so far by quite a wide margin. That's the seat that's up for grabs as well. Another Republican retiring there. Doesn't see. I think we probably have enough results in to see how Crenshaw is doing, but I'm assuming he won. Let's check. Let's see. Okay. U.S. House. Yeah, there's no results for the Crenshaw district. Ted Cruz is at 87%, by the way. There's a guy named Rufus that's got 6% of the vote against him. But Cullen already, yeah, he's likely going to be the nominee, even though I think Gutierrez does really well in the southern part of the state as more votes come in. But yeah, Donald Trump so far, 300,000 votes. Biden with 186,000. So Trump has got more votes than all the Democrats combined so far. So that's something. Cenk Uygur actually has 1.7% in Texas. He's actually not doing that bad in Texas compared to Vermont, when he literally said he can't win Texas, but he could win Vermont, which is actually pretty funny. In fact, he's not far behind Dean Phillips in the state of Texas. Trump, he's expanding his lead. Haley might fall below 20. She's below 20 in Houston. That's huge. Let's see. More super chats here. Richard Head says, is Michigan going to become the California of the Midwest or a North Carolina type? I've always said it's inverse North Carolina, where Republicans can win it in a very good year. But as of late, they haven't been really winning it. But I think they could make it a red state. I think there's enough math there for it. Arizona Majority says, we can save Arizona long-term. Vote for Ari Bradshaw in North Phoenix or donate at Ari.vote. Most important state legislative swing district in America. Secure the border and win Maricopa County. We got to do that, that's for sure. Thank you for the super chat. Arizona Majority. Carl Bruss says, are you hoping Herrera wins in the 23rd? If he wins, I'll be happy. Well, yeah, we don't have any results in yet, so I can't say who's winning it, but I do hope he does win it. Texas is like the big state tonight, and Trump's winning Texas with 54% of the vote. See, I think, yeah, New York Times is drunk. They have Haley up in Texas, but Trump up by 52 in Vermont. I think they flipped those around. But, yeah, they have Haley up by 1.1. I don't know. Trump might win. Burlington is what scares me. There's nothing in out of Burlington. Rutland came in. Trump won Rutland by 14%. He won much of like the Northeast Kingdom. That's pretty expected. So let's see. Jason Ingram says, I'm from Corpus Christi, so that is good news. Yep. Carbon Lexus says, I'm in North Carolina. We love Mark. Constitutional carry to come. All New Year 2024 says, what do you think about the 20 to 24 county ship map will look like? Depends on the county. There's thousands of counties. I can't tell you exactly how it would look like, but I think more counties would shift to Trump given the state of affairs. Saga says, Chris Christie heard there was free Chick-fil-A at the Oklahoma polling location and ate the ballots. True. Philip Coggins says, my problem with Crenshaw is that I agree with him 75% of the time. That's funny, I guess. Let's see. We don't have anything in out of Montgomery County. That's going to be a big vote haul for Donald Trump as well. Yeah, Travis County's in. Haley's only getting 36% in Austin. She actually only got 25% in Collin. That was supposed to be one of her strongest counties. Oh, man. Okay. Like, I think Hayes County would be her strongest possible county, but even then, it's not a sure thing. Like, Austin's where the more Dems are to cross over, and still, Trump is at 60% in Austin. He's doing as well in Austin as he was doing in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So that's very telling. So yeah, this is pretty much over in Texas. We're just watching for certain individual races when we get them in. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. Laverne Hostler, thank you for the $2. We got 11,000 viewers in chat. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Let's get to 169,000. We are knocking on the door right now. Let's get to 169. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button down below as well. But yeah, Tennessee, 5% of the vote is in. He's at 80% in Tennessee, 77% in Oklahoma, 74% in Texas, which is an open primary in a very big state, but still, it doesn't matter. He's up in Virginia by a lot. North Carolina, 20% of the vote is in. He's got 140,000. Biden is falling below that. So there's that. Samuel Harrison says, I was in Vermont yesterday and I don't understand how a state this rural can be so blue. Well, who moves to Vermont? It's not like a bunch of farmers or, blue-collar workers that live in a desolate area. It's more of a, a vacation home for people in New York City and in Boston and more other liberal New Englanders. They're the type that usually moves up there. It's kind of like those 3 counties in northwestern Wisconsin. It's like, these are rural counties. Why are they so blue? And then it's like, oh, wait, this is the demographic within those counties. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So all new year 2024, me in 2016, libertarian conservative, me now paternalistic conservative. I regret ever being a libertarian. A lot of people kind of grow up out of that phase. It's true. They start to become more conservative on certain things. So 25% of the vote is in Vermont. Trump with a 4-point lead. Massachusetts, we have votes. Trump is down by 5%. But again, that's like very, very early. They say Trump's going to win it by 26 points. That's huge. Up in Maine, more votes are in. Trump's up by 13. They say he's going to win Maine by 34. So he's sweeping the board. Besides maybe Vermont, he's sweeping the board. That's huge. That's absolutely huge for Donald Trump. Alabama, so far, not a lot of votes in there. But we got Arkansas closing in about 9 minutes too, so we're going to get even more results in. And then at the 9 o'clock hour, we got Minnesota, we have Colorado, Utah at 10 o'clock, and then California at 11, Alaska at midnight. So we might not get any results in Alaska on this stream, but that's the way it is. Let's see. Laverne Hostelter says, who would you pick for Trump's VP? Like I said, I'm not entirely sure. I like a lot of people on his short list, but I don't love a lot of people either. So Valsiferan says, go get it, Red Eagle. You're awesome. Well, thank you for the support. We got a lot of people in chat, a lot of super chats. Like the stream. Can we get to 7,000 likes? Hit that like button. We got the manpower to do it. We have 11,000 people in the live chat. We have not had this many people since the midterms disaster stream. But 26% of the vote is in Texas. Trump with 446,000. Biden with 270,000. So Biden is lagging behind a lot in the state of Texas. Like I said, blue Texas, not going to happen. No shot whatsoever. Red Politics 1776 says, Elon Musk is set to meet with Trump in Palm Beach next week to talk about being a major donor in his 2024 campaign. That's big if true. If true, that's big because Elon voted for Biden in 2020. He's basically been opposed to voting for Trump his entire career, but, things are changing. Ice Cold says, Trump 2024, let's go. Nikki had no chance. Tough. Yep. Zachary Stewart says, I used to love ice cream, but now I can't because of Brandon. Yeah, Brandon ruins everything. So true. So Trump is outdoing Biden's vote share in Virginia right now. He's outdoing him in Texas. North Carolina, he's at 172,000. Biden is lagging behind, but not as much behind. So Biden overall, not exactly hitting the benchmarks he'd like in a lot of these states in terms of turnout. Let's check the percentages. Oklahoma, he's at 81. In Oklahoma, he's at 81%. Surprisingly high in Tennessee. He's at 88% in Texas. He's not even cracking 90 in Texas. That's abysmal. Trump is, got a contested primary, and he's still doing mid to high 70s in the state of Texas, but Biden's not. So read between the lines there. In the state of Maine, Biden's got 92% of the votes so far. I think it's just him and Dean Phillips. I don't think anyone else is on the ballot there. Agent K says, I support Trump Gabbard for a win. The optics are a win. It's like I said, it's a wild card. Christopher Lord for 20. Thank you. Jeffrey Largent says Crenshaw is struggling. All right, let's pull this up. Let's go to Texas. Crenshaw. Let's see. Crenshaw. Oh, whoa. You're right. Wow. Now, we'll see how he does in Harris County, but that is big. If Jamison Ellis knocks off Crenshaw, that is huge. I don't know if that's going to hold up, depending on what's left, but we're going to be monitoring that. That is absolutely huge. Sam Loomis for $40 says, you are better than Fox, CNN, and MSNBC. Well, I mean, is that a high bar to clear? But, either way, thank you. I appreciate it. Rob Fagulski says, if Haley wins Vermont, do you think she'll have a ticker tape celebration like Kasich did in Ohio in 2016? She'll give a victory speech about how she won the whole thing because she is that delusional, folks. She is that delusional. We'll see. She's narrowly favored in Vermont. That means she probably wins the delegate hold 9-8. She wins it by one delegate. Like, what does that do? Because if Trump wins it, it's going to be 9-8 Trump. So they're basically fighting for one delegate. It's pointless. It's all optics. That's all it is optics. Let's see. All New Year 2024 says, how can someone call themselves a conservative if they are against pornography but against government interference to do something about it? Well, it's at a point where, do these people believe that there should be a government at all? If they don't want the government to do anything, it's basic stuff. Basic, security measures. Because we understand how these things work, but they oppose the most basic of basic government restrictions to enforce morality. And what that does is it allows for the other side to take control when you decide to be weak. The old don't tread on me thing that a lot of these people cling to. It's usually like, instead, we get treaded on out of principle. That's what it turns into. And that's kind of where I think a lot of these libertarians go wrong, even if I agree with some, of their philosophy. I like to bridge the gap between like the paleo libs and the paleo cons for sure. I mean, they're right about foreign policy. Some of them are actually supporting of, protectionism and strong borders and things like that. But still, like Ron Paul type of libertarians are much better than most conservatives that we see in this day and age. But still, a lot of like so-called libertarians are not of that ilk. So Trump is at 543,000 votes so far in Texas. I don't think he's going to get his 2020 number, but I mean, still, if you factor in all of the Haley support, he would. And also Biden's down compared to 2020, despite the fact that I think he only got like 30-some%. He might be up, but he's down for the Democrat total. Trump is outdoing him by a ridiculous amount. He's at 374,000 votes. Donald Trump is at 543,000 votes. And the Democrats have reported a higher percentage of their votes than Republicans have of theirs. North Carolina, Trump with 177K, 26% reporting. Democrats, Biden's at 151K. So that's not the biggest gap overall, but still Trump is in the lead, which is a good thing. And down ballot races have their primaries, so it should be, more so on the Republican side than not. Let's see, Virginia. Yeah, Trump is at 300,000 votes with 61% reporting in Virginia. He's up big in Maine. He's taken the lead in Massachusetts. I mean, the fact they haven't called Texas yet is absolutely ridiculous, folks. I don't know what they're waiting for, but pretty much every county that's reported ballots is most of the way in. Even in Harris County, which is where Houston is, Trump's at 77% of the vote in Harris County. That's insane. In every single county, they're anticipating Donald Trump to win. They're anticipating a clean sweep, a total clean sweep of every single county, all 200 some counties in Texas. They have Trump winning them all, most of them by a very decisive margin. That is absolutely huge. Let's see. Okay, more super chats here. Dom Hull 1989 says it's frustrating living in Washington where the state could be much less blue if it weren't for the fact that our state GOP is probably the worst. Porter Todd says Biden could eat as much ice cream as he wants as fast as he wants without getting a brain freeze. It's because there's no brain to freeze. Let's see. Martin Sands says Bama was just called on ground news. Yeah, I mean, Trump's going to win it regardless. I mean, if he's already won Tennessee, he's already won Alabama. But the disconnected wife says, do you have any thoughts of the rumor that Nikki will run in the general election as uncommitted? Well, I don't think you can run in the general as uncommitted. I think she would have to run on the no labels ticket if she were to run. Andrew M. says, are you ready for the governmentum in California? We'll give it a couple hours and we'll get there. Cyrus Jalali says, fair to say 100% of Haley voters are Dem voters. Probably not 100, but probably closer to 50. David Jimenez sent $20. Thank you. Of an Anaconda says, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? I'd probably have to go with mint chip or chocolate or something like that. Brian Watson sent $50 saying, I'm stuck in California here, so nothing exciting politically tonight. It's amusing that both Adam Schiff and Katie Porter spent money to support Steve Garvey and Eric Early, respectively, to try and lock out the other D from the top two jungle primary. Well, that's just basic strategy. But, I mean, I'd say that it is exciting stuff politically in some races. Watch the margins. Luann Bowling says, you're the best. Thank you. Stephen Jung says, great reporting as usual. Thank you as well. A lot of compliments in chat tonight. Can we hit 7,000 likes? Like the stream down below. Also, hit that subscribe button. Let's get to 169,000 likes. We are knocking on the door of 169,000. Can we hit it on this stream? Hit that subscribe button. Cement me as the most subscribed to channel that focuses heavily on election coverage on this platform. We can do it, folks. We absolutely can do it. We are knocking on the door. Alabama, Trump up 82-14. That is brutal. He's up big in Texas. We'll see. Let's check the Dan Crenshaw race again, because either way, Crenshaw is struggling. If he doesn't get primaried out this time, he can get primaried out next time, because every election cycle that goes on, he continuously loses more and more support. Yeah, he's only up by 14. You got 60% of the vote remaining. I don't know if Ellis would be stronger in Harris County or not. Gonzalez, so far, he's at 50%. But here's the deal, guys. If you get below 50, you go to a runoff. So Gonzalez, he can be, if he gets below 50.1, it's a win. Because then you go to a runoff. Then you have the rest of the candidates in the mix. So, and this is San Antonio. This is Bexar County. If this part of the district votes against him, that's huge. I think Gonzalez might lose, even if he gets a plurality, because there's no way that Herrera is going to win outright tonight. But if Gonzalez gets below 50%, then you go to a runoff. That's huge. That's what it comes down to. Eli says, how is Mayra Flores looking, and do you think she could pull it off in November? Given trends, it's possible. We don't see trends that much in a primary. I think it's going to be more indicated in the general. Let's see. We can go down to her race as well. Is it the 34th district? It should be the 34th. Yeah, she's up big. She's going to win this primary easily. I mean, she's already won. There's no mathematical way for her to lose given what's left. So, yeah, I think she probably can win in November. Depending on the trends, she could get carried by them. Let's see. Sam Madsen says Ryan Cook is losing the early vote 57-43 in his race. Well, that's good. Keep that weirdo away from power as much as we possibly can. Philip Coggins says Nikki can't run on no labels because of sore loser laws in a bunch of different places. Those don't apply to presidential races. from what I understand. Let's see. Double Wide says mint chip, so you're not perfect after all. Look, I mean, we all have our own tastes. At least it's not a, what does Brandon say? Choco chip or whatever. He slurs his words when he talks. You don't even know what flavor it is. Sims Too Serious says, and thoughts on situation where Biden isn't the nominee. Any thoughts on Haley on the Dem VP pick? That was the Flecka's schizo take. I mean, I think that she'd be more likely to be on a Democrat ticket at this point than a Republican one. I mean, it's interesting that they haven't even tried that. I think that they're not probably ready to put her in that situation yet, but I think her long-term goal is probably going to be an exit from the GOP unless she tries to suck up to Trump again, but it's not going to work this time around after this whole nonsensical charade that she's been pulling. Yeah, he's got 60% in Austin right now. He's getting 70% in Collin. He's getting close to 70% in Dallas. I mean, there's no way. Like, even the bluest of blue counties in the state, Haley's not even cracking 40%. She's not even cracking 30 in Dallas County, which is not the reddest county in the world, and that's an understatement at this point. I mean, Bush won it back in 2004, but that was a different time. Let's see. And also, we'll check on the Dade Phelan race. Is he in trouble? Do we have any information about that district? I don't know. I guess they're going to put it up in the key results section. Nihilist Solitude says Paxton endorsements are winning down ballot in Texas. Well, that's good. Jonathan Foster says Senator Sinema announced she will not seek re-election. How will this affect the Arizona Senate race? I don't know. It might actually help Lake if she was really just going to target all of those, squishy McCain types. Are they going to be as likely to vote for Gallego at this point? I mean, Gallego is super far left. Maybe they do vote for some other third party, but you could make the case that it would actually help Lake, believe it or not, despite the fact that on paper it should hurt her that now you have one Democrat instead of two, just because Sinema is all about optics more so than anything else. She is one of the furthest left senators in the country regarding voting record, but still. Christopher Laurie says Dan Crenshaw is not doing great because of his own fault. He keeps pissing off the base. Well, I know. Crenshaw is a mess. Let's see. Trump is, he's still running up the score on Biden in Texas right now. That's crazy. Yeah, let's see. Gonzalez, is he... Okay, he's at 50.2. Sadly, in Jeff Davis County, he's at 54. So if that holds in these other counties, he might win outright. We'll see. He's still got a long way to go, depending on election day, but he's up big in Jeff Davis County. There's a bunch of other counties. It depends. How does he do in El Paso? I don't know where Herrera's from. I don't know where he would be strongest in the county, but we'll see. So... Oh, Haley's at 9% in Alabama. Trump's running. Oh, he is just destroying her in Alabama. Arkansas is in. Polls closed there 6 minutes ago. Trump is up 77-19. So, and that's another open primary. But I think there might be down. Are there down ballot races there in Arkansas? Yeah, there are actually. There are. We'll watch the Womack race as well. Steve Womack, could he get primaried out by Clint Penzo? Might be a little bit of a long shot, but we'll see. We'll go back to the results page. Donald Trump, 610,000 votes in Texas. He's winning by 55. So my predictions held up for the most part. I said Trump would get around 75% in North Carolina and Texas. He's doing that. I said he'd win Virginia. He's outperforming my expectations in Virginia. Vermont's about in line with what I expected. It seems like he's going to do better in Massachusetts than I expected. Maine is about as expected. Arkansas, Alabama, those are both about as expected. So it seems like my predictions for today were pretty much on point. So there's that. Yeah, 82% in Oklahoma. That's huge. Let's see. Host Shaq says, why do people cast votes for individuals that have dropped out? It pisses me off. Well, a lot of voters might not know. Like if they're just like vaguely understanding politics and they go vote and they like both Trump and DeSantis, they might choose DeSantis not knowing DeSantis dropped out. I mean, it's the same thing. Based Alaskan says, my polling place is in complete chaos. Lots of people leaving because the wait is hours. Alaska will be 90% Trump. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the benefit of early vote. And that's why if the Democrats are using it, we need to use it too, because a lot of people do get turned, maybe not turned away, but they get fed up and go home because they don't like long lines. And that's a problem. I mean, that's why Kari Lake is arguably not in the governor's mansion in Arizona right now. Polite Rude Guy says, San Antonio for Trump hope Phelan loses MAGA. Well, that's Phelan, I believe. We'll see. Is he going to? Yeah, Biden's at 75% in Oklahoma. That's abysmal. If Arkansas had a closed primary, he would be in the gutter. I mean, Obama almost lost the Arkansas primary in 2012 to some no-name. But yeah, it's not looking too good. No preference hit 10% in North Carolina. So that's basically their stand-in for uncommitted. That's not a good sign for Biden. And it's doing even better in some of these more ancestrally Democrat counties like Tyrell County. 36% are at no preference, although it is a smaller county. But still, not all that. It's not all that. Biden with 194,000 votes, Trump with 248. So that gap is widening. The gap is widening quite a bit in North Carolina. Trump is now almost to 700,000 votes in Texas. Biden's down there not even at 400,000. So you're looking at that as well. Donald Trump is doing very well across the board in the state of Texas. I don't know how the hell they haven't called it yet. I think they have to wait until the hour's over just because there's some precincts that are in a different time zone. So they're not going to call it just yet. But, I mean, we can basically call Texas. If Trump's winning it, it's over. CPTR111 says, what's your favorite barbecue meat dish? You guys are asking a lot of food questions tonight. I like ribs. I like the sausages. I like... I mean, I'm not the biggest brisket guy, which is kind of like heresy to say in these parts of Texas. But, I mean, barbecue in general is pretty good overall. Doomsday Machine says, how bad is Cyclops doing? Well, let's go check again. I don't think there's any new results out of his district, but he was only up by, he's up by 19 now. So he's going to win probably, sadly, but... he did a lot worse than I thought he would do. So either A, he's going to have to fall in line more so to keep winning re-election, or B, he's going to lose next time. So that's huge. That honestly, it's sad given the fact that it's that close and he's still able to pull through. But hey, I mean, that's kind of a moral victory. Trump at 650,000 votes in Texas. That's huge. Vermont still neck and neck. Haley is favored, means she might win that one delegate. Oh no, what are we going to do? It's over. Chris Christie's actually above 1% in Vermont, and that's like legitimate results there. Sam Madsen said Biden's only in the 60s in Rio Grande Valley. That's huge as well. Let me see. Oh yeah, Webb County. Who the hell is Armando Perez Serrato? Who is this guy? I've never even heard of these random Hispanic guys running for president, but they're running up the score on Biden. That's crazy. Yeah, Biden's struggling in a lot of counties. That's not good. I mean, he's doing okay in like the Dallas area, but even then he's getting 90%. In some of these more like ancestrally Republican counties, he's getting lower than that. In the ancestrally Democrat areas of the Rio Grande, he's not even cracking 70%, running against some no-names. That is absolutely abysmal for Joe Biden, and it kind of proves that the trends will likely continue in the Rio Grande Valley. Satan Slayer 12 says, what are the exit polls showing in Vermont? I don't think there are any because it's so small. Maybe Fox will put them out in the AP exit polls at some point. Let's see. Scott's microphone says thoughts on the Ryan Cook race. I heard he was losing, and I hope he does lose, but we'll see. Wyatt's his favorite cheese. I like Swiss. I like Pepperjack, probably would be my favorite by far. Stephen Kanizik says, truly sad news out of the Sooner State today. Oklahoma primary closed with Chris Christie ahead, then Trump pulled ahead. Yeah, I think they were just testing their system. I don't think it was all that deep, honestly. But yeah, Donald Trump, he's up 82-15. He is destroying Nikki Haley. He is cooking the bird brain, the cooked chicken. He's having it for dinner. He's frying it up. He's eating it with the fork like it's his KFC. James ETHD says Gonzalez below 50% now. Let me pull that one up. This is interesting. Some of these key results here. Gonzalez, yeah, he's up, but he's losing ground. Uvalde County, which is where the tragedy school shooting took place, but actually voted more Republican in 2022 as a reaction to all of the cries for gun control, because it doesn't help Democrats to do that anymore. Gonzalez is at 46% in that county. So if these counties around San Antonio, like these exurbs, if they come in and Gonzalez is below 50, he could lose his primary. Because keep in mind, if he gets a plurality, it doesn't matter. He has to get below 50, and then Herrera would be facing him in the runoff election there that'll be taking place, I believe, in like May, if it's the same time frame that they had in 2022. So Trump is at 75% in the state of Texas. 38% of the vote is in. They're waiting to call it when all of the precincts close. Arkansas, they pretty much could call that. Surprisingly close so far, but I'm assuming, yeah, a lot of that's from Little Rock. It's a blue county, but Trump is still winning it, 55-39. Fort Smith, I mean, the rural counties that are not reporting yet, Donald Trump is up. Haley's in like the single digits. It's abysmal for Nikki Haley. She's done for. She's from the South, but she's getting destroyed in the South. It's brutal. Tennessee, 74-22. That is Trump country through and through. Biden with 38,000 votes there. Trump with 119,000. Look at that contrast. Vermont. Biden's got less votes than the Republicans combined in Vermont, which again proves once again that Haley is entirely boosted by Democrats in Vermont. So, let's see. Sims Too Serious is when Tulsi stayed in, it was clearly a message of anti-war, America first populism and progressivism. Haley is just stealing donors to the Dems. Yeah, she's delusional. Jack Attack says Armando is a lefty populist from California. Well, I don't care. As long as he makes Biden look bad, he's our friend tonight, if it's only tonight only. Cyrus Jalali says Taco Bell voted best Mexican food in the U.S. Well, it is pretty good. It's actually healthier calorie-wise than a lot of other fast food options, too. Farron says Armando Perez Serrato winning South Texas is from Cali. Splooge McDuck says, what's your second favorite pizza topping after... Well, it's not my favorite pizza topping. It would probably not even be top 5, although I do like Hawaiian pizza. I don't think it's a bad thing. I know everybody makes a big deal of, the pineapple on pizza, whatever. I don't think it's all that big of a deal, but it is what it is. So Massachusetts, Trump is up by 21. Yeah, I mean, Haley's best bet is Vermont. And even then, who cares? Take it, have it. I don't even care at this point. Does it really matter? Trump, Haley, does Haley even have any delegates tonight? No, the answer is no. She has no delegates so far. They've only given Trump delegates, but there's a lot more left, I believe, in Virginia that haven't been allocated yet. Texas, he's going to get them all. He's cracking 75%. That was one of his worst states back in 2016 in the primary. Part of it was Ted Cruz running against him, but still, ancestral Republicans were not the biggest fan of Trump, but he's kind of winning some of them over. And he's doing very, very well against Nikki Haley in the state of Texas. Haley's vote share, Trump is getting more votes than Biden and Haley combined in Texas. Texas is not a blue state. It's not a purple state. It's going to be a red state this fall. North Carolina, Trump has got 318,000 votes. Biden's far behind now, and the vote shares of both are about the same. Let's check on North Carolina. How is our boy Big Rob doing? He is currently projected the winner. He's got 62% of the vote. And that's with a lot of crossovers likely voting for these other characters that are no names. But it doesn't matter. Mark Robinson getting 2/3 of the vote. His win's looking like Ted Budd's win. So that's also huge. You're looking at that. On the Democrat side, that's Lieutenant Governor. That might be a pickup. There's actually a Mark Robinson that's running on the Democrat side, Mark H. Robinson, which is interesting. But the Republicans in that race so far are lagging behind, but they haven't reported nearly as many votes that they have reported for the governor's race. Michael Morgan, he's winning some other counties, but it's not enough to make that much of a dent so far. Stein's doing worse up in the Northeast, which, again, those counties are moving right. Let's check down ballot as well. Sandy Smith is actually losing. That's something. She's going down so far. Maybe it'll change when the rest of the results pour in, but Lori Buckhout's winning. Let's check these other races. Virginia Fox is, I guess she's facing some opposition. She's winning, but not by a ridiculous amount. And then Addison McDowell, Trump's random endorsee, could he pull ahead in the 6th district as well? That'll be something to see. His stock is up. Mark Walker again. Can this guy catch a break? He keeps running for office and getting decimated all over the place in North Carolina. He had a lead earlier, but now he's not in the lead anymore. That's brutal. But anyways, guys, like the stream up, like it, and subscribe. Let's get to 169K. We're knocking on the door. Let's hit 8,000 likes. We can do it. We have the manpower to do it. Let's get there. So the chat is going crazy. We've got almost 12,000 live viewers. We've had over 100,000 people stop by tonight because they want to witness Donald Trump win, and win some more, and that he's done. Vermont's within literally like 30 votes right now. Do we have anything in Burlington? Yes, and Haley is crushing Trump in Burlington. 75-17. I mean, but there's not a lot of votes there. Chris Christie actually has 6% of the vote there. So this tells you who the electorate is. Vermont is mainly Democrats. You probably have more people in this primary that are going to be voting for Biden. Well, maybe not, but close to it. So it doesn't matter. They can have Vermont. They're playing dirty politics in general just so they could barely pick off like the bluest state in the country. And they want to sit back here and say it's a flex. Yeah, not really. Stu Cool says NBC just called Arkansas. Well, it should be called. Trump's winning it big, and a lot of blue areas are in. He's probably going to get closer to 80 when it's all said and done. Where do they have him at on this thing? They have him at 50, winning by 54. Yeah, he probably wins by more than that even. Buck Hunter 431 says, how bad of a congressman is Tony Gonzalez really? Well, I mean, he supports open borders, gun control, a whole bunch of other stuff. He's not really all that conservative. He's got one of the most liberal voting records. And if we want to shift the center of gravity, he's somebody that should be primaried out. His district is trending red. It's going to vote Republican. There's no reason. It's not like he's like David Valadao, where you're in like a Biden plus 15 district and you're like the only Republican who possibly could win that district. This is entirely a different ball game. So Trump, once again, he has opposition. Biden doesn't, but he's doing better than Biden in North Carolina. He's doing better than Biden in Texas. He crossed 700,000 votes in the state of Texas. He has more votes than Biden and Haley combined in the state of Texas. This is absolutely brutal. It's brutal. There's no other way to chalk it up. Let's check the Rio Grande. Oh, Haley's single digits in the Rio Grande. Yeah, talk about the trends. It's a Trump trend. It's not a Republican trend. These Hispanic Tejano voters, Hidalgo County, she's getting single digits in Hidalgo County. That's McAllen, however you pronounce it. That's Edinburgh. That's like the biggest county in South Texas, like in the RGV. He's clocking in at 87% of the vote in Hidalgo County. That is huge. I mean, it just proves once again, and how is Biden exactly doing in that county? Because is it possible Trump could flip it this November, or at least have it close? You know, maybe it is. He's got 8,600 votes there. Let's check on Biden in Texas. Biden is outdoing him, but he's also at 65%. I think Trump is going to take Hidalgo, possibly in November. At least it's going to be closer than it was in 2020. There's no path for Biden in North Carolina. There's no path for Biden in Texas. There's not. Biden's not winning any states Trump won in 2020. No matter what argument you want to throw out there on the table, there's just zero chance of it happening. Let's see. Isaac Yoder says you should do a live stream with the liberal hive mind sometime. I'd be down. I haven't talked to him in a while, but I'd be down. UGB Adventador 15 says Trump train steamrolling Haley. No surprises there. Anything thus far that has actually surprised you? No, because my predictions are 100% accurate. That's the surprising thing, because it usually is not that way. But we'll take it. We'll take it. Rob Fagolski says, what do you think the last state that will flip red in a presidential election? Great stream. Love it. Well, what do you mean by last state? Like the most Democrat state in the country is going to be? I mean, D.C. obviously is going to be the most Democrat entity that has electoral votes. I think that second would probably be like, yeah, Vermont or a Maryland, a Massachusetts. Hawaii used to be there. I don't think Hawaii is gonna be that anymore, though. Also, shout out to Michael McGrory for becoming a new member on the channel. So we have 12,000 live viewers. Like the stream down below. Subscribe as well. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any future streams, future analysis. We are knocking on the door of 169,000 subscribers. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. We've been going for 2 hours. We got to go for a few hours more too. Okay. Matt Rand says, could you break down the North Carolina's 10th district? I saw Pat Harrigan at the Trump rally on March 2nd. All right, we're gonna go down here. Let me see. Let's see. Jackson Lee is actually winning by 26, by the way, for those who wanted to know. Let's see. I think Gonzalez is still below 50. That's good. 8th district, Mark Harris is in the lead, but not by a lot. Sandy Smith's losing. I don't think they have the 10th district here, but I can pull it up. I do want to kind of go through these races if there's a competitive primary here. Let's see. The Attorney General's race, yeah, Dan Bishop, he won uncontested. That's awesome. Let's see. Republican side of things, the 10th district. Pat Harrigan's winning by 200 votes. So that's going to be very, very close. Brett Martin, thank you for becoming a member. Andrew Paul says, Democrat, but still like your videos. Well, rare find. Thank you for the support, I guess. Easy the Legendary says, I miss the streams with DC perspective. Well, I guess he kind of just retired. So, Wyatt says, I also think you should do a stream with Liberal Hive Mind. He introduced me to you, and I'd like to ask his favorite cheese. Well, you like to ask a lot of food questions, I guess. But I would not know the answer to that question. I just wouldn't. Snips127 says, Biden's not even cracking 80 in Massachusetts. Really? You're right. He's only at 79%. That's interesting, actually. He's got issues. Not at 90 in Vermont, Massachusetts, North Carolina barely at 90. And in Texas, he's at 87. Oklahoma, he's at 73. I'm shocked he's doing so well in Arkansas and Tennessee, despite the large amount of like white ancestral Democrats, like the Bill Clinton voters. But still, it doesn't matter. Jeremy G says, thoughts on Kyrsten Sinema not running for re-election. I covered that. I think that Lake still is a very good shot. It might actually help her. Joshua Akers says, how is Brandon Herrera doing? We covered that as well. And he is currently in distant second, but it goes to a runoff if Gonzalez doesn't crack 50. He's like at 49%, so he's got a chance for sure. Hopefully he can get the Trump endorsement too. A lot of more super chats here. Again, guys, like the stream. Let's get to 8,500. Let's get towards 9,000 likes. Let's get 169,000 subscribers. We're knocking on the door. We are knocking on the door. Hopefully, we do it during this stream. I don't know about 170, but I think we could get to 169. Like the stream down below. Subscribe. Let's check the results once again. Here we go. Texas, he's up by 56. He took the lead in Vermont. Haley still leads in the needle. Arkansas, he's up by 48. Virginia up by 32. North Carolina up by 50. Oklahoma 68. Tennessee's up by 52. Folks, Massachusetts, he's winning Massachusetts by 27. It's a system similar to New Hampshire, but it doesn't matter. Even Vermont could go for Trump. Like, let's check the needle. Because they say Trump by 11 to Haley to 15. It's more likely going to be in this mix. He's probably got like they're only giving him realistically like a 20% chance at winning Vermont. But still, like, it's one delegate. It's literally one delegate, and it's just optics. Let her be delusional. Let her stay in the race. Let her continue to just purge Democrat resources, because that's who she's taking them from at this point. Okay. Let's see. My computer froze up for a second. I was hoping that it wasn't like last stream, but everything's good. Massachusetts was called for Trump. Alabama called for Trump. Oklahoma called for Trump. It's over. See, they can't even call Texas for Biden either, and he's got 87%, and that's just because of the fact that they have to wait. I think now they can call Texas. We can officially, the Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk has called the state of Texas for Donald Trump. He's got all the delegates there. Haley's failing miserably. And this is a big win for Trump across the board. Vermont's going to be the one state he might not win. That's what I predicted. I said Vermont and Massachusetts will be the closest states. Massachusetts wasn't that close. I mean, Utah, at this point, he's going to win Utah. He probably wins Colorado. Minnesota. He's California. The exit polls that I saw had him up by like 50. He was just destroying Haley in California, despite it being as liberal as it was. It didn't seem like there was enough crossover support for Haley there. So altogether, Trump is just going out there and he's winning across the board, win after win after win. And it's a great, great night for Donald Trump. We're watching down ballot races. Texas is 23rd. And right now, Gonzalez is below 50. We don't have any new votes in. We're still kind of waiting to see if Paxton can get his full revenge down ballot, or Republicans losing certain primaries in the state legislature. These incumbent Republicans will have to kind of monitor that situation. Brett Money, who Trump endorsed, is winning right now. I don't know if Phelan, there's no results in for his race. Trump endorsed Covey, but Phelan has a lot of money. He's got a lot of money. But so far, there's some candidates that Paxton did endorse that are winning. There's also some that are losing. It seems like the Rhino Jeff Leach is going to pull off a victory in the 67th district. Just altogether, there's some positive results and there's also some negative results throughout. So either way, Ted Cruz, 88.1% of the primary vote. Seems like he's going to cement himself as the nominee. They called it for him. They've called it for Donald John America. He's won Texas. He's got it in his column. There you go. He's probably going to end up with like 1.7 million votes in Texas. That's pretty good. Biden is going to end up with like not even a million at the rate things are going. It's abysmal. In North Carolina, he's at 330,000. Trump's pulled ahead to 401,000. I don't know if Trump's going to get more votes than Haley and Biden combined, but you kind of also have to factor in the uncommitted because you have 40,000 that are no preference. Oh, Colorado dropped their vote dump in, and Haley's winning it by 10, but they say Trump's going to win it by 29 because the votes that are in are all in Denver. So Haley could only win far left, literally the high city of Denver. She could only win that by 10%. Like, yeah, it's over. Yeah, Trump's got Colorado. He's got it in his column. It's over. Boom. Virginia, he's doing better than Biden as well. But North Carolina, I wanted to do this. 40,000, you add that to, so it's 440,000 to so Trump and the uncommitted Democrats are almost beating Biden and Haley. They might when it's all said and done. That also is pretty big as well. So let's see. More super chats here. Ems has just got out of class. Any updates? We're covering all the updates. Martin Sands says, I have CNN and MSNBC on my TV while you're on my laptop. It's funny watching them try to realize a Biden scenario. Do you ever see California or New York going red? I don't, but I think the margins are one to watch. I think Trump could do better in them, and that could give him a popular vote win and help out down ballot. Jason Ingram, thank you for becoming a member. Cyrus Jalali says, Virginia's primary shows voter party affiliation. Really like to know how many Dems are voting for Haley. Well, the exit poll showed half of Haley's supporters approve of Biden, which half of the country doesn't even approve of Biden. So her supporters are more likely to be Biden supporters than the rest of the country as a whole. Let's see. Wicked Felina says it's raining in Massachusetts. The reason Trump is winning over Haley is because Dems don't vote in the rain. They stay home and smoke weed. I know I'm in Massachusetts. Well, I mean, it's a stereotype, but I mean, still, like, you understand that they do a lot of early voting in these places. Flesh Mounts is stopping by after the Stick stream. You two are my favorite political streamers to watch. You guys should collab sometime, doing amazing work. Yeah, I watched Sticks back in like 2018 before the midterms when the narrative was, oh, the Democrats are going to take the Senate. They're going to hold the Senate or take it. And he kind of was ahead of the curve with his 2018 predictions. So yeah, I watch Sticks pretty frequently, actually. He's definitely a little bit more libertarian than I am, but his analysis overall is still pretty good. The Sandwich Man says, got to donate on both the day Trump decimates Bird Brain and the day you pass LTE and subs. Let's destroy Sleepy Joe in November, Trump 2024. Well, have we got to 169K yet? We're close. Yeah, we're about a couple hundred away. We've got 11,000 in chat. There's got to be at least 1,000 that are not subscribed. You guys got to hit that subscribe button. Let's get there. Let's get to 169. Let's hit 170. We got to keep going. I want to hit 200,000 sometime this summer. I think we could do it. Let's see. The Lego Man says, any advice or gym routine to not look like Chris Christie? Just eat less than 10,000 calories a day. That would be the best advice. And now Trump has taken a 20-point lead in Colorado. Big for Trump. Biden, on the other hand, he's at 85% in Colorado. That is not very good, folks. That is abysmal. Wyatt says, what do you think Trump is waiting for in regards to choosing a VP? I think he's going to wait and see based on some polling data, more interviews. It's like you got to interview a person for the job too. He's got to really make sure he's vetting these people. It's even if it's an overrated position by some, it's still a very, very high-profile job in general. And even remedial jobs, they'll take you through 3 or 4 rounds of interviews and things like that. So, of course, Trump's got to spend a lot of time on it. Let's see. Neil Johnson for $50 says he crushed her in every state. Trump 2024 winning. That's, not Vermont, but, I mean, even then he's winning Vermont. He's up in Vermont by 600 votes. So that's something. Hopefully it holds. Oh, the needle's back. Oh, it's not back. It's not back. I misread it. Haley's still up in Vermont in the needle. It's okay. Trump could still win it, but it's one delegate. That's what's being decided there. It'll be 9-8 one way or another. It's close. Mean Gene in Florida says Steve Garvey first, second, or third. Well, we'll see when we get to California before we analyze that. Rawful Meow Kidde says, are you cat gang or dog gang? I am dog gang. I would say that I am more, I've kind of been more sympathetic to the cat gang in recent years, but I prefer dogs. I think it's the classic American pet to have. Cats are associated with childless older women that are feminists and live in many cases miserable lives. But I mean, it's changed a little bit. It's a stereotype. It's not always the case. Cats are not only associated with cat ladies. I think some cats can be very cool. I'm not entirely anti-cat. I'm just more pro-dog than pro-cat. Trump1776 says, shout out to all our based and red-pilled midgets out there. Keep up the grind. Well, thank you, I guess. I want to see voting by height. We always do demographics by race, by age, by education. We never see it by height. We never see it by weight. We never see it by that sort of thing. So I would be intrigued in seeing how it would look. We have a lot of demographics that we don't necessarily look at, certain industries even, and how they vote. Well, we kind of have an idea of it, but maybe not to the extent that we do. Exit polls, they can only be so long, Benson X is look at Arkansas's 3rd district. We will do that. Hopefully we could see a surprise there. Okay, Penzo's at 42%. If he does well in this part of the district, he might have a shot. We'll see. Bailey Spangler says, did you see the guy that made all the music for Halo is running in Nevada's 3rd as a Republican? I did not. That seems like a Nevada type of Republican. Based Alaskan says, saw a guy in line with a Haley pin, was tempted to ask if he was insane for the Ukraine. I mean, probably. Ben says, Trump dominates with tall Chad voters for sure. That is true. I would think so. If you polled like gym goers, Trump is going to win. That's why, even though, demographics of, boxers and MMA people usually would not vote for Trump, Trump is doing very well, with a lot of that community. So, yeah, the people that actually are in shape and are, manly, they're voting for Trump. It's the way it goes. He's the high testosterone option. Stephen Kanizik says, Christie voters are skinniest because Chris eats all their food. That's true. Joey the Kangaroo says, Phelan is losing to Covey. Is that true? Is that actually true? Is this real? Okay, that's not what I wanted to click on. Hold on. Shockingly, LZ's not doing that well. Let's see. Is he going down? What distance? Oh, he is. He's losing. 47% of the vote is in. Dade Phelan not even getting 40% of the vote. That is huge. That is actually huge. Are you serious? He is losing. That's the one rhino. If all the other ones win, but their king goes down, that is incredible if that holds. That may be the best result of the night, unironically, for the state of Texas. Because we knew Trump was going to win anyways, but that is huge if that holds. That is awesome. Haley's below 20% in Texas. Trump is about to crack 800,000 votes. You love to see it. You love to see it. He's at 439,000 in North Carolina. Biden is at 355,000. Uncommitted hit 11. Minnesota, he's at 76 in Minnesota. Oh, man, here we go. Trump is performing better than Biden in Minnesota so far. That is incredible. I don't know if it holds. Probably not, but still, are you kidding me? Wow. Wow. Bowl of special cases. Who are some other political channels you recommend? I mean, there's a lot of them. There's too many to actually name. It depends what you're looking for. Are you looking for daily updates on news? Are you looking for long, in-depth analysis about certain topics or conservative philosophy? I mean, that's kind of a loaded question because I watch a bunch of different content on YouTube in the political sphere from time to time. I watch my content more than anybody else's, though, because I have to edit all of my videos. But Sussy Boy says you should make a video on how to vote early. I mean, I'll talk about it, but it's not about how to vote early. It's just you got to go to the polling place and do it. It's that simple. I just answered that question. That's like a YouTube short type of thing as well. Man, that is huge. Donald Trump, Texas. He is running up the score in South Texas. Haley, single-digit Haley. Webb County, that's another county Trump might pick off. Haley's at 6%. El Paso, she's at 14%. These are counties Trump's going to probably overperform in the general, too. This is really good for Trump. Haley's below 30 in Dallas, below 20 in Harris. Travis County, she's completely getting swamped in. Hayes County, Trump's at 70. The Sandwich Man says, look at Brandon's numbers in Houston County, Texas. Well, Houston County doesn't matter because this isn't Houston County unless you're talking about Harris County, which is where Houston is. But yeah, Trump's at 81 in Montgomery. Oh, man, it's brutal. But Houston County is like a small county. It's not as relevant as Houston, the city. Houston County is like just named Houston. That's it. But Trump is doing very well in a lot of these counties downstate. That confirms the belief that he's going to do very well in the general, in my opinion, because he's got enthusiasm down there. That's huge. The Iranian Putin says, who do you think would anchor the debate between Trump and Biden? I don't know, probably some MSM stooge. Max Flares says, on YouGov, there's a clear trend. Majority of people under 5'6" are Democrats and 5'10" and above is majority Republican. Part of that is because women are shorter. I feel like that's a big part of it. Mr. J says, what is the trick to determining how a county or state will flip during elections? Trends, looking at trends over time, I guess you would say. And honestly, primary results can give some insight. Not all of the insight, but they can give some insight. Like Biden is an incumbent getting 87% in Texas, 85 in Colorado, 77 in Minnesota. I mean, Dean Phillips is doing well, and his district's not even in. That's not uncommitted at 13. Also, keep in mind, just like there's a lot of Muslims in suburban Detroit, there's also a lot of Muslims and Somalis in the Minneapolis area who could do the same thing because of the whole Palestinian conflict, and a lot of like Bernie bro type of voters there too. So watch out for that. I don't know if that holds, but we could see when it's all said and done. That's not a good start for Biden, because Donald Trump is pretty much getting his margin. And keep in mind, it's an open primary. You have a lot more crossovers for Nikki Haley than you do for uncommitted. So, yeah, Trump, 460,000 in North Carolina. He's almost got 100,000 votes over Biden so far. That's huge. No preference is at almost at 50,000. So you do the math. And Trump and uncommitted are running about even with Biden and Haley. And a good portion of Haley voters are going to vote for Trump too. So you do the math there. He's in good shape in North Carolina. He's in awesome shape in Texas, 800,000 votes. That could be close to 900,000 by the time they get to 50% reporting. I mean, Biden and Haley combined are not getting Trump's margin in Texas. That's incredible, folks. So hit the like button. Let's get to 9,000 likes. Let's get to 169,000 subscribers. We are knocking on the door. We're 140 away. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Let's get there. Cement our status as the most subscribed to somewhat election-focused channel on YouTube. I feel like we do more of this content than any other content, even though I would say the channel is well-rounded overall. But make sure you guys do subscribe to the channel. Join the brigade. Our push to 200K continues. Let's get it. Let's keep going. Trump currently is at 407,000 votes in Virginia. And I want to see how this compares historically. We didn't have a Virginia primary, but we're looking at a state like Oklahoma, where he's going to finish with over 200,000. That's huge. Andrew Mortensen says, Rep, the margins in Texas are diabolical for the Dems. It's all part of the MAGA movement. Nikki is a loser, and so are her supporters. Love you, brother. Well, thank you. No, Trump's winning Texas. There's no way you can chalk up a blue Texas at this point. There's no way. There is no way. Incredible. Are we kind of froze up on my end, but we're back. No, we're here. I don't think we left for the masses. Let's see. More super chats here. Deuce Vault says Vermont results are R-worded. A lot of Dems went for Haley. That is true. It's just the open primary process that causes it to be a skewed system. Trump won most like Republicans in Vermont easily. No question about it. And that's with a lot of squishy Republicans in Vermont and a big push from Haley. On Point Politics has just finished streaming with PA election. Analysis, Lalo, Let's Talk Politics, and Retaking the Nation. Trump dominated. Going to be watching this stream now. Well, thank you for the super chat. We got 11,000 people in chat. Michael J. Reagan says, hair, demographics, crew cut ladies and man buns versus bald guys in ponytails. Sorry, only $5. I'm retired. Well, any bit helps. A lot of people aren't chipping in, and that's okay. So long as they hit that subscribe button, we're cool. Hit that like button. We're going to hopefully hit 10K likes. I'd like to get more likes than viewers at some point on this stream. I think it's going to happen eventually. DJ Aftershock says, big Douglas County, Colorado dump. Let me check. Either way, Trump is up big in Colorado, and that's with a lot of crossovers too. Weld County, he's up big. Adams, Arapahoe, he's winning surprisingly. Douglas, yeah. No, it's over for Haley. Harry Cohen says Haley's expected to drop out tonight, reports say. Well, I mean, if she does, she does. Honestly, I hope she does. Well, actually, it's been fun. I'd like to continue beating her. But we'll see. I mean, like, if she wins Vermont, she might not win Vermont, but there's a lot of Burlington left. They give Haley a 69% chance of winning. That's her favorite pastime, in the back of a Cadillac SRX, by the way. So it's pretty fitting. But let's check the Democrat side. Yeah, Minnesota, Biden at 75. Biden at 72 in Oklahoma. He's possibly falling below 90 in Arkansas. He's at 87 in Texas, 91 in Alabama. He's at 89 in North Carolina. I mean, Marianne Williamson, 8% in Virginia. That's just like a protest vote, literally. And even then, she's in Loudoun County getting 13%. That's insanity. Like, she's not even running a real campaign. She dropped out and then rejoined. It flew under the radar, but not a lot of people know she's running, and those that do think she's insane, which she is, but that's beside the point. Let's see. That one oddball says, if Haley doesn't drop out tomorrow, she's an idiot. True. Art White says, down goes Haley. Lamau, so true. Gary Schmidt says, good job tonight. Thanks. Well, thank you. Brandon Fairbanks says, Jenna Ellis is back on the Trump train. Well, again, they're bandwagoners. They all have no choice. They see what's going on. They know he's going to win. They're going to try to get back on his good side. And by all means, support him. But I'm saying these grifters don't have a place in Trump's administration anymore because they don't have principles. They will sell him out. Ellis has already sold him out at every turn she has. It surprises me that if what you're saying is true, that she did come back to the Trump train. Bailey Spangler says Texas 23rd is taking forever to come in. Yeah, I mean, it is. McDowell took the lead in North Carolina's 6th. Mark Harris retook the lead in the 8th. Buck Howard is still up in the 1st district. It might be over for Sandy Smith, but she's had some scandals allegedly arise, so it's not all that surprising. So Haley is doing the best in the research triangle, but even then, a lot of that is early vote too. Like in the rest of the state, the suburbs of Charlotte are heavily for Trump, so that's really good sign for Trump. And in like the red trending area in the northeastern part of the state, he's getting in the 80s and 90s. And Biden's struggling, he's in the 80s there. So that's huge. Robinson he's at 64. His lead keeps going up. Let's see here. House races. So McDowell is up. Harris is up. Hudson's up. Harrigan took the lead. Pretty much all the votes are in. Yeah, the votes that have not fully come in yet are from his stronghold counties, so that's huge for Pat Harrigan as well. So a lot of Trump's endorsees are winning, and that's good. Let's see here. Farrell Hogman says, does Haley drop out after tonight? She should. Boa Constrictor, thank you for the one. Mo says, as an independent, Biden's issue with the genocide in Palestine is pushing more independents like me towards Trump. John Waffle H2P says, down with the neocon establishment. These are horrible people who celebrate the death of American soldiers as they profit off of them. Never again. Hashtag, hold on, Haley, Bush, and Liz for prison. Let's see. James McBride sent 10. Keep up the good work. By the way, Maine Coon cats might change your mind on cats as they're very dog-like. Well, I like cats that act like dogs. I think that they tend to be the best in the cat variety. Shout out to Boa Constrictor and Amore for the super chats. We got a lot. They're just coming in too quickly. I got to get to them all. It's like they won't load because there's just too many of them. Let me sort to the fan. I don't even think I could do that. Okay. Christopher Laurie says, if you were president, which amendment would you try to repeal? I say income tax amendment. That's a good question, actually. I'd have to think about that. I'd probably amend certain amendments. I think that regarding the presidential term limits, maybe you can have another set of 2 terms if you wait 8 years or something like that. I wouldn't be opposed to that. It's not a change that I think everybody would agree with. But income tax is another one that should probably be looked into. Some people want to repeal the amendment that had state senators or the state legislatures pick the senators. I don't think it's that big of a deal either way, because sometimes they can draw the maps in certain ways, and either side, if they get power, and they get to choose the senators. So either way, I'm fine with us changing it. I would just try to get big money out of politics. I think that's the big problem that's causing issues in a lot of these congressional primaries where a lot of America First candidates get frozen out. So let's see. Boa Constrictor says Georgia for Trump. Duran Inked 1 says great coverage and analysis as always. Rep, what info does the Trump campaign get about voters having Haley challenge him versus uncontested? And does it help in that sense to have her continue? Let's see. I mean, there's really no reason for her to continue. She's doing this because she has Democrats crossing over. It's a humiliation ritual for Trump, but it's actually backfiring because she's not winning anywhere except D.C. and maybe uber liberal Vermont. And even then, 50% of the vote is in. It's not a guarantee that Haley takes it, even if she's favored. So Philip Corrigan says, Victoria Nuland being replaced by the State Department guy in charge of the Afghan withdrawal. Washington continues to fail upward. Amore with another super chat. Susan Zelisco says, which rhino is losing? A lot of them in Texas. Let me check the Phelan race again. This is huge. Okay, State House. Yep, he's down. He's down by 16, half the votes in. There's no guarantee he loses because there's a lot left, but still. Let's see. Sandman says not looking good for Herrera. He's losing by a lot. Well, I disagree. It doesn't matter if he falls below 20% so long as he's in second. He needs to make the next round. Right now, he's making the next round so far. Now, there's a lot of vote left, but as long as Gonzalez is below 50, it'll force a runoff. And if Trump endorses Herrera, Herrera can knock out Gonzalez. So there's that. Olivia Williams says, did you vote for O'Shea or Goldman in your district? Also, is the rep channel just you, or do you have a team? Do you get help from Lalo or Garbage Gabe? Well, I'm close with both, but this is basically a one-man operation, pretty much. Like I said, I'm not registered in Texas, so I didn't vote for either. I supported O'Shea. It doesn't seem like he's winning. Boa Constrictor says repeal the 19th Amendment, which, again, it's that's one of those things where, in theory, you could say that, it would have a positive impact for elections because men vote X% Republican, women vote X% Democrat. I mean, I understand the argument. I just don't believe it feasibly could get repealed without severe blowback. If you're a dictator, at some point you could, mess with all of the amendments to a certain degree, or most of them, I should say. But if you're not dictator, you can't do that. And I'm not saying you should mess with all or most of the amendments, but I'm just saying that, like, it's a very idealistic take that a lot of people have, including a lot of women on the right, by the way. They also believe that you'd see a lot of positive impact in repealing the 19th Amendment. Personally, is it feasible? Nah, probably not. Not in our lifetimes, at least. If you have like a conservative renaissance and women as a majority lead the charge against the 19th Amendment, then that'd be the most feasible way, but you're not going to see that likely for hundreds of years, like it or not. Belfagor says 11,000 viewers and 0 new rep Discord enjoyers. Well, you guys can sign up for the website at redeaglepolitics.com and join the Discord. It's $5 a month. It's 16 cents a day. We have 10,000 live viewers. Some of them probably are going to do so after hearing it. And some need to like the stream so we can hit 10,000 likes. And also, they need to subscribe to the channel so we can hit 169,000. We are 8 subscribers away. We're 6 subscribers away now from 169,000. Let's get there. Maybe we'll get to 170 tonight. I don't know. Hit that subscribe button. Let's get there. Let's become number 1. Let's do it. We got to get to 169. Olivia Williams says, does cinema dropping out benefit Lake in Arizona? I've probably answered this about 5 times, but the answer is I believe it actually could benefit her. Steve Daines also does. Republicans in Arizona believe it. So hopefully. And we did it. We hit 169. We hit it. Make sure you guys still subscribe, though. Let's get to 170K on stream. I'm going to be going for another couple hours, so let's hit 170. That would be huge. Tyler Mason says, I've heard rumors that Haley might not endorse Trump in the general if she were to lose to him now. I've heard them too. Do you think she'd actually take the sore loser route, or do you think she'll unify? I think she'll begrudgingly endorse Donald Trump and or just defect completely. There's not going to be any in between. The Old Music Lover says, what do you think of Roger Marshall? I think he's decent. He's better than I think a lot of people expected, because I think a lot of people wanted Kobach. We got a lot more super chats. Amore says, Jenna Ellis is a snitch who would sell out Trump for a piece of cheese. Yep, absolutely. She's already done it. I mean, she's a snake. I don't like her at all. I've never liked her. Talk about all the election lawsuits. She and a lot of other people did them so poorly to the point where they backfired on Trump because of that alone. Texas, Trump's at 837,000 votes. North Carolina, he's at 549,000. So he's actually beating Biden by like 130,000. That's huge in North Carolina. Him and uncommitted combined might get more votes than Haley and Biden combined. That is huge. That is absolutely huge. I mean, Oklahoma, he's probably setting a record right there. He's got 83%. Arkansas, Tennessee, he's running the table. You got 30 minutes before Utah closes. Objective Class Keeter says, would you support adding more seats to the House? Would it help Republicans or Democrats more? I think it would depend. I think it would depend on the geographic distribution of them. I don't really know if I support it. I think we're fine the way it is. William Nish says, the State of the Union address will be horrible. Trump 2024. I agree. So Trump is 75% in Minnesota. So he's actually doing better in Minnesota than Michigan. Biden in Minnesota is at 76. Trump is running in line with Biden, and Biden's running against literally like uncommitted. Uncommitted is at 18% still. It's doing better than it did in Michigan. There's no way you could look at this and say it's a good night for Biden. Well, at least he's getting 70% of the vote. It doesn't matter. He's fallen below Trump. Wright County, this is Dean Phillips' district. He's like getting 10% in suburban Minneapolis. Uncommitted's getting another 20. Yeah, Trump is going to have Minnesota on his radar after tonight. He has to. You're going to see a high third-party vote share. Trump could win it with 46% of the vote. He could. So that is huge. Vermont's the only close race. Trump is winning Massachusetts by 27%. Biden's only at 81 in Massachusetts. He's fallen below 89 in North Carolina. It is abysmal. Let's see. Josue Gomez Maganis has great coverage. If you had to pick 2 mainstream papers to read, which ones and why? like mainstream conservative or MSM at large? Because I don't know. New York Times is informative, I will say, even though it has a liberal bias, it's informative. Their election stuff is usually top notch, which is why we use it. I would also probably say like how do you define mainstream? Like, is the Washington Examiner mainstream at this point? Is Breitbart mainstream? Like, these are serious questions. Daniel Krieger says Trump is now steamrolling his way to 850,000 in Texas. How the heck is it still at 46% of the vote counted? Because they keep finding more votes and they're all for Donald Trump. That's why. That's what happens when you take advantage of the early vote system. And Republicans do it in Texas. They do it in Florida. It works wonders. Man, Florida's about to be crazy in the primary. It's in a couple weeks. Trump's going to win every delegate if Haley's in the race or not. Andrew Mortensen says, I've officially joined your exclusive website, brother. Been watching for 5 years, and now I'm joining you for real. Everyone, get on board and MAGA. So true. Thank you. I appreciate all of the support tonight. We are doing well. We're getting closer to 170K. I don't know if we're hitting it tonight, but make sure you guys do like the stream. We're almost at 10,000 likes. Can we get more likes than viewers? We're at 10,300 viewers. We're at 9,940 likes. Let's see. Crunchkey says Phillips is winning a county in Oklahoma. That's insane. Is he really? That doesn't surprise me, actually. Yep, Phillips won a county. He won it 11-6. That's awesome. Intercept YT says, will you be streaming when California starts? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they might not count a lot of votes on stream, but I'm gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going until after 11 o'clock. It's 9:34. So yeah, we'll keep watching the count. Take back all PACs says until Commie Nazi Obama, the Senate has been a bad launch pad to the presidency. Got to be a VP or governor. VP spot this time is an extremely coveted spot. True, but still, I don't think that anybody on the short list is like what it takes to carry the torch, if you know what I mean. Luke Farmer says, do you think Trump could win Massachusetts in November after this? Not a chance in hell. You got to be on drugs that aren't even legal in Colorado if you think that, if you understand the electoral means of politics. I mean, he might improve, but even then, Biden's getting more votes right now than the Republicans are combined. It's not a very pro-Trump state. The Massachusetts, even Mitt Romney was from there. He lost to Obama by like 30. How they had Senator Scott Brown is nothing short of a miracle. But yep, 10,000. Oh, we did it. We have more likes than viewers. Oh, now we have more viewers than likes. Like up the stream anyways, guys. Like up the stream. We're watching results. We got a long way to go. I'm gonna fill up some more water from the pitcher, from the filter, because we got a long way to go and we got to stay hydrated. So let's see. Dylan Allen, thank you for becoming a new member. Got the badge. Everybody's getting the badge next to their name. John Cordisco's Corner says not even legal in Colorado. I mean, it's true. Like, I'm not trying to make fun of people or insult their intelligence. It's not my intention. But, like, in reality, when you have people that say Trump's going to win California or Trump's going to win, I mean, New York is interesting because I think that Trump could actually improve there a lot based on how Long Island could move and a lot of these other places. But still, I don't think he's got a chance to win it. I think he might... maybe if he gets it within 10, that's huge. Illinois is a sleeper as well for that. It could be closer than what a lot of people think. Just depends on what happens in the city of Chicago. It's still going to vote blue, but still, watch the margins. Watch the margins. McDowell's up. Buckout's up by 1.3. Sandy Smith could lose that primary. That's interesting. Let's check the Gonzalez race. He's still below 50. That's good news. He's below 50. You don't need to get a majority. Trump's running up this. There's like not a single county he's struggling in besides Travis. Like, yeah, there's no way. There's no way. Biden's getting in the 60s in the Rio Grande. Folks, big things are happening right now. Get ready. We got a fun road ahead. Yeah, Gill's winning in the 26th. Let's see. What else is new? Trying to find the... was it? Yeah, the 12th. So Goldman's still up. He's probably going to win it. Let's check the state legislature. Let's see. So Brent Money's still ahead. I don't think we have any new results in from the Phelan. Oh, yeah, Phelan, 70% of the votes, and he's down by 13. He's down by 13. Texas is MAGA country. You know, used to have a lot of neocons, but it's solidified. It's turning a corner. It's turning a corner. It is turning a corner. Texas is MAGA country. Just tweeted it out, by the way. Follow me on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. At redeaglepatriot on Twitter. At redeaglepatriot on Insta. That's pretty much all the social media that I use frequently, but got all the links in the description down below. Let's see. Snipes127 says, what's the backstory about Dade Phelan? He's a drunk idiot, for one. He led the charge to impeach the greatest attorney general in the country over relatively inconsequential things. It backfired. The same guy that they tried to primary out, and he won by 10 in the general. And on top of it, he's somebody who has Democrats leading committees. He's a total rhino, ousts certain state representatives, possibly provokes certain events to oust certain based people as well. I mean, the guy is a scumbag, and he's awful, and he needs to go. And he's, so far, not all the votes are counted, but he's going. And that's good. Deuce Vault says, I'm in Tony Gonzalez's district, voted Brandon Herrera. Yeah, that's good. We need that. But I mean, I'm serious. Like, you're looking at this. This is huge. This entire night is huge. I think we needed this night to kind of give us a bigger picture of how the state of the race is going. And there's no enthusiasm for Joe. He's at 450,000 in North Carolina. Trump is now at 600,000. You add the uncommitted to Trump's total. He's at, you do the math, he's roughly at 660. You add 180 to 450, and you don't even get there. Trump is getting more now than Haley and Biden combined if you give Trump the uncommitted. Minnesota is huge. 71% for Biden. Like, this is embarrassing. Uncommitted's getting delegates when it's all said and done. Oklahoma, he's at 72. Texas, he's at 87. He's getting 460,000 votes. Trump is getting more votes than Biden and Haley combined in Texas, and it's not even close. Colorado, he's doing numbers. He's got more votes than Biden in the state of Colorado, even, of all places. Like, that's Colorado. They tried to kick him off the ballot. I don't think he's winning Colorado in the general, but seriously. Like, that's good news for Trump. Objectively good news. And keep in mind, a lot of Haley's voters are crossing over. And even then, they're not making a dent in Texas, which is an open primary, a dent in North Carolina, which is an open primary, a dent in Minnesota, which is an open primary. They're not. I mean, Maine is a closed primary. She's got 27%, but Maine's a weird state. I mean, you got your Susan Collins Republican types up there. I wouldn't imagine all registered Republicans would be all that on board with Trump. I mean, he lost the primary in 2016 to Cruz, and Trump was like, yeah, maybe I should lose it because it's so close to Canada, which is pretty funny. But Trump got 72% of the vote in Maine so far. He's probably going to do even better. Massachusetts, which is semi-open like New Hampshire, he's winning it by 27%. I mean, seriously. Like, yeah, he probably does lose Vermont because there's a lot of liberal vote left. But it doesn't matter. Like, Republicans in a primary have more votes than Democrats do in Vermont. That's because of crossover support. Utah polls close in 16 minutes as well. Colts for Super Bowl 49 says mildly confident Trump wins Minnesota in November. That's huge. Vincent Della Vecchia, thank you for becoming a member. Yeah, we got a lot of people in chat. 10,000 people like the stream and subscribe. 10% of people probably aren't subscribed. We got to get to 170K. We could do it. We're 800 away. Hit that subscribe button. Let's get there. Let's get to 170. Then I'm not going to tell any people to subscribe anymore after that. You know, we're not going to do any self-advertising for the night. Well, actually, we probably will. We're going to try to get to 171 if we get to 170, but I don't think that's going to happen. Deuce Volt says, had RFK Jr. not dropped out, how would he be doing? That's very interesting. I actually think you'd see less crossover for Haley. You might see RFK Jr. doing better in terms of eating into Biden's margin. John Waffle says, is there any possible way we could flip Delaware? No, probably not because Biden's there, but after Biden goes, I think there's a shot. I mean, you got a lot of retirees moving to Delaware. Demographically speaking, it's possible to win it. Sandman 102 says, do you think Lee Zeldin could run in 2028? I don't know. I'd probably be better options. I like Zeldin, but he's more like VP material. Commander Video says, we love Texas, don't we, folks? That might be your first super chat, Commander, but it's been a long time. And it's so true. We love Texas. 46% of the vote is in. Donald Trump with 850,000 votes. We could do the math. We could see what does he need to do to hit the record. So you divide 858. Yeah, 858 divided by 0.46. He'd be getting 1.87 million. If I can see the Texas Republican primary, Trump got 1.89 million, but he had no opposition. So either way, he's going to get close to the record, despite the fact that he has opposition that's relatively kind of serious, but not really. But still, he's doing really well. Biden is not doing so well. Biden in Texas may not even get 1 million votes. That's very telling. He may get 900,000 votes. Maybe. But still, I mean, this is insanity. He's at 88. He's at 883,000 votes now with 47% reporting. So now his stock is going up. He apparently has more votes they report. They believe he's going to be getting more and more because the percentage isn't moving up high enough, I guess. Now in Minnesota, he's got 41,000 votes. Biden is 23,000. You add up the Biden and Haley votes, and Trump is still beating Biden in Minnesota. Mike Oxhart says RFK option, Palestine equals Trump wins Minnesota, possibly. Pale says, how on earth has North Carolina counted over 800,000 primary votes and Vermont is still at 40,000? Am I not getting something? If not, I'm a proud North Carolinian. Well, they count a lot of absentees early in North Carolina. That's just how they do it. Vermont is, I guess, just being slow. 12 says Biden lost to whoever the F Jason Palmer is in Samoa. Who? Biden lost some... Is that even a real contest that's going on tonight? I don't even know. It doesn't show it to us, but possibly. That's Bloomberg won it. He spent all that money, $200 million of his own bank account to just win American Samoa. It was brutal. Haley got D.C. and maybe Vermont. It's kind of comparable. Except I honestly think a good portion of the Republican base would rather have Bloomberg as president than Haley. I don't think Bloomberg has promised to dox the entire country. So there's that. Let's see. Polite Rude Guy says, Texas is now MAGA country by felon, a.k.a. felon. Well, we're about to check. Did they call it? I don't think they called it, but I mean they got to be closing in on it. State House. Oh, wait. It's 46-44. But that's 95% of the vote is in. Is Covey still... I don't know what's left. That narrowed quite a bit. I don't know if that's like his home precinct or whatever that just came in, but We'll see. We'll see if Covey holds. Hopefully he does. But this is MAGA country. We got to get him. We got to get Covey across the finish line. We really do. The fact that it's even that close is ridiculous. But Michael McGrory says Trump is still winning Wake County, North Carolina. I think that's really analogous to some blue counties in Pennsylvania, like Chester and Montgomery, Palm Beach, Florida, some blue Michigan counties, Loudoun, Prince William, and Virginia, plus Wake is half college kids. Well, I mean, you can't really compare state by state, but the fact that Haley's not winning any counties in North Carolina is a good thing. Benson X says Haley's event page is empty on her website. Hey, there we go. That was the canary in the coal mine for DeSantis dropping out. They were like, no, he's going to stay in. And he did not stay in. So the fact that they put Vermont in the headline is pretty sad. Okay. He's now clearing the threshold. He got every delegate in Texas. He's getting all the delegates in all the states pretty much, besides maybe Vermont. I don't know how some of these other states do their delegates. It's very confusing. But still, they've only allocated 53 of them, and all of them have gone to Donald Trump so far. They gave him 29 out of Alabama. Alabama has 50 up for grabs. He's going to get the rest of them, too. So I think they give a portion to the winner in a lot of these places. So let's see. Slay My Face 135 says Brandon Herrera is coming back. Tony's under 50. Well, let me pull this up. We can see this here. So McDowell's up. Buckout apparently won. It seems like he won. Smith is kind of cooked. Interesting. See, this is ridiculous. They called Mayra Flores a far-right former congresswoman. How is that even remotely accurate? She's far-right. She voted for work visas. Like, I'm fine with her being the nominee in that district, but, like, she's not far-right at all. It's just ridiculous gaslighting. So Barry Moore is probably going to win this district in Alabama. They put 2 and 1 because of the whole, redistricting thing. So that's encouraging. I believe Trump endorsed Barry Moore. The second district that favors Democrats, they're doing the primary there too. Let me see. Let's check the this one. Okay, Gonzalez is below 49. That's good news. Stephen Kanizik says Biden loses the American Samoa Democrat caucuses. Apparently, you guys are right. I haven't seen anything about that, but I'll take you guys at your word that he lost to some nobody in American Samoa. He's never won American Samoa before. He never will win it. It's over for Biden. Incumbent president to lose a contest. I don't believe that's happened since, did Buchanan even win New Hampshire against Bush in 92? I maybe he did. I think that might have been the last time. Let me check. Yeah, Buchanan didn't even win New Hampshire. It seems. He got 37.5%. In 96, he took New Hampshire. But I think you'd have to go all the way back to 76 to find a candidate who lost primary states. Seriously. Bailey Spangler says, I feel like if Herrera forces a runoff, it'll be like Cassidy 2.0 where the establishment throws everything they have at him. It could be, but at the same time, it's a little bit different in Texas. This is higher turnout than that's going to be, but also Trump's endorsement, he could endorse Herrera. Joshua Hall for $50. Thank you, Joshua. Big appreciation. We got 10,000 live viewers. Let's get to 11,000 likes. Let's get to 170,000 subscribers. We're knocking on the door. We are knocking on the door. We've gained a few hundred since I've last advertised to subscribe, but make sure you hit that button. It's free. Subscribing to a lot of things costs money every month. Subscribing to the channel, it just costs one click of a button. That's all it does. So feel free to hit that subscribe button. Donald Trump is still leading in Vermont, but Haley leads the needle by 3. He leads Virginia by 28. And that's with that's a plurality of Haley voters in that state that approve of Biden. Similar thing in North Carolina. Trump is at 630,000 votes. Biden's not even at 500,000. So Trump and uncommitted combined is at 700,000. Biden and Haley combined is at like 600 something thousand. It's brutal. I'm going to be making some maps and posting them on Twitter after today via counties because this is just incredible. Also, Trump hit 900,000 votes in Texas. 900,000. Brandon isn't even at 500,000. Texas is MAGA country. Icy Red People says having a brain makes you right wing, using it makes you far right. Okay. Well, depends how you define far right, because people say that I'm far right because I'm a normal person from 30 years ago. I mean, seriously here. Like, I probably am more far right than most Republicans as well, but that's because Republicans have moved on a lot of social issues off the cliff to the left because they cave, they capitulate. That's their problem. Let's see. The Sandwich Man says Trump keeps dipping in Minnesota and Minneapolis isn't in. Well, let's check what is in. Where's Haley's strongest county? Carver County. Carver County is... So the suburbs actually are in. That's why. Minneapolis, the city, I mean, she might do better there, but still, he's doing better in Minnesota than he was doing in Michigan. My main point of note about Minnesota is that Biden's struggling horrendously in the state. And it's not just because of Phillips, because uncommitted's got more votes than Phillips does. Even in Phillips' own district, he's getting like 10%. It's much deeper than that. LDS German Shepherd Boy says Trump has more votes in Virginia than Biden. That's true. Terry Matlock, thank you for the 5. Zachary Giolo says, do you think Trump has a chance in New Jersey in November? Like New York, probably not, but like I said, it could be closer. We'll see. You know, making up a little bit of ground in these places, you know, that popular vote does matter. They say it doesn't because it doesn't dictate the winner. But if Trump, of all people, can win the popular vote, he will have the mandate. He will have the mandate to do whatever he needs to do when he gets in there. Then the cope is going to be, well, he didn't get 50% plus one of the popular votes, so it doesn't matter. But still, winning the popular vote, Hillary Clinton didn't either. They clung on to that. Oh, well, Hillary won the popular vote. Yeah, no. It didn't matter. But if Trump wins it, it also doesn't matter in that regard. But if he gets a plurality, it shows that he does have the mandate. If you lose and you win the popular vote, yeah, it doesn't matter. But if you win with it, that's everything in the world right there. It's like Republicans underperformed expectations in the midterms. They still won the popular vote by like 3, but nobody ever talks about it because it's not all that convenient. And just because it didn't feel like a major victory for them and they didn't gain Senate seats or governorships and kind of gets glossed over. So, we are 3 minutes away from Utah. Will Haley have a chance in Utah? I think she's waiting. She's waiting to drop out before Utah reports. But California, the exit polls look good for Trump. Alaska's a closed contest there. Even if Trump doesn't get, Alabama numbers in Alaska, he doesn't need to. Doug says Ilhan Omar. They don't do the congressional races today in Minnesota. They're only doing it in a few states. Polite Rude Guy says Paxton endorsed Texas criminal appeals court judges. I don't know who those are, though. Are they like primary challengers? Because that's an entirely different ballgame. Let's see. Let me check the Phelan race. Yeah, Phelan's still down, but like there's 18% left of the vote. That's scary. That is scary. Hopefully Covey can pull through, but there's a lot of vote left. There's a lot of vote remaining. Yeah, Gutierrez is winning. And the fact that Colin Allred's performing so poorly in the RGV just proves my point that he's not a strong candidate because he's not going to get a lot of crossover support. Like Ted Cruz is most likely. And even in Harris County, he's not doing too well in the Houston area. Ted Cruz does very well in Houston, comparatively speaking. So the fact that Allred's struggling in the RGV, he's struggling in Houston, it's not a very good sign for him. Now, Biden's below 87. He might be falling towards 86. He's only at 475. So Trump is doubling up Biden's vote share. In Austin, Trump has 14,000 votes. Biden has more votes than him in Austin. Dallas County, he's got 57K. Trump's got 30K. So he's besting Trump in a few counties. But even like Collin County, Trump's at 41,000. Biden in Collin County is at 18,000. So the exurbs of Dallas are not looking all that great for Joe Biden, despite him doing better than past Democrats in those places. I feel like you are seeing a corner that is being turned. And, you know, it is primary results. You can't read too much into them. But in 2020, it showed us that Trump was struggling in those places compared to the Democrats. Now the enthusiasm is shifted completely. Texas, he's getting clowned on. North Carolina, Trump is completely destroying him. At some point, he's having, get more votes than Haley and Biden combined in North Carolina. It's brutal. Minnesota, he's at 70. Biden's at 73. So, yeah, Massachusetts, Trump's up by 30. Semi-open primary. Colorado, he's up by 30. Virginia, he's up by 30. Maine, he's up by 50. Alabama, he's up by he's basically almost putting Haley down in the single digits in Alabama. Same thing with Oklahoma. Utah, California, Alaska, those are the last three states. Die for Oil says, what do you think Steve Garvey's chances are? Tonight, I think he's got a good shot to possibly even come in first. Given the whole Democrat divide. In the general, I don't think he has much of a chance, but it would be interesting to see how well he could do. He could get in the 40s. Also, Trump 2024. Thank you, Trump 2024 indeed. Aaron says, if every American agreed with each other on politics, there would be no Democrats. Well, technically true. Or you wouldn't have any party polarization if everybody agreed. I think you'd still have a two-party system of some kind just based on how the government is set up, or if people disagreed, they disagree on very remedial things. That used to actually be what politics was in this country. And it was also why I think a lot of people found politics to be more boring until recent years. Obviously, Trump made it fun, but partially because he kind of, took that hammer to the establishment, at least the previous narrative of politics as a whole. So there's that. Let's see. Utah polls have closed, folks. Utah's closed. So we're just waiting on California. We got an hour before California closes. Anyways, guys, like the stream. We hit 11,000. I don't know how high we can go. We have more likes than viewers. But anyways, guys, make sure you do like the stream. We are not going anywhere. Sandman says, looking good for Herrera in Texas. That is true. More votes are coming in. He's doing better. And we are currently 600 away from 170,000 subscribers. Hit that subscribe button. I think we can do it. I really think we can get to 170 if we are going to stay on through California. Some people will go away. Some people will come back in an hour when there's more results, and that's completely fine. We have results in Utah, and Donald Trump is beating Nikki Haley by 24 points, but also by 12 votes. I mean, these are very preliminary results. They don't mean very much, but still, they say Trump is favored to win by 14 in Utah. It was one of his worst primary contests back in the 2016 election. This is Mitt Romney territory. A lot of crossover voters, a lot of Mormons who are not fans of Trump's personal life, although, I mean, look at Nikki Haley's personal life. It's an entirely different level of shady stuff going on regarding a lot of the same things that they like to accuse Trump of. We got a big super chat from Vincent. Vincent, it's cut off for me, but let me see. I lost the tab of the super chats. Oh, there we go. Vincent Della Vecchia for $100. That's the biggest super chat of the night. Says, so glad I found your channel. God bless America and God bless you. Happy to be here with you and the amazing patriots you are reaching. Well, thank you. We've reached a lot of them tonight. Jurasikar says, looks like Steve Womack is going down. Let's see. Let me go to Arkansas. Maybe. Well, there's some very, very right-leaning areas over here. Fort Smith is all the way in. That's Womack's stronghold, but he's winning the others by less. It's possible it could flip depending on what's out there. It's possible. But still, I wouldn't bet the mortgage on it if I had a mortgage to bet. Vermont, Trump fell behind Haley. That one's probably going to be gone forever for Trump. Who cares? She could take Vermont. You got elected by an electorate that would probably give Bernie Sanders 50% of the vote. So do you exactly want an award? Probably not. Pluto says LTE's coping because you passed him. I don't know if what he said or whatever. It does completely irrelevant because we're focused on this channel, not other channels. We're trying to grow to 200K. We're trying to get to 170K tonight. So hit the like button, subscribe in support of this election and these major victories for Donald John America. He's about to get 1 million votes in the state of Texas. This is absolutely huge. Haley's at 18. Trump's at 77. He's winning Texas by about 60 right now. He's winning big in all the big metros. Haley, in Austin, who knows what votes are remaining in Austin, but Trump is doing pretty well. So there we have it. Ryan Drames says, congrats on passing LTE and subs. I've been subscribed to you since 2019, and it was a long time coming. Trump 2024. Well, thank you, Ryan. But yeah, it is true. I mean, we did pass him back in 2022, and then the whole midterms thing happened, which the Republicans just didn't know how to do their job properly, and we ended up falling a little bit behind, but we're back because the energy's on our side. That's what it comes down to. And this isn't even a personal shot when I say this, but when you have to reach so far to cater to an audience that is mainly Democrat, because there's not a lot of metrics that are favoring you, you're probably going to somewhat struggle to generate a viewership base that is as intact and or grow it. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's not even a personal attack. That's just the way that the things are. If Trump was down in the polls by 15 to Biden, I probably would not be having as much traffic because you can't spin it to be a positive thing. So the fact that we're doing so well and liberal channels might not be doing so well, even because they're forced to predict a Trump victory, I mean, that's the way it goes. It's kind of, politics is like a bandwagon, but it is an important indicator. Dilly Bots, Steve Garvey up in the polls. Steve Garvey for California Senate. Well, we'll see. We'll see how he does tonight. If he does very well tonight, maybe he's got an outside chance. But, if this was a governor's race, it's different. But if you're talking about California sending a Republican to the Senate, I mean, you don't have, your Republican senator that's, allowed to be in a state that's, D+8 is Susan Collins. So getting a Republican to the Senate in California would be insane unless California moves vastly to the right. But still, I hope he does well. We'll see what he can do. We'll let him cook tonight. We've got a lot of of elections to cover, and also watching these congressional races. How is Mike Garcia doing compared to the Democrats? Because they pin Republicans against Democrats in these primaries. It's possible that you could go out there and you could see Mike Garcia get 50% of the vote, or you could see Valadeo face another Republican, which would be insanely huge if that happened in that district. It's not the most likely course of action, but is it possible? It's possible. Of course it's possible, given the fact that they have these jungle primaries. Sometimes it works against us because you might get 2 Democrats in the Senate race, but sometimes it can work out to our advantage. Clay Franklin says Haley will claim victory because she beat David Stukenberg. I don't even know who that guy is. Like, I know he's running for president, but I don't even know what the guy looks like or anything like that. It's crazy. But yeah, Trump is just running up the score, man. He is running up the score. But thank you, Clay, for the 10. This is a very, very good stream tonight we have. A lot of people tuning in. 158,000 so far have stopped by. Let's get to 12,000 likes. Hit that like button. We can do it. I believe we can do it. We're down to 9,200 live viewers, but we haven't had a lot of results that have reported in lately, so we'll probably get back up a little bit, possibly in the next hour when California comes in. But we are about 500 subs away from 170K. Hit that subscribe button, folks. Let's get there. Let's do it. Businessman says Mitch McConnell. Yeah, that's not true. That's got to be cap. That's got to be cap. His political career is dead at 82, though. His political career is over. But we don't have to lie. We don't have to troll about that, okay? Don't like the guy, but we don't have to troll. We don't have to do that level of trolling to get our point across. But yeah, I'm just looking at the delegate count. So Haley got 4 delegates in North Carolina, but Trump is getting the lion's share there. He's at 670,000 votes. Biden's not even at 500,000. So Trump is almost getting more votes than Haley and Biden combined. That's insane. I mean, Biden getting 85 in Colorado, 73 in Minnesota. And I'm afraid that he's going to get even worse than that margin in Minneapolis, because that's where you have a high Somali population. Okay, let's see this. They also break it down by certain areas. Trump is even winning areas with more college grads by 28. That's huge. Hakeem Elamin says, your estimate, when do you think California will go red? I have no idea. I could lie to you and say 2044, but I just don't know what politics is going to be like at that point. Mel, thank you for becoming a full member. So let's see. Trump is supposed to get 70% when it's all said and done. We'll go to Minnesota for the Democrat side. Do we have the Democrat side here? Apparently it's not pulling it up for some reason. Let's go back and out, and maybe we could get it from here. Yeah, he's struggling in these parts, and it's not just because of Dean Phillips. Hennepin's not even in. Ramsey's not even in. Yeah, he could lose even more support in here. Icy Red People says, Mike Tyson for VP. Thank you for the super chat. So we can go to Utah, the newest poll closing state. We don't have any results in for the most part. Trump's up, but by 27 votes. They say he's going to win it by 14. I mean, Haley's not winning it. That's what matters. So all of our predictions held up. I actually had Utah. I said Trump would get 55% in Utah, around there. So pretty much all my predictions have come true. It's insane. I have a piece of paper in front of me. He did crack 80 in Alabama. You know, Maine, I said 70. He's cracking 70. It's insane. Shout out to Letitia Diaz for the 2. Thank you for your support. Colorado, Trump by 30. A lot of crossovers. Doesn't matter. Biden getting less votes than Trump in Colorado. Biden getting less votes across the board. Oh boy. Not good. Trump's about to crack 1 million in Texas. He's knocking on the door. North Carolina, he's going to get close to it. I mean, He's going to crack 1 million in California, too. Probably around there. Let's go back to Texas. Let's look down ballot. Crenshaw still in the lead. Gonzalez at 48.6. Yeah, that might go to a runoff, especially because it depends on the counties that are left. Depends on what's left. Nick Felstead for 31 Australian dollars says, thanks for the fantastic coverage. I'm watching at work here in Australia. Hope Donald gets reelected in November. Everybody across the world wants Donald Trump to get elected. But thank you, Nick, for the... I assume that's like 20 American, given the color of the super chat. Appreciate it. But let's go down to the state house races. It was Phelan didn't pull ahead, did he? I can't find it. It's somewhere. Forgot his district number. What district number is Phelan? They didn't call it for... Walk Talk 21 says Biden lost American Samoa. They say 46-44. I mean, I saw that. I just don't know where it is. Unless I'm just dumb. Oh, it's 21. Okay. Yeah, it's still the same. Okay. Arkansas is Womack. He's still holding on. We don't know how the other districts are going to vote. But there's that. So Haley's going to win Vermont. You can write it down. It's an electorate that's mostly Dem or close to it. I mean, Trump got 30,000 votes, and that's still pretty good for a Republican in Vermont. I'm not going to lie. I mean, he got what, 30,000 votes? Biden only got 40-some thousand votes. That's Vermont. So he didn't even do that poorly for Vermont, given the amount of crossover votes. Utah, nothing's new, so there's really nothing to touch base on. He hit 1 million in Texas. He hit 1 million. There you go. Colts for Super Bowl 59 says Trump in 2024 and Poliver in 2025. Aaron, thank you for the one. ZR says, what is Wrap up to? Keep up the good work. I have no idea. You'd have to go ask him. But, yep, Donald Trump is in the lead. Trump is up there. He is doing his thing. Texas hit 1 million. Let's go. North Carolina. That is a big margin for Trump. He probably gets close to 800,000 there. Mike M says, should conservatives boycott Doritos? Apparently they did the exact same thing Bud Light did. I mean, you can. Doritos is a part of Frito-Lay, though. That's a lot of chips. Personally, I would not advise people to eat those chips for health reasons, at least in most cases. I'm not saying people can't have their moments of eating that kind of food, but, you know, eat healthy. Make your own potato chips if you can. I mean, not everybody has time, but you could buy like olive oil potato chips. Those are very, very good. You don't have seed oils in them. But, I mean, honestly, I would just advise people take over these PR departments. Liberals have had their long march through the institutions. They've taken over the places where the change in the public opinion can come from. And that's why you had some crazy lunatic doing the Bud Light PR for Anheuser-Busch, despite the fact that the company as a whole has donated more to Republicans than it's donated to Democrats. Moses, Nikki said she wanted to increase the retirement age. That's true. Cost her a lot of votes. Icy Red People says Vermont is Canada Light. That's true. Trump 1776 says, will Robert Anichieros win the primary to represent Staten Island in the House. It's possible. I mean, well, isn't that Maliatakis' district? I don't know if she's going to lose that primary. Businessman says wrapped dead at 20 because his computer just died. That's technically true. Stephen Kanizik says Bernie Sanders was seen walking out of his local Vermont polling place wearing a Nikki 2024 hat. Truly, the Haley coalition is strong. I assume you're joking, but I mean, I would not be surprised if he voted for Haley. Hakeem Elliman says, it seems that California hates Republicans more than they love their freedom. I couldn't vote red if California was run by Republicans. I don't know a state like this. Well, I mean, if they actually had their Republicans that they could get in charge possibly would be far better than whatever Democrats they have. Real Libertarian says, would you ever run later on? I don't know what you mean by that. If you're asking, am I going to stop streaming? Well, eventually, but not now. We got 42 minutes until California votes. I'm not going to quit. I can't call it quits. More of Utah's come in. Trump now leads by 27. The needle is still Trump by 14. Minnesota, Trump leads by 42. He's at 70. Biden's at 74. He went up by 1. Oh, no, it's over. I'm kidding. But Utah, apparently half of Utah's in for the Democrats. They're going to have a good showing because I think they do a primary instead of a caucus, and a lot of it's by mail. So there's that. Let's see. Oh, if I'd ever run for office, okay, I'm kind of dumb, but that kind of was a little ambiguous. Yeah, I would consider it. Now, no. I there's a lot in my life. I guess I just want to like sort out before I consider a run. Want to go to law school possibly next fall after this election. Probably was going to go this year, but I mean, this is an important year for the channel, so I'd rather focus on you guys first and take it from there. But we'll see. Deuce Volt says Biden's underperforming bigly in Texas around the border. Yeah, no way that the border reverts back. That's major cope. Major cope. That's like, oh, Hispanics vote for Biden because he's the incumbent. Like, Hispanics don't have any agency over what's going on besides who the incumbent president is. Like, I'll agree Trump kind of used his presidency to leverage an advantage with certain groups, but Biden hasn't done that because he's pissed literally everybody off. So there's that. Yep, so currently we're about 450 away from 170K. Hit that subscribe button. I don't know if we can get to 170K before California's polls close, but let's try to get as close as we possibly can, guys. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's go from there. But yeah, it's a very good night for Donald Trump. They've already allocated 15% of the delegates. Trump has netted 116 delegates over Haley. She can have Vermont, she can have DC, but it doesn't matter. Racer, bunch of letters and numbers, says, I bet West Virginia Trump will win by 98%. Well, if Haley's in the race, she'd probably get some crossover. Well, maybe there's no crossovers there, though. I mean, either way, yeah. MS1711 says Doritos reverse problem right away. No boycott needed. I mean, technically, you could say that Bud Light reversed their decision. I'm never drinking it again. I never really drank it to begin with. It's like the beer you have if there's no other beer around. But, like, no, because that's got a reputation. Oh, it's the gay beer now. It's the, haha, look at you. You're, drinking a Bud Light. You must be closeted transgender or whatever. It's like that's what comes from it. But it's just a bad beer altogether. Let's see. Gonzalez falls to 47%. Trump's giving a victory speech. That's why we're losing viewers. Can we even stream the Trump victory speech? Maybe it's on Rumble. Could we play the audio? I don't even see.
It's a shame. But we were energy independent.
Okay.
We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be...
He's live. I don't know if I could play it without it getting copyrighted, though. So I want to be careful about how we do that. Let's see. James Kovac says MSU or U of M. I grew up an MSU sports fan, so I'll side with them. Dylan Allen says, is Tulsi Trump's best pick for VP? Does he wait to decide until after the convention? Well, he has to decide before the convention, I believe. I think he will. I don't think Tulsi may be considered the best pick, but I think she'd be on the short list. DJ Aftershock says, sad lose. Looks like Ryan Cook actually won. Really? If that's actually true, that is a big error on the part of all of the people that tried to raise concerns about it. Because you have this guy, and I don't want to get all into the details because it's just for a precinct chair race, but he's like a rhino neocon from the election Twitter sphere, runs for office. Turns out he's messaging underage boys, creeping them out at a very minimum. And he's had a history of sending certain messages to people of a sexual nature who were young as well, but of legal age. And it's like this guy gets outed for it, and it seems like there's some media running cover for him. And because this Phelan wants to get his guy in there, and that's Ryan Cook. So the rhinos are scumbags. This is what they do. These people are a big problem. A big problem, and it's not talked about enough, but Texas state politics is a mess. Google user 0749 says, what are the ideology trends for Generation Alpha? Probably iPad good, no iPad bad. That's literally the gist of it. I mean, Generation Alpha is no more than like 11 years old right now. I mean, these people are not forming political ideologies at this point. Who knows? I assume if later Gen Z can become more Republican, if that happens, maybe you could see the trend with Generation Alpha. They could live up to their name, although I'd be worried about Generation Beta for obvious joking reasons. But Google user 0749, we did that one. Grant Peterson's his thoughts on Dan Bongino. Thought he was one of the better Fox commentators. Listen to his podcast frequently. I don't know much about him. I really don't. He might be one of the better Fox people, but I couldn't give an opinion. He seems all right. Bailey Spangler says, I'm going to be real upset if GOP dumps a ton of money into California Senate, only to narrowly lose other competitive races like Washington 2022. I agree. Garvey shouldn't be getting a whole lot of out-of-state money. Unless he actually has a legit shot, which I don't believe as of now he does. Collins Country says Voodoo Ranger IPA is where it's at. Well, IPAs are I would say those are a liberal beer too, just based off of the demographics that, kind of use them, consume them, I should say. Birch Baker says thoughts on isolationism. Trump hinted towards it as a focus of his foreign policy. Washington brought it up in his farewell address. He's more of a non-interventionist than an isolationist. I think isolationism is a bit of a straw man, honestly. But yeah, he wants to scale back involvement. Ideally, you would go back to a Monroe Doctrine sort of thing. You would usher in a golden age where we reject globalism and foreign conflict intervention as much as possible. And I think you get that with Trump a lot more so than you get it with Biden. But the swamp needs to be drained for our foreign policy to be perfect, and that's for sure. Aaron says the powers delegated by the Constitution to the federal government are few. Those which are to remain the state governments are numerous and indefinite, just FYI. Icy Red People says it's 6:23 a.m. here in Kenya. You're in Kenya? That's interesting. Hayden 47 says thoughts on Katie Britt as VP. Would not be the worst option. Just don't think a 2-year senator is going to be on Trump's radar. So, without further ado, Utah, we have nothing in. Do we have any more results? Trump keeps gaining in Texas, but that's like saying water's wet. Businessman says Gonzalez is dropping a lot. Well, let's look at that because there's more counties that are coming in. He's up by 24.8. Oh, he's below 47. Oh, this race is going to a runoff, folks. Gonzalez could be cooked in the runoff. The counties that are left probably do actually favor Herrera. So, yeah, I absolutely could see this going to a runoff. It'll be a Herrera-Gonzalez runoff. You could see a YouTuber go to Congress. Love to see that happen. But, yeah, you could. We'll see. That's crazy. Gonzalez is down He is down big. So, yeah, I'm not going to play Trump's speech just because of the fact that I don't want to get copyrighted. Maybe it's me just being a little too cautious about it, but still, I don't think that I'm going to be playing it at that point. Bertrand du Guchelin says, abortion was enshrined in the French Constitution yesterday. Can I use that to justify asylum in a U.S. pro-life state? France is becoming Satanland. I mean, I don't know how that would work. That's a good question, though. And even then, they outlaw late-term abortion. See, if you take the French abortion stance in America, electorally, it's somehow poisonous because that's how the narrative is set. We got a lot of ground to cover on the abortion issue here. Colts for Super Bowl 49 says Gen Z Republican here. Gen Z males seem to be Republican. That's 100% true. 100% true. Unless they're like soy boys or like Redditors, they are 100% close to that Republican or just like ambivalent. But the problem is there's a lot in that other group too, more than there should be. But yeah, let's go back to the results page. Yeah, Trump up big, man. Trump's up by a lot. Anyways, guys, still make sure you subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. We are 400 away from 170K. I don't know if we can get there before Super Tuesday closes all of their polls. California is really what that would come down to. But yeah, let me check Twitter, any updates people are talking about that we haven't covered. Johnny Hartog says, don't play the speech. I'm not going to. But yeah, this is huge. No, but in terms of the whole Ryan Cook thing, like if he's winning, that just proves there was a big opportunity. Like send mailers of the text messages. Just do it. Like it's not that difficult. Like I don't know if he wins the race as a whole. I think it might be R versus D in the general. Honestly, that's a race, the one race in the country I'd hope the Democrat wins in because of who the Republican is and how bad the Republicans drop the ball. It's some precinct committeeman in some random counties, and like it matters at the end of the day. Let's see. Yeah, I'd say probably about 20% of my audience is Zoomer. On off years, it's like close to 30 or 40, although we get less viewership because it's an off year. But this year's not an off year. So we got pretty much everybody across the age spectrum here, which is pretty awesome, actually. It's pretty representative of the entire electorate with maybe like younger slant just because it's a YouTube channel. Yeah, Trump's just running up the score. It's insane. He's got 58,000 votes in Tarrant County. Biden's got 35,000. And there's a lot of vote left. A lot of election day vote left. I mean, Trump's margins keep going up. He's now leading by 60. He's about to hit 1.1 million. Biden's getting 500,000. Like, can we stop pretending Texas is competitive? Can we stop pretending that Trump is in trouble in North Carolina? Can we I know it's primaries, but can we just stop pretending like Trump is not electable and he's got zero shot in the election like all of these people claim? Like, enough is enough. Eli says Trump's up big in the South Texas and Biden's at 60. Looks like Flores and Trump could flip the border counties. Yeah, he's flipped some. He's going to flip more. 100%. You're seeing a shift. You are seeing a shift. There's no way around it. It's surprising me even when we see it, but it's true. We've been live for 3.5 hours. Everybody in chat, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. If you're already subscribed, hit the bell. California is going to be closing their polls in about 30 minutes from now, and we're going to get a plethora of results from the state. We're still waiting on Utah to fill in its Republican votes. There's nothing, but Haley's basically cooked everywhere except Vermont, where probably a good 40% plus of the electorate are staunch Bernie Sanders supporters. Buck Hunter 431 says, what college you want to go to for law school? I don't know yet. There's several I'm thinking of. I'm not going to list them all, but we'll see. But Donald Trump, he's up big time. He is up big. Minnesota, he's at 71. Biden's at 73. I would love for Trump to best Biden's percentage total in Minnesota. That'd be a big middle finger, especially with all the crossover voting. It just doesn't matter. Kevin Inyart, thank you for the 50. We got a lot of big super chats tonight. I'm really appreciative of all of your support. Saying awesome. Thank you, Red Eye, for another great stream. Well, it's Red Eagle, not Red Eye Politics. If I was streaming at like 3 in the morning, maybe that'd be a more appropriate name. But thank you for the big super chat anyways. I appreciate it. We've got a lot of great super chats, a lot of great people in chat tonight, and a lot of great voters across the country, and we're looking at their results. Joshua Mills says, did you see Biden's back under 40%? He's at 39.6 approval, abysmal, which is good for our movement. It is. And Trump his stock's going up. They can't stop him. Oh, he's an election denier. He's an insurrectionist. Do we care? No. Do we care about their narrative? No. Michael Grady says CNN exit poll shows 85% of Haley voters approve of Biden. I don't think it was 85. I think it was more in the 40s, but 85% of those who approve of Biden voted for Haley for sure. Probably more than that. That's an underestimation of it. Yeah, Haley's basically won Vermont. They have her at 95% plus. But even then, she nets one delegate from Vermont. So who gives a shit, honestly? Like, there's nothing we can do. Gonzalez is below 46. We're in a good position. We're checking Texas. We're checking the state legislature. '21. Phelan, nothing's moved. I really hope Phelan loses. I really hope he does. And if he gets below 50, well, actually, there are runoffs. That's true. There are runoffs. There should be runoffs. He's going to be going to a runoff. And because he's at, 44? If he gets below 50, he's going to a runoff. Like, that's the way it is. Winning a majority is not enough. Magor Baleris says it's Jover for Gonzalez. Hopefully, you don't get a Michael Guest thing. Icy Red People says, how many delegates do you anticipate Trump will have after today? Close to 1,000, if not more. I mean, look at it. He's going to win everything in Texas. That's 100-something. He probably wins it all in California. So you can add an additional, 320 to his current total. He's going to close in on 1,000. BRGRS, do you think Crenshaw will lose his primary? Well, I only think he has one challenger, because if he has to be below 50 to go to a runoff. Let's see. No, I don't think he's losing, sadly, but he had a close race. He's got a lot of pressure on him now. So he's got 2 years max, or he's going to have to turn a corner, which will be a fake turn of a corner, but still. I don't know why some of these have not been called yet. Like Myra Flores, she's up 82-9. Call that. Like, there's no reason why. This district, 81-19, it's not called. Gonzalez, send his ass to a runoff. Frankie Pelton says, my state ain't perfect, but I'm super proud that Haley lost to nobody here in Nevada. I live in Vegas. Everybody I know is on the Trump train. I think he's going to take Clark County. You know what? I could see it. I could see him pull a Miami-Dade and Clark. I've said it for years. I think it's possible. I really do. Midterms is kind of like that middle ground. It's kind of like what we saw in Florida in 2018. Mike M. with a member chat says, do you think Trump can get the price of groceries down? Thanks for the live stream. Well, I think that he'd be better at it than Biden. There's ways to do it. Trump is a spender as well, but I mean, at the same time, a lot of that spending would have happened regardless, unless you had to shut down government and or overturning Trump's vetoes. Everyone wants to get on his case about the CARES Act. Some of it's understandable, but if he vetoed it, they would have overridden it. So, like, what exactly would have really come differently if Trump did everything these people wanted him to do. I mean, that's the way it is. I've given him criticism, but when you look at the big picture, it's like Trump did a pretty good job overall. And he's doing a good job. And he's better now, I feel like, than he's ever been. He's more measured. He's still funny. He's, gotten a good portion of wisdom. That's crazy that these people actually think Trump is weaker. I mean, he's being outspent maybe 3-1, they'll say, but like he's always been outspent 3-1 both elections. So we'll see what happens. Biden can spend, but is he going to spend his way into being popular? No. So we got 300 subs away from 170K. Let's get to 170. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Let's go. Michael Grady Sr. says, I live in North Carolina, not even close to blue or purple, folks. Well, because Biden's struggling with black voters in terms of enthusiasm, like I can't see North Carolina flipping. I think Georgia flips back too, especially with the whole border crisis issue and the Laken Riley case is not going to help Biden out. His response to that was awful, just like his response to everything is awful. So I think then you look at Nevada, which I think flips. Wisconsin, I think flips. He's still going to need either Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Arizona. He can't win without one of those three. That's like the big thing, unless he like wins Maine's at large. But like that's going to take third party vote splitting, and at that point you're winning Michigan. At that point you're winning the Rust Belt. Shout out to Dino Diva for becoming a member. Thank you, everybody, for all of your support tonight. You guys are doing great. Donald Trump is doing great, but we're not done. We are not close to done. We've got Utah, which is going to count the ballots probably. I think they're caucusing. So we got to wait on results out of Utah. But he'll win. He'll win Alaska. I don't know if we're going to get to Alaska, so I can't promise I'll stay on that long because they're probably going to take years to count all the ballots there. But California, polls in California close in 20 minutes, and we can go from there. Milky Way Gaming says Ryan Cook from ET just won. Well, that's, again, like, that's a problem. That's a big problem. Anybody who carried water for that clown, I have no words for these people. It's all out war. It's all out war. It's all out war on the Republican establishment. Hopefully, Phelan will lose the runoff. I'll say that. Let's go down and check out some of these other races. So Moore is up in Alabama's first. That's good. Let's see. Seems like a lot of the Trump endorsees have won. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Gonzalez is below 50. He's going to go to a runoff most likely, which is good. Trump's at almost a 1.2 million in the state of Texas. That's huge. You've got down ballot. Here we go. State House. Go to the 21st. Yeah, it's still the same. Some of Paxton's endorsees are beating incumbents, which is really good. I mean, people really underestimate how much Ken Paxton is actually loved in Texas. Texas is not as cucked as some people think. And I wonder if a lot of the millennials that have moved to Texas over time as they get older, some of them possibly are becoming more Republican. Like, look at Trump's margin. He's up 78-17. Oh, they called Vermont. Bailey Spangler says they called Vermont for Haley. Whatever. I mean, she nets one delegate. She nets literally one delegate out of Vermont. You want me to sit back here and say, oh, it's over. It's over, guys. Haley took Vermont. No, it's literally a liberal cesspool. She should have won Vermont. Given the fact that she got close in New Hampshire but barely won Vermont is pretty encouraging, actually, all things considered. BRGRS says, do you think Haley drops out after tonight? Also, Crenshaw's a horrible person. I don't understand why we can't get rid of him. Well, to the Crenshaw point, people really need to stop overestimating how easy it is to take out an incumbent congressman. But I do think that Haley is delusional for staying in, but what does she have to lose? Think about it. She's getting paid by Democrats to stay in the race and make a fool out of herself, basically. She's not even draining Republican resources anymore. I don't know if she's going to drop out. She should. Okay, Trump dipped in Minnesota. I think that's because Minneapolis probably came in. Yeah, Hennepin County's all the way in. He won it. He won Hennepin County. He's winning Ramsey County. So even the liberal counties, he's still winning. Meanwhile, Biden's below 70 in Minnesota. He's below 70, folks. Biden is below 70 in Minnesota. He's probably going to have to go to Minnesota. He's probably going to have to campaign there now to 5 people. Yeah, uncommitted at, oh man, dude. No way. 26%, 27% in Ramsey. And there's a lot of Ramsey left. Biden's vote share is going to dip. It's going to fall. He probably doesn't even stay at 85 in like the Duluth area. Let's see. Rosalinda305 says, my son's 11 and loves your channel. He even makes his own prediction maps. Interesting. Here's hoping Gen Alpha is base. So true. I didn't know we reached people that young. I wasn't really into like politics. Like I kind of vaguely understood that politics existed, but I wasn't like that into politics until I was like 15, 16. Jaeger says, how's Brandon Herrera doing in his chances? Well, he's only getting 20% of the vote, but he's going to the runoff, which is huge. That's really what matters, is the runoff. And right now, he's at 22. Gonzalez is at 46. But then there's the other Republican at 20-something. A lot of their voters are going to go for Herrera in the runoff. I think it's possible. I'd like Trump to endorse Herrera. That would be my plea right now. Let's see. Dustin Carner says, what legislatures will Republicans lose or gain this year? I'd have to look at the maps. It's possible they gain in Michigan. I don't know if they're going to retake it. Just because Trump's on the ballot, you have a turnout benefit. Wisconsin, they're redrawing the maps to be less favorable. I don't know. Bailey Spangler says, should Trump put resources into Minnesota after tonight? Yes. To some extent, he should. To some extent. He's going to do better than Biden in the state when all the votes are counted. I mean, like, this is huge. He's at what, 66? Biden's at 69, but Biden's going to probably fall with the votes remaining, and Trump's probably going to gain. So either way, a bad night for Jobalist Hayden, great night for Donald Trump. Biden at 86 and Trump has got 600,000 more votes than Biden. He's got 300,000 more votes than Biden and Haley combined. North Carolina, he's at 725,000 with 90% reporting, and Biden's at 538,000. So Trump is getting like as many votes as Biden and Haley combined in North Carolina. He's not losing either of these two states. I'm telling people. Icy Red People says, I wonder if these results hold until tomorrow. Got PTSD from the 2020 election. Well, here's the good thing, is that most of these states are like 90% in. So they're going to hold. Like, even Colorado is all male. Trump got 30% of the, well, he won by 30. It's okay. Dustin Carner says Trump ran it up in Virginia Beach and Loudoun. Well, that's another thing. Trump won Virginia by a lot. A lot of people didn't think he would. I didn't think he'd win by the margin he won it by. He got 40% in Fairfax County, and he won Loudoun. He won Loudoun County. That's crazy. He won Prince William. He won Stafford. He probably flips back Stafford. He's doing phenomenal across the board. Like, there's no way to chalk this night up other than Trump good, Trump win. I cannot wait for November. I cannot wait. We'll be probably streaming on Thursday after the State of the Disaster Union as well. So let's see. Catholic Samurai says there's been a push for Dem voters in Minnesota to vote uncommitted to make a point about Palestine. Got mailings and texts about it. Voted for Trump and Ramsey. Well, I mean, I know. Just like in Michigan, I didn't know the effort was that big, but it worked out better in Minnesota than it did in Michigan. It's at 20% in Minnesota, and Minnesota's got less Muslims too. Lovely Six says, any idea who was the best chance in North Carolina? Who did the best in North Carolina's 13th? Daughtry is up by 13. I don't think they do runoffs in North Carolina. Mike M says, what are your thoughts on Scott Presler? He seems to do a better job of getting people to vote than McDaniel, but that doesn't seem hard to do. Well, I will say this. I don't think that like the people that are saying he needs to be RNC chair are completely 100% accurate, because the RNC chair needs to be able to raise money. I don't know what expertise that Presler has at fundraising, but in terms of registering voters, yes. And we need a lot more people doing it than just Scott Presler. We hear a lot of people that say Scott Presler is going to save the party by registering voters. He is doing a good job with that, but you guys can do it too. I mean, like, everybody can do what he's doing, and I think he teaches people to do it as well. But we need a lot more than just one guy. Democrats have hundreds of people going to different states doing it. We got one guy. Like, let's get more Scott Preslers instead of just talking about Scott Presler. Morez 1920 says, why do DC and Samoa get to vote? They aren't states. It's their consolation prize for being a part of the country. It's like, why do they get a non-voting member of the House, but they can serve on committees? It's the same exact thing. Same thing with Puerto Rico. But Trump is winning across the board. And actually, DC does get to vote in a presidential election because, and actually, you know what? That's the amendment I would appeal. That would be first. That would be first to go. DC, you can't vote anymore. There we go. That answers the amendment question. Kevin Inyart says, let me try that again. Awesome stream again. Always good to be with Red Eagle Politics for election night analysis. Well, thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. M says, as a Nevadan, I pray we flip all House districts. It's possible, given the map. I mean, I wouldn't say it's likely, but it is possible. Massive Mania says, Trump should have a rally or speech during the State of the Union. He should give his own response. I know Katie Britt's like giving the official response, but I think Trump needs to give a response too, because it's the only chance he's going to get one before the election. Dustin Carner says, how would you gauge Trump's suburban performance tonight? Pretty good in the places that matter. Suburban Charlotte, really good. Suburban Dallas and Houston, phenomenal. Like, in some places, yeah, it's not as strong, but it's also because there's Democrats crossing over too. So I can't say it's a bad thing overall. But Trump is running up the score. 138,000 votes in Minnesota. Biden is at 114,000. Anyways, guys, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We are 300 away. We got 11 minutes. Can we beat the California poll closing to get to 170,000? Make sure you guys like the stream. Make sure you guys subscribe. Let's do it. Let's get there. Dustin Carner says, how would you... Oh, we already did that one. Ebenezer Cooge says, Skibbity Toilet Funum Tax Kaisa Not Riz compilation. Thank you for the random Zoomer speak that nobody over the age of 25 is going to understand, and I even honestly don't understand most of what you just said. But thank you for the 199. So, Donald Trump in a very good position tonight. I'm going to check Texas again. Because Texas has runoffs, even if Phelan gets Phelan probably is going to get another round, but very possible that he loses in the next one. Yeah, it's still 46-44. So long as he's below 50, we're good. Hopefully we can drum up enough opposition to him. So yeah, Haley won Vermont. It doesn't matter. I don't care. She can have Vermont. Vermont is full of Bernie bros. She got crossover support. Donald Trump got 30,000 votes in Vermont. You want to look at the 2016 Vermont primary? On the Republican side, Trump got 19,000 votes. So he did better than he did then. In 2020, Donald Trump got 33,000 votes as a sitting president. In Vermont, he got 30,000. So there you go. He's probably going to get more than that when all the votes are counted. But still, it's not the end of the world. It's not a big deal. We're all good. Check Arkansas again. Womack did win, sadly. It was close. Easy the Legendary says Utah must have a water pipe burst. Well, they're caucusing is why. They caucus. That's why it takes longer. The Democrats do an all-male primary. They're just counting the votes. And Biden there is at 88%. He's at 88 in North Carolina, 85 in Texas. He fell to 85. Nobody likes this guy. Nobody likes this guy. Even his own party, you're seeing a lot of defectors. He's at 83 in Massachusetts, 89 in Vermont. He's at 93 in Maine, but it's a closed primary. But still. Joshua Hall says, Haley after New Hampshire victory, so there's a chance. Well, she didn't even win New Hampshire. Cody says, thank you. Thank you. Icy Red People says, Gen X represent. Let's see. Dustin Carner says, cinema dropout. How are Republicans looking in Arizona? Actually, I think they're looking pretty well. It arguably could help Republicans. It just depends on who should be taking votes away for. There's a debate about that. I get both sides of it. But yeah. We got 8,400 people in chat. Hit the like button. Let's get to 13,000 likes. We got 7 minutes before polls close. Let's push to 170K. We're almost there. Let's get there. Let's push. We're knocking on the door. We are knocking on the door. Let's see if we can at least get 200 away. I think we're hitting it during the show. I think we're going to hit it. We're waiting on Cali. We got Utah barely coming in. What the hell are you doing, Utah? They're all too busy. I don't know what they're doing. There's plenty of things that could be the issue there. So Trump is got almost 1.2 million in Texas. 60% of the vote is reported. He keeps increasing his lead over Haley in Texas. North Carolina, he's up by 52. Like, this is huge. This is absolutely a huge night for Trump. There's no way you could chalk it up to be anything else. Let's see. We got 6 minutes. 6 minutes to go. We're almost at 13,000 likes. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Let's get to 170K. Big Dan T says update on AK guy. He's going to probably make a runoff. Bailey Spangler says Carl took the lead in Alabama's first. Well, his part of the district is pretty much all in, though. Well, maybe not all in, but you have a lot of Moore's side that's not in quite yet. So, you know, it's pretty close. This is going to be one that goes down the wire for sure. And I think there are runoffs in Alabama, but there's only 2 candidates, so there wouldn't be one here. Scotty P's Crypto Adventure said, do you think Biden will debate Trump or will his handlers shut it down? I think that the optics of him debating and getting crushed are better for him than the inverse, honestly, him not debating. Icy Red People says, what do you think about the holdup is about announcing VP? You don't have to announce it now. You want to make sure you get the right person. You know, you got to give interviews and feel out the political lay of the land before you really pick somebody to fill that role. For sure, I don't think it's a priority that needs to be done right now. You know, I'm sure whoever his VP is will be sufficient. I don't love anyone on the short list. I don't hate anybody on the short list either. So, county chairs say there's not going to be results until the morning in Utah. I mean, Trump's going to win either way. It doesn't really matter to me what goes on in Utah. You could literally give every delegate to Haley. It's not going to move the needle. But yeah. That's, they're too busy watching this stream to count the results. No, that's not how it works. Let's see. We'll go to, I guess we could Okay, they actually published a voter analysis here. So higher income areas in Virginia, which is the swamp, voted for Haley, but in all these other states, they voted for Trump. Higher education areas, same thing. Population density, similar. Suburban areas voted for Trump outside of Virginia, but that's Nova. You know, it's different. Remove Arlington and Fairfax from the equation, it's in line with these other states. And the Biden areas, of course, those are going to benefit Haley because you have crossovers in these states. So it's not all that surprising. What is surprising is that Donald Trump has just eviscerated Biden in Texas, eviscerated him in North Carolina by a ridiculous amount. I mean, it's insane what's going on there. But anyways, guys, feel free to like the stream down below. We are almost to 13,000 likes. We're 19 away. Make sure you hit the like button. We got 2 minutes before polls close. Let's push the sub count. Can we get it to 170? We are knocking on the door. We're 200 away. I think we're going to hit it at some point during the stream, but make sure we can hit it as soon as possible so we can focus on California. But Minnesota, pretty much all the pro-Haley votes in. Biden is struggling to crack 70. He's not even cracking 70 in Minnesota. How many states did he crack 90 in? Iowa with piss poor turnout. Maine with piss poor turnout. Arkansas with piss poor turnout. Tennessee with, that wasn't even the worst performance for him. And that's it. He can't even crack 90 anywhere. Like that's a problem. Like Trump was cracking in the mid-90s everywhere, and he was still kind of setting records that he's now crushing in this year, in this primary. Like, there's no enthusiasm for Biden. There's none. They can cope, and he could talk about democracy and all this stuff. It's not going to move the needle. It won't. So, you're looking at this. Texas is at 1.2 million votes with 60% reporting. That's huge. I don't think he's going to crack 2 million, but he's going to get close to it. I think he actually does possibly beat his 2020 margin, which is huge because he has opposition. Let's see. Somebody in chat says, what does Janet Griswold think about having to print Trump's name on the general election ballot? Well, she's going to seethe. She's already seething. She's seething on MSNBC about how democracy's at stake because we're letting people on the ballot that are wanted by a majority of their party. And you see that in the state of Colorado. I mean, 63-34. I mean, that's huge. He's won by an insane margin in Colorado, of all places, which is not all that Trump-friendly. And he actually got more votes than Biden did. Now, the percentage of votes remaining may actually put Biden over the top, but it's not going to be by much if it does. Omar says Trump said he'd do a rally in New York. Do you think he should do one in California too? I mean, maybe. Like, if it's going to be a big event, like if it's going to be like a televised thing, oh, he's doing it at Madison Square Garden, like that could be positive. If he's just going to do like a regular rally in the middle of California to try and like boost his numbers, I mean, it's not, might not be worth it, especially because New York is a lot. I don't think either are going to be that winnable, but New York is a lot more flippable than California. That's for sure. But, yeah, chat's moving so fast. Okay, California polls have closed, folks. California polls have closed. Do we have results? Apparently not. Not yet. But we're gonna see what happens. It's 11 o'clock on the East Coast. California's polls have closed. We have no results yet in California, according to New York Times. Decision Desk has results, I think. Maybe not. Okay. David Maddox says, Red Eagles where it's at. Well done. Well, thank you, David. William Alfano says, Colorado and Minnesota look good for Trump compared to Biden's vote turnout. I know. It's abysmal. It is abysmal. Utah is going to wait to count their votes. Probably going to take them hours. Don't even worry about it. Trump's going to probably win it. He won Massachusetts. He's winning everywhere, folks. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge landslide across the board, at least in the primaries. General, still going to be a hard-fought race, but I think Trump's got the upper hand, and I think he showed his upper hand tonight. Like, these turnout numbers in Texas are insane. There's no enthusiasm for Biden. Like, you're not going to convince me that that's just going to be because Biden's the incumbent president. Democrats have all their down-ballot races on the same day. Trump got lower number in Texas than all the Democrats did combined in 2020, but it wasn't by much. And now he goes out there. He's going to end up with like 2 million votes, close to it. Biden's going to end up with maybe not even 1 million. Like, it's over. Barely 1 million, and 15% of his own party defecting, which is almost as much that defected, I believe, in Michigan. Jeremy G says CNA made a projection for California. Yeah, because their exit polls were very pro-Trump. Trump is going to win California by a lot. Probably not as much as he won Texas by, but probably by more than he won Virginia by. I think he's going to get close to 70% of the vote in the state. Yeah, Trump's now up 77-19 in Tennessee. Like, the national primary polling now is starting to fill in a little bit more. And that's not even taking into account a lot of the crossover voting. All the polls in Texas were right. That's good news. The polls in North Carolina were right. That's good news. Like, Haley barely won Vermont. Okay, whatever. Have it. Have the crossover voting state. You know, all these people voting for Democrats anyways. Haley's not stepping down just yet, it seems. I don't know if she's staying in. I haven't heard about anything that she's done. Her campaign events are off her website, which is a positive thing. Now they say she is expected to drop out of the race tonight. Carlos 999 Cod says, I voted in the California primary. Haley and Haley? Why Haley? You're just trolling or whatever. Let's see. Yeah, California's called for Trump. California's been called. Donald Trump has won, according to a majority of networks, it seems. We don't have any results in quite yet. California takes years to count the votes. You're not going to get all the votes counted tonight, so don't even bother with waiting until they're all the way through. California, it's probably going to take a while, but let's hit the like button. Let's subscribe. Let's get to 170,000. We are so close. We are so close. We are knocking on the door. This is the political funeral of Nikki Haley. To celebrate the political funeral, hit that like button and subscribe. We're less than 200 away from 170K. Let's do it. Let's get there. No pressure. You don't have to subscribe, but you should. Ebenezer Cooch says, I'm not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot, and you think that of me? No, I'm the one who knocks. Trump Heisenberg 24. I'm assuming that's some sort of Breaking Bad reference that I don't get because I have never seen the show. So it is 11:06 on the East Coast. No results from Utah or California for the most part. We are waiting on results out of both of those states. But Trump has been the projected winner. The exit polls are very favorable. Biden has some results in so far out of Napa County. He's at 93%. So it's also going to be, I hear turnout between these two parties overall is actually going to be pretty close for California. And Trump has taken a lead in California, 67-27 over Nikki Haley in the state of California. We are anticipating Trump to win by around 40 points when it's all said and done. Again, that's Napa County. That is not really Trump territory, but he's up big there regardless. And this is, I believe, a semi-closed primary. So this is definitely going to be one to watch. You look at the down ballot races, too, in California. There's a lot of them that are huge. Just monitor how the votes come in. If Republicans are doing better than expected in the jungle primary, it's a good sign. It's not definitive, but it's a good sign. Aaron says a well-armed populace is the best defense against tyranny. JR303 says Trump will not win. Huge, but huge. That's true. That's right. That's right. Okay, we are knocking on the door. We're about 100 away. We're about 100 away from 170,000 subscribers. Hit that like button. Subscribe as we get our results in out of California. We saw an increase of viewership since California has started to report their results, and since I believe Trump finished speaking. That's kind of why a lot of people left, but they're back now. They're ready. California, not a lot of votes are in. We got one county in. Chili Chill, thank you for the 10. But this is big for Donald Trump out of California. He leads by 40 points. That's huge. A great night overall. Not just for the channel, but I mean for Donald Trump mainly. He's the biggest winner. I think Biden's the biggest loser. Honestly, Haley's the biggest, but Biden's close to it. So Barry Moore has retaken the lead. But there's a lot of vote left in the Carl County, so that's going to be a nail-biter. But Barry Moore with a 6,000 vote lead. 64% of the vote is reporting in Alabama's first. Let's check Texas again. Trump crossing 1.2 million views. That is huge. Then we have Biden down at 550,000. And he's, oh, look, 44. Some of these counties, he's not even getting 50% in these like Hispanic counties in South Texas. That is brutal. That is brutal. Allred's going to win the primary. He's at 60. Joshua Hull says, have to head to bed. Good night to you all. Thank you, Joshua. Appreciate the member chat. SJ says, when Super Tuesday is over, we need to tally up the difference in turnout between Trump and Biden and rub it in their faces for the next 8 months. Well, there's a long way to go, too. Bay Area Kid for 5 says, do you think Garvey actually has a shot at the Senate race in California? I think it's a very long shot. I think that he could do well, though. He can get in the 40s and help people out down ballot, potentially. But getting a senator in a deep blue state, it's like the same thing with Larry Hogan in Maryland. It's going to be very difficult to see it happen. Yeah, Tarrant County, Trump's still strong in DFW. Like, even in Collin County, he's getting 70. Like, yeah, I don't think you're going to see a massive defection in DFW. Like, there's no way. You're not seeing it here. Especially given the fact that a lot of that is crossover. Graham Peterson says, Biden's not the only Dem doing bad in Texas. Allred only has 367,000 votes and 610 Dem votes overall. 610,000. While Cruz is at 1.3 million. Well, yeah, Cruz is an incumbent, but like Republicans are just outvoting Democrats like crazy, which is good. Tommy3265 says, I love Blue Eagle politics. Well, thank you for the super chat, Tommy. Yeah, Biden is not doing too well. Even in Austin, he's at 86. Like, that's the Democrat stronghold, and he's not doing too hot. Let's see. We're 100 subs away, guys. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Let's get there. We can do it. We can do it. We have enough people. We can get it done. Let's see. Cameron Pack says, are you and Doyle still friends? If so, collab when? Yeah, we're still friends. I don't know about a collaboration or when that would be. I mean, we've done stuff in the past. Gone on shows together, speaking events, etc. Nothing yet on this channel, but you never know. Icy Red People for 10 says the reason why Trump is still so spry is because you're only as old as the woman you feel. Well, his woman is younger and relatively in good shape. Everybody loves Melania. It's true. KR Ninja 22 says, I wore a Biden-Harris shirt in California during voting so my vote woun't get thrown out. Lots of death stares, but little do they know, Trump 24. Well, Trump is doing well so far. He is just destroying Haley so far. Let's see where the votes are coming in from. California, Biden's holding his own, but I mean, look at what places are in. You have a lot of deep blue areas. Let me check, because I would assume that Orange County would be one of Haley's stronger counties. Apparently, they haven't reported any votes in yet, but Kings County is 59% in, and Trump is at 85% in Kings County, 82% in Madera, 82% in Amador, 74% in Placer, 67% in Sonoma and Napa. So he's doing well. Now, they counted all of Orange County for the Democrats, but they haven't counted any of it for Republicans, so that's kind of skewing the results there. But Jeffrey Largents has been gone for a few hours helping out at youth group. What have I missed? You've missed Donald Trump sweeping the board except Vermont, and you've seen Joe Biden underperforming vastly. And I expected both would happen, and both have indeed happened. Trump may get a higher percentage of the vote in Minnesota than Biden, of all places. That's huge. Yeah, I mean, even the people on the fence, like at this point, like all the people, the DeSantis people, even the holdovers, your establishment Republicans, your neo-never-Trumpers, a lot of them are coming home because they're just looking at this and they're like, okay, it's still his party, but not only that, he's actually in a good position to win, and they realize it. So, like, it's over. It's literally over. This primary's over. Like, the more wins that he gets in the primary like this, the more unification you see. I mean, this isn't like South Carolina where Haley spends a ridiculous... She can't spend money on one state at a time anymore. And yeah, they called California. Now Trump's at 51,000 votes in California. They are reporting now they're 3% of the way reporting. We have Madera County. We have some of these counties reporting more ballots. Donald Trump is doing very well across the board in California. Cameron Pack, we got a repeat super chat. On my end, at least. Let's see. How far away are we? We're knocking on the door. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Let's get to 170K, folks. Let's get to 170K. Big night for Donald Trump. Big night for Trump. California's 4% in now. So let's see. Yeah, Moore is up by 6.5 in Alabama. Let's check the down ballot races. Yeah, Buckhow beat Sandy Smith, by the way. That's insane. Gonzalez, is he... Yeah, this is going to a runoff. There's no way he's going to make up enough ground to get 50. I mean, these counties surrounding it are giving him in the 40s. He might do well in Terrell County, but maybe not, because in Valverde, he's only getting 33%. Salt Ace says Biden lost to a nobody in American Samoa. I saw that. That was embarrassing. Let's go back to California. Oh, yeah, he's at 72%. Like, that's brutal. It's Cool Guy Rice's thoughts on Barbara Lee's $50 minimum wage plan. It's a reason why we should never raise the minimum wage, at least to the way that these people want. Because when you do that, they're always going to want more. And once again, I think minimum wages should be localized. I think a minimum wage of $5 an hour, you can live in Mississippi and probably be fine. But if you're in Seattle, like, yeah, you're probably going to need a higher minimum wage there to deal with higher cost of living. But $50 is ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. There's no reason for it whatsoever. It doesn't make sense. Why not give everybody $1 million hourly wage? Why not? I mean, where do you draw the line? Like, they never quit. This is the problem with far left economics. You know, it's not really all that populistic because it really doesn't benefit the populace. I maintain that. So let's see. California. Okay, Trump hit 107,000 in California. He hit 100,000. Let's go back here. What county came in? Did Orange come in? No. San Luis Obispo came in. He's at 72% in San Luis Obispo. Santa Clara, even in San Francisco area, he's still getting in the 60s. Like, seriously? Yeah, Trump and California, those two things don't mix well on paper, but they are mixing well tonight. Yeah, Orange County. Look at Orange County. Decision Desk has it in. Trump's at 72% in Orange County. That's like a Romney-Clinton-Biden county, even though it kind of didn't move left. He's at 72% in Orange. Orange. San Jose's at 64. There's nothing in San Francisco yet, but like, seriously, he's running up the score in California. This isn't Alabama. This is California. Meanwhile, Biden's at 91.8, which isn't the worst performance for him, but still. Probably his better performance tonight. And Steve Garvey, so far, he's probably going to advance to the general. Katie Porter is there at 16.4%. Now, her district area probably isn't in. She might do better around the LA area, but still, she's not doing that well in Orange. So, yep, about that. Not looking too good for Democrats in California. Yep, they dumped in Orange County. Trump's supposed lead went up. He could get 70 not only in Texas, but also in California as well. I mean, this is huge. Now, what's Biden at in California? He's still higher than Trump, but still. Republicans are having a respectable turnout showing regardless, which is a very, very good thing. Saga says, hey, I've been gone for 2 hours. What did I miss? Well, Trump is taking every state across the board. He's beating Biden across the board in turnout. It's embarrassing at this point for Biden. But Trump's doing pretty well. That I can tell you. California even. I mean, California, he's running up massive margins. And it kind of proves that when you have a semi-closed primary, even in a deep blue area, you're doing better than like a open primary in South Carolina if you're Donald Trump. Like, there's no reason for Haley to stay in. She should drop out. Honestly, she should endorse, like, she should hold true to her pledge. Like, I don't think Haley needs to be anywhere near the campaign trail for Trump, but yeah, if somebody that gets all these voters, even if their crossover endorses Trump, is it the end of the world? No. Like, but at the same time, does she need to be on the campaign trail? Hell no. Carlos99 Cod says, I'm from Santa Barbara area. Let's go Garvey. Garvey's in a good position. I'll say that. He seems to be in a good position. Let's see. D, thank you for the $1. M says, is Sandy Smith losing good or bad? I don't know. I don't know much about the other candidate. I think Smith did fine in 2022. Some people were saying she's got like scandals or whatever. I haven't read into them, but like, it is what it is. I just hope we win the district in the fall. Just leave me alone. Says the Hispanics are showing up for Trump. They literally are. This is not even a meme. They literally are showing up for him tonight. It's incredible what I see on the border once again. And I cannot wait for Florida. I cannot wait for a lot of these other states, not just for the like watching the Hispanic areas, but just the big population states. I want Trump to run up the score as much as possible, and he's done that tonight, and I'm very proud of him for it. He's going to get every delegate in California. He will. Let's see. Andrew M says, feeling one, but it's below 50. Will there be a runoff? Yes. Let me see what the margin is. Is it over? Did they count every ballot? I hope that they... Okay, he's District 21 in the State House. Yeah, if it's over, like if he's at 45.8, that's going to a runoff. 95% reporting. He's not getting a majority. He got a plurality. Hopefully he loses the runoff. That's a whole nother thing. I want Trump to do a rally in Texas for Covey. I'd love that to happen. The Commander says, not financial advice, but with 20% uncommitted in the Minnesota primaries, I went and laid down $60 on Trump winning the Electoral College by 105 to 154 on predicted. Eesh, yeah, I think that's a little lofty because Trump would have to run the, like, you could go on Yap a Mess and we could, like, do this real quick. Because, like, in order to get that total, you would have to really run the table. Like, you would have to, we could fill this in. He'd have to get all of Nebraska, which, I mean, in this scenario, like, saying he'd win Minnesota, if that's what you're going off, like, let's see if he can get, because to win it by, how many, you said 105? Yeah, I mean, it looked like this. You're going to need, obviously the Democrats will give them all these states. We'll give Trump this. We'll give them Illinois, Hawaii, New York. I mean, it's possible. I mean, yeah, in this map, it would be possible, actually. I'm surprised. But I don't know. It's a fun bet. If you're cool with losing the money, then why not? But I wouldn't advise people to do that. But yeah, this is crazy. Donald Trump running up the score. Let's see. Aaron says, Orale, SA, Texas. Thank you for the 2. Dominic Tavidian says, do you think Lee Zeldin will become VP? I mean, it's possible. Just leave me alone, says Cubans and Hispanics love Trump here in Florida. That's true. Jacob Martin says, according to CNN's exit polls, Biden has a 49% disapproval to only a 50% approval rating. That's brutal. If that's a combined exit polling, that's pretty bad. That doesn't mean he's losing California, but it means that he's going to struggle for sure. T-Rex says in 2020, Trump got more votes in California than he did in Texas, but unfortunately, as a San Francisco resident, I could say California is overpopulated with lunatics. That's true. Ebenezer Cooch says, help, oh my God, please help, oh God, no. I don't know what that's referring to, but thank you for the super chat. Hopefully I didn't miss any. We're just getting too many super chats at once here. It's insane. But anyways, guys, like the stream, subscribe. Are we hitting, or we're almost there? We're 30 away. We're 30 away from 170K. Let's get there. You want to be a part of the first 170 more so than anything else at this point. So like and subscribe. Let's get there. Let's get to 14,000 likes if we can too. Let's see. I don't think we have any more super chats at the moment. Hopefully I'm not missing any of them. But go to results. Haley barely won Vermont. Trump destroyed her everywhere else. See, California has actually reported a decent portion of their ballots so far. Good for them. And Donald Trump is in the lead. Now he's supposed to win it by 42. That's insane. That's more than he won Michigan by, I think. Right now he's up by 51. Like in the San Francisco suburbs, like LA County, we don't have that in, but Ventura County, Trump is destroying her. I think Trump could get like 30 in LA County, actually. He improved a lot there in 2020. I could see him doing it again for sure. He's running it up in Sacramento right now. He's at 73. Like, this is incredible. This is just incredible. They think Trump's going to get 63% in LA County. San Diego County, San Bernardino, Riverside, he's going to do big numbers there. Big numbers there. Oh, man, this is crazy. Let's check the down ballot races, too, in California. Valadeo, you could see 2 Republicans, actually. Depending on what's there, you could see 2 Republicans in this district. It's not the most likely course of action, but these 2 are neck and neck. You could have Valadeo versus Mathis in the general. But that's insane. Fong's beating Bordeaux, but barely. That's interesting. But you could see 2 Republicans in this district, too. Fong's probably weaker, but Trump endorsed Fong, so maybe you could see a Bordeaux-Fong runoff in the general where Bordeaux could, I don't know, it's possible. But let's see. What a big night for Donald Trump. What a big night. San Diego County, 77-20. Trump is running up the score. Yeah, Biden's got more votes than him, but it's California. That's anticipated. Garvey is in second. Porter's not doing too well. Garvey likely is going to get second place. All the Republicans together combining for like 40. So there's like the primary and the primary for the special too. I don't know why it's that different. But this is insane. Let's see. More super chats. Doomsday Machine says, brother's joining me now. He's not super into politics, but he's enjoying the stream so far. Keep it up. Well, thank you. We're widening the appeal, I guess. D says, from SoCal, Republicans in California love Trump. No rhinos. Well, there's some, but majority like Trump. Mike Lucas says, I may be late. Apologies. Have you talked yet about Texas GOP ballot initiative? I have not. I haven't seen that. Snips 127 says, I genuinely believe at some point in my life a Republican presidential candidate will win California. It won't be for a while. I agree. I mean, politics changes so much, and we're going to be here probably for a very long time. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So maybe. Mike Oxart says, Gonzalez 45.8, Herrera 22.6. Let's go. I agree. For those who don't know, it's going to a runoff. It's good news. Gonzalez can lose. Same thing with the Phelan race, it seems. That's huge. All around huge. Okay, this is big. Moore barely leads with 90% of the vote in Alabama's first. That's a nail biter. That is a nail biter. But Jerry Carl has the advantage given the fact, well, he's got Escambia County, but then there's also some other counties that are going to favor Barry Moore, including Geneva County, which is not in at all. So, you know, this one's going to be going down the wire. Let's see. Just Leave Me Alone says, you're getting more super chats because there's more people awake and more engaged in politics. We know the truth. I know. It's like I'm getting so many of them tonight, though. It's crazy. I know it's a big stream and everything, but it's crazy. We hit 170K. We hit it. We did it. Everybody, thank you guys for subscribing to the channel tonight, joining the brigade. It's a great night for the channel and a great night for Donald John Trump, also known as Donald John America, because he is the country, and if he loses, we don't have it. That's what I say. It is huge. Donald Trump is going out there, masterclass performance after masterclass performance, everywhere outside of Vermont, but who really cares? He's getting 60% everywhere. Virginia, he's winning big. Massachusetts, he's winning big. This is the best Super Tuesday I think I've witnessed. I mean, this is crazy. Now, on the Democrat side, Biden at 85 in Texas, 70% in Minnesota, 87% in North Carolina. He fell. He fell down. Unlike him falling up the stairs, he's falling down in the results. Jeremy G says, I wonder how DeBreast Ginger is going to react. I mean, I don't know. I would imagine it'd probably be similar to how I'm reacting. It's got an interesting channel that covers a lot of different bases, I would say. Interesting find. Mike Luca says, Rep, I meant the 13 questions Republican voters decided today. Well, do they even have those on New York Times? Let me see. I just can't believe that Biden's that bad. Also, before I look at that in Texas, I kind of want to crunch the numbers here. I want to see how, let's see, let's go 1318843 divided by 0.66. They have Trump he might break 2 million. He might break 2 million in Texas. Biden, on the other hand, he's not even going to break 1 million. These random people nobody's ever heard of that have these like Hispanic names are actually hurting Biden in South Texas. They're not even from Texas. They're from California too. It's crazy. Let's see. Let's go down to they don't have any ballot questions here. There's no ballot questions on this. Dova Budgie 100 says, boy howdy indeed. Doomsday Machine says the news is only talking about Vermont. Yeah, how the hell is your takeaway from tonight? Haley takes Vermont. How? Like, Biden struggling to get 70% in Minnesota is far more of a story than, a bunch of Democrats in a state that's 70% Democrat crossed over and barely helped Haley beat Trump. That's your cope? Seriously? Like, get a grip. Milky Way Gaming says Haley gets 50 in Vermont and she wins all the delegates. Is that even true? I thought it's proportional. They haven't called all the delegates for her. Let's see. Letitia Diaz for the 2. Thank you. But yeah, Vermont is irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant to this election. It's not. It's not like, Trump's struggling with his own base in Vermont. Even if that were true, it doesn't matter because it's Vermont. He could lose every vote there and it's not going to make a dent. Small state wouldn't even make a dent in the popular vote. But Haley's 9 delegates that she's won, a lot of them come from North Carolina, they come from Colorado, and that's it. Like Maine even, Trump won with 72% of the vote in Maine. That's a big turnout for Republicans in Maine. He's actually beating Biden by a lot. He's beating Biden by like 12,000 votes. Like if you add up the uncommitteds and Trump, like he's almost beating Biden and Haley combined. Maine is flippable. I refuse to believe it's not, but I'm trying to, be patient. I think it depends on the third party vote share. But California is 36% in. 36% of the vote is in California. It's insane. He's up to 45% of a lead in the Needle. This is unheard of. Thomas O'Neill says Biden lost American Samoa. Yeah, well, we know, and that's funny. He didn't win it either time because Bloomberg bought his way $200 million to win. He could have bought the island for less, probably. But, yeah, Trump's up by 50. L.A. County, he's at 70% in L.A. County. Now that's something. 73 in Orange, 77 in San Diego, 81 in San Bernardino, 83 in Imperial, which is another like Hispanic county that moved to the right by a lot, down by the border. And the border possibly could be moving things in Trump's needle in some of these places. He's not going to win California, but he could crack 40%. He absolutely could. It's not out of the question. Trump's likely going to get close to 2 million votes in California, too. Henry Holly says Mark Robinson's chances in the North Carolina governor's race, I think it's like 60-40. But, you roll a dice 5 times or you flip a coin 5 times. It's one of those things. He'll win 3. Run it in the machine. See what happens. Type of thing. Yeah, Trump's at 69 in Minnesota and Biden's at 70. Oh boy, it is not good. And that's an open primary too. Just saying. William Mullock says, what's up with the counting in Utah? It's a caucus. They're lazy. It's going to take them hours. Don't worry about it. Trump is going to win it anyways. And even if he doesn't matter. Alaska actually closes in not too long from now. Alaska closes at 11 Central. It's 10:35 here in Texas. So we'll continue to monitor. But we hit 170,000. Like, that's insane. You guys are amazing. You guys really did your part tonight. And that doesn't just go for my channel, but just in general. Like, I know there's a lot of people in chat that super chatted that they voted. Definitely a lot of people got out to vote. And there's a lot of Trump voters that didn't vote today. I mean, that's okay, so long as they show up in November. Like, that's the way it is. I actually want to look at something about Vermont as well. I'm going to look at Vermont in 2020. How many votes did Trump get in Vermont in 2020 in the general election? He got 112,000. So, yeah, a lot of those Haley voters were likely Biden voters. We know that. Because Biden got less votes in the Republican primary combined. What does that tell you? It tells you people are crossing over. That's what it tells you. We've had over 200,000 people stop by tonight as well. That is also huge. Let's see. But, yeah, let's check the down ballot again. Schiff is advancing. Like, Porter's down there's no path. Katie Porter, she's cooked. It's going to be Garvey, and it's going to be Schiff. It's going to be one of those two. Carlos99 Cod says, look at Ventura County for Garvey. It's a blue county. Well, he's at 33. I mean, a lot of Republicans aren't voting for him because they want two Democrats to advance. I mean, that's also a thing. Republicans are probably combining for 40% right now. Of the vote in the Senate race. Let's check down ballot in California. Yeah, Moore's still ahead. I think Moore might pull it off. It just depends on what's left. Seems like Carl might net 1,000 votes at max out of Escambia, but then you've got all these counties that's some of them have more votes for Moore that I think are going to help Moore win. I think it's going to be a nail biter in Alabama's first. I think, Texas Trump's at 78%. He hit 1.3 million. I think he's gonna close in on 2 million. He's gonna hit that record once again. What about North Carolina in 2020? Look at that. He got. Was there even a Republican primary? There was. Trump got 750,000 votes as an incumbent. He beat that tonight. He broke his own record. That's insane. And that's with, I think, down ballot races taking place at the same time. Meanwhile, Biden in that primary, let's see what Biden got. Biden got 570,000 votes in that primary, only got 42% of the vote. Biden tonight barely bested his performance in that primary. That's insane. Just think about that. Because Bernie Sanders got 300,000, Michael Bloomberg got 200,000, Elizabeth Warren got 130,000. That's crazy. Yeah, chat's just moving too slow because we have just so many people. It's it's just loading a lot of stuff right now. Massive Mania said the American people have spoken. True. Jeffrey Largent says Womack almost lost. Yeah, that's another takeaway is we had a lot of almost wins, and I feel I kind of feel bad about it too because I feel like we all could have done our part more by drawing awareness to it because I didn't think that Crenshaw was going to get below 60. I didn't think that a lot of these races were going to be all that competitive, but they were. Matt95501 says, Haley only won one more state than I did, and I didn't even run. True. Just Leave Me Alone says, are people voting for DeSantis and Krispy Kreme because they're stupid, or are they trying to pull votes for Trump? It's mainly the former. And a lot of them don't know who dropped out, really. I mean, that's kind of part of it. He's on the ballot. I'll vote for him. It's that's how these people operate. It's dumb, but it's the way it is. Oven Anaconda says, I've used numerous public toilets blasting your analysis, predictions, and other stuff. Thanks. Well, I appreciate it, I guess. Peter Navarrete for 20 and 4 damage for 4. Thank you guys for your super chats. Both of you are first-time super chatters, according to the thing. I didn't know YouTube was going to start doing that when they did. They put this is your first, or you cross a milestone of a super chat, it puts it next to you. But that's interesting that they started to do that. But we got first-time super chatters. Hopefully not last time, but we'll see. All right. Anyways, we hit 170,000 subscribers. That's insane. That is insane. All the videos have been doing well lately. You guys have been tuning in like crazy. That's insane. But yeah, this is something. We're still going. I don't think we're going to get close to 171 tonight, but feel free to like and subscribe anyways. I think we hit 14,000 likes. That's huge. Let's see. Let's go to California. Yeah, 41% of the vote is in. They're doing their part with counting. Give him credit where it's due. This is the fastest I've seen California count ever. I mean, hey, we're not even an hour after poll closing, and we already counted 41% of the vote. That's huge. Cultural Abduction says more excited to vote for Mark Robinson than Trump, but he will still have my vote. Keep up the good work, dude. Well, I can't blame you. Robinson's exciting. Dillybot says Steve Garvey's advancing. He is advancing. More likely than not. Did they call it, though? They haven't called it, but it's, yeah, Katie Porter, complete and total bust. A joke. And her district might flip in November, too, which is good. Jager says Texas 23rd went from 90 into 75 to 85 to 80. What's going on? That happens when they're counting ballots sometimes because they don't know how much is left. It's a raw estimate. This is not definitive. This is a raw estimate. Like Trump, like if you did the math early on, he was on track to get like 1.2 million. Now he's on track to get 2 million, which was the margin that we anticipated. Biden, on the other hand, he might not even hit 1 million. He's down bad as hell right now in his primary. He's losing to no names and these Hispanic heavy counties in South Texas. It's brutal. Brent Fundingsland says, paying monthly subscriber here. Really glad to continue such a great channel. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. We're doing well. You know, I didn't know how the channel would do this year because, yeah, it's an election year, but are we really all that enthused? And I'm glad we're enthused. I think it's a very good bellwether for the general election for sure. Let's see. Cyrus Jalali says Garcia in California is 27th, holding the line. Let's see. I want to check on that. How's Garcia doing? He's at 53. It's all LA County now, and he is winning big. I mean, I know that it's like he's winning by 20, but he's at 53. That's huge. Ebenezer Cooch says Trump's winning big, but Mike Hawk is hurting over in California. Haha, very funny. Shout to Dwayne for the 2. Timbo Slice says it's weird entire states are reporting votes faster than the entire district of D.C. did. Yeah, it's also the competence of who's counting too. Like Joshua Kaplan says, sup rep, I'm enjoying the stream. I'm in San Francisco, proudly voted for Trump. I know the liberal news is going to point to Haley wins Vermont. It's not like it doesn't matter. Like there's no way you can chalk this up to be a bad thing for Trump. Trump is doing better in California right now than he's doing in North Carolina, than he's doing in a lot, even these deep red states. Better in Colorado, better than Minnesota. Like he's running up the score. I know it's early, but it shows you don't have a ridiculous Republican defection if he's posting numbers like this. San Francisco's not in yet. They anticipate San Francisco is going to vote for Nikki Haley, but we don't know if that's true. We don't know if that's true. Like Marion, like even if the remaining votes favor Haley in some of these counties, there's no guarantee she wins San Francisco. Even if she wins the, modern day Gomorrah, who cares? Like win San Francisco at that point, doesn't matter. But whatever. Yeah, Marion County's her strongest. She's struggling. Trump is running it up big. Now they say Trump 72 to 26 will be the final margin. Oh, we're about to see some serious shit tonight. It's going down. They gave Trump 58 delegates out of Texas. Just give the rest of them to him. Haley's not going to clear the threshold. Like you could look at the needle in Texas. Now they say Trump by 59. Right now he's up by 61. Like even if he loses a little bit of ground, she's not even cracking 20%. What a night. Overall, what a night. This is huge. What a night this has been so far. But I'm sure the main problem is the fact that Trump lost Vermont by literally a few thousand Democrat votes. Yeah, that's the takeaway. We even have former DeSantis or die people on Twitter saying that Trump is performing very strongly in the suburbs. which he is. I mean, maybe not in Northern Virginia. He won Loudoun, though. That was out of left field that he's winning those places. He's not running unopposed. He's running against a notable former governor that's got all this money and is getting a lot of Dems to vote for it, but it's not moving the needle. It is not working whatsoever. I mean, this is over. Hell, even Biden's below 90 in California. Like, how many states has he cracked 90 in? What, Tennessee? Who knows if that even holds? Iowa, where he got 11,000 total votes. Maine might be as, like... there were like 5 states where Trump didn't crack 90 in 2020. But I mean, he still did better than like Obama did in 2012 in all of those places. Am says Geneva County came in, I think, more wins. All right, let's check it because that's the race that I'm focusing on because it's that close. Yeah, oh yeah, Moore's got it. He's got it in the bag pretty much. There's still more vote left, but yeah, it netted him 2,000 votes. There's not enough votes in any of these counties that are going to benefit Jerry Carl. I mean, there's one county that might get him 1,000 votes, but it's not going to be enough. Barry Moore wins, probably. This is crazy. This night is huge. Oh, man, we got 8,000 people in chat. Still like and subscribe. And if you're subbed, hit the bell for notifications. Because if you subscribe and you want to watch the content, but you can't watch it because you don't get notified, that's a problem. So hit the bell. Make sure you say all notifications if you want all notifications. GDTST says, can you tell me if the Republican running in California District 69 has a shot? I have no idea. Honestly, look up the partisan lean in the way that the district is voted in the past, and if it's even within 20, we can have that discussion. But if not, then no. It's probably a long shot. But yeah, Garcia is only his districts in LA County, but still, he's doing pretty well. 53%. That's pretty good. He has insider trading accusations now too. Also, Valadeo. Yeah, Valadeo probably advances. He probably wins again. He just can't keep... He just, for some reason, can't lose. He can't lose a primary. Trump doesn't even bother endorsing against him because the district is just so liberal. Also, Steele's above 50. That's good news. Steele is above 50 in this primary. That's also good. Scott Baugh... Well, you have a lot of other Republicans in the mix. But, yeah, let's see. Ken Calvert, he's got a plurality, but not a majority. But there's votes to be remaining, to be counted. Let's see. Any other districts that are big? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Well, we're 43% of the way done with California. We're going to wait till the polls close in Alaska, but I don't think we're going to get any new results in. But we're not going anywhere. There's no need to. Chris Lavasser says, sad I didn't vote today. It will be my 3rd time voting for Trump. I'm from Minnesota, and I'd like to split Minnesota into North and South as I am from the North. Unknown Fusion says, Super Tuesday, same day I won... Okay, haha, I'm very funny. You're not going to get me with that one. All right. Yeah, California's primary looks more like Texas right now. That is absolutely huge. Now Trump is 72% big. They basically called everything in Texas, for the most part, almost everything in North Carolina. Trump's going to get close to 800,000 votes in North Carolina. Biden, 600,000. So Trump and no preference beat Biden and Haley. And that's without factoring out how many of the Haley voters are going to vote for Trump in a general, which it's probably more like 50% than what people would think. A lot of them might just stay home. If they're going to be voting for Biden, they were Democrats to begin with. So Papa Tangos is down ballot Republicans good, any good primaried out. Well, in Texas, you saw a few rhinos get primaried out, but still. Trevor Hint says Utah must be hand counting the votes. Well, it's a caucus, so I don't think that's the problem. I think they're just being dumb. No common sense. They elected Mitt Romney, so. The Commander says, fun fact, in Minnesota, legal marijuana now party primaries, the candidate who won the nomination tonight supposedly also withdrew. Yeah, that's like, that's just like too fitting, I guess you would say. Branch Covidian 19 says Trump is winning San Francisco. Let me check this. Let me see this. Oh, he is. He's not even winning it. He's going to win the county. Yeah, there's no way. They admit that even if Haley wins the majority of the votes, Donald Trump is going to win San Francisco County. He's going to win it. He's going to take it. He's got it. 55% of the vote is in. He's at 60%. She could have get a third. And this is San Francisco. Like this is like the worst potential place in the entire country. And probably the best for Haley because of all the crossover potential, and she could only get 33%. Apparently, they called Moore's victory. Let's go. Papa Tangos is, we did that one. That one popped up again for some reason. 8,000 people in chat. That is huge. That is huge. Let's see, but that San Francisco thing, like that's out of left field. That's probably Haley's best county. Well, it's one of them, but even then, like at that point, Trump's going to be even stronger because he's doing better than they expected. Bailey Spangler says Alabama's first was called for more. We covered that. Yeah, I mean, it's like Trump's margins are insane tonight. Alabama, they're insane. Arkansas, Tennessee. Like, his worst states in order were Vermont, where it's, again, Democrats crossed over like crazy. I predicted he would lose Vermont. I feel vindicated and slightly annoyed at the same time. Then Massachusetts, where he got 60%. Then I believe Virginia, where he got 63%, despite it basically a lot of that primary being like an extension of D.C. He got Colorado at 63 as well. Then I think that it went Minnesota's at like 69. Maine's at 72. North Carolina 74. Texas 77. Arkansas 76. Texas 78. Oklahoma and Alabama, he's getting in the 80s. And California, he's at 75, which is huge. I don't know if it's going to hold, but so far it's been holding. Like, either way, he's going to get in the 70s in California, which is huge. Let's see. Voni Maymar says, what do you think about a newbie Steve Garvey, who I voted for today, being so close in the election to an old-timer like Adam Schiff? Well, that mainly is because it's a primary and all the Republicans coalesce behind one candidate more so than anything else. But Chief Constituent said, I'm a Trump voter in the Republican primary in L.A., and I have to say Trump overperforming in California is not surprising at all. Nobody talked about Haley here. Well, when she can't laser focus and spend tens of millions of dollars trying to get 30% of the vote in a state, she doesn't do so well, does she? Sam Madsen said Glenn Rogers, arguably the biggest rhino in the Texas House, lost his primary 64-36. Yeah, another big loss. It's the Paxton curse. We got to take out Gonzalez in the runoff. We got to take out Phelan in the runoff as well, because it seems like that race went to a runoff unless Phelan miraculously got to 50, which would be pretty sus, but I don't think so. Let's get a look at it. Let's go to the State House. No, 95%'s in. It's a dead heat, but Covey didn't get 50, so it's going to a runoff. But still, we'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take a runoff. It's better than nothing. A lot of people said that Phelan would win easily because he has a lot of money, but it didn't work out for him too well because he's been spending like crazy too. It's not like Michael Guest where he got caught off guard like crazy and then spent. Phelan's been spending And even then, he wasn't able to cross the finish line. So there we go. Still 8,000 live viewers. Guys, like and subscribe anyways. I know we hit our goal tonight. Like, I didn't think we were going to get to 170. I thought maybe 169, but 170, that's insane. But still, like and subscribe. We are going to continue to grow. The goal for the end of the month is 172, and I think we're going to more than hit that. I think by the time the next stream comes around, we're going to get there. Based Alaskan says, please stay for Alaska initial results. We're going to wait till the polls close in Alaska. I'm not going anywhere, but I will say that we're probably going to go for like an hour max. If there's no results in Alaska, it's Alaska. It's a close primary. I think the results are going to look pretty much like Maine because it's got a weird electorate, but it's a closed primary just like Maine. So we'll see. Yeah, it's a long stream, 5 hours. I usually don't stream for this long. Usually our usual live streams go for like an hour and a half to 2. But streaming for 5 hours just to cover election results. Because usually when we do a long stream for election results, it's exhausting because it's on one state. It takes forever to count the votes. But tonight, we've got all these results and all these little tidbits that are coming in. And Trump is doing very well. Tonight, look at that, 269 delegate lead over Haley tonight. That's huge. He's still beating Biden in Minnesota by a lot. Like, he's beating him in North Carolina by 200,000 votes. Like, is there any state where Biden's, like, beating Trump? It doesn't even seem like Colorado we can beat him. California, yeah. But that's also because the down-ballot primaries are the same day. And even then, he's not getting 90% in California. I don't know who the hell Stephen Lyons is, but he's getting 3%. Amore says, Nikki's celebrating her Vermont win by cheating on her husband for the... Are you sure it's only the 5th time? It might be a lot more times than that. Let's see. Letitia Diaz says, congrats for your YouTube channel. Love it. I will stay with you until you see all the results. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Cameron Pax says, do you prefer Michigan or Texas and why? There's certain things I like about both. I spend a lot of time in both of the states. I can't exactly say that I prefer one over the other, honestly. Like, I think Michigan aesthetically is a better state, even though the weather's not as good. But, like, you know, you have a lot of cloudy days in Michigan compared to Texas. But when you have the days where there's, like, no cloud in the sky and you have all the trees, it's absolutely beautiful. A lot of older architecture in the cities, even though Detroit is Detroit and it's not exactly what it was 70 years ago, it's still got a very beautiful downtown. Probably the reason why all the buildings that haven't been burnt down to the ground in Detroit are old architecture. And even the Renaissance Center with the new architecture is still, in my opinion, a relatively good-looking building for a modern building, even though it's not even that modern. It's just got like the glass aesthetic. But I like both. I mean, Texas has its parts that are aesthetic. You just don't see them in the DFW area, which is just, I mean, I would say not as pretty overall. But I like both. It's definitely more conservative down here for sure, which is another bonus. But that's not to say Michigan can't vote for Trump. I think it can, but Texas is looking really good for Trump. I'm very proud to be a quasi-Texan tonight. I'll tell you that much. So let's see. We have more super chats. We got a big one. Let's see. Want to read them in order, but Pendicar111 says, according to NBC, Trump has 911 delegates with 195 remaining. Yeah, he's going to get there. He's going to get that. They're waiting on allocating them, but that, you know, we're going to be there eventually. Just Leave Me Alone says, oh, you until November 5th. A little damn long night. Oh, it's going to be crazy. We're going to go for 10 hours. I mean, I had 2 cups of coffee earlier today, and then I had like a double shot type of, canned drink as well before the show, about an hour or 2 before, because I don't like to drink coffee on stream. But, you know, that kind of gave me the extra boost that I needed to go this far. But it's going to be crazy. Absolutely insane. Neil Waters for $150 Canadian. I don't know how much that is American, but it's definitely about 100, if not over, because it's that red color super chat. Says, greetings from Canada. I wish Trump could come up north and kick communist Trudeau's ass. Well, a lot of Canadians, sadly, are not as based. I think Trump up there in an election wouldn't do as well, but I think that, your guy Pierre is, he's probably not ideal, but he's definitely got some, positive qualities for somebody that can win in Canada. So hopefully you guys get better leadership and start to move your own Overton window up there, because, we like to have a good relationship with them, but Trudeau's definitely somebody who's definitely on the further left side of things. But yeah, thank you, Neil, for the 150 Canadian. Visions Fire says, kick a tolling, not real. God Syria Bashar. I don't know what that refers to, other than the song that Bashar al-Assad has. Let's see. Dollar for Dollar says, I'm from Houston, thinking about living in Corpus. I believe you mean Corpus Christi. That's a shorthand for it, I guess. But, I don't know what it's like down there. Austin, say what you will about Austin being liberal, because it is. It is a beautiful city. And it's like landscape around the area is a lot nicer than it is here in Dallas, for sure. Just Leave Me Alone says, my bad, wait, my mind is going faster than my fingers. Well, we got a long way to go. We got debates. We've got a lot of things we need to cover, a lot of things we need to do. This is just the preview. We're just getting in the groove right now. Yeah, nothing out of Utah. Literally nothing out of Utah. It's over. It's over for Utah, bros. It's over. Yeah, I don't think Haley gets 17 delegates in Vermont. I could be wrong. But I thought they split it up in 2016. I don't know if they changed the rules, but I know that Trump tied with Kasich or something in the delegate count, which is kind of a little bit of a weird system. But even then, Democrats were crossing over for Kasich, kind of, just to own the rest of the Republicans. But they were also crossing over for Trump because they thought Trump was easy to beat, which was the narrative from the DeSantis campaign and a lot of these Haley people early on. But then why are all the Democrats crossing over for Haley if Donald Trump is the easiest one to beat? Because he's not the easiest one to beat, because they're lying, because they're gaslighting. That's how they operate. But if Donald Trump ends up with 900 delegates, honestly, it would be poetic if Florida put him over the top. Because you got more delegates here. You got American Samoa. You got a slew of delegates. It's probably not going to be enough to get him there. Maybe it will be if Haley drops out. But I want Florida to be the state to put him over the top. I think it would just be poetic. His home state. One of his two home states. But, he might clear the threshold before then, because you have over 200 delegates that are up for grabs almost. Or you could do the math, 27, 45. Yeah, you've got close to 200 that'll be up for grabs before that. So, yeah, Florida, if Trump ends up with 900 something, as that one super chatter said, yeah, I think Trump very well could be put over the top by Florida. Also, Alaska has closed its caucuses. It's midnight on the East Coast. We're still streaming. We've been going for 5 hours. Like the stream, subscribe. You have any questions or comments or support, feel free to super chat. Don't feel like you have to. But Liam Granville, thank you for the $1 as well. So California right now is 44% reporting, and Trump is at 75%. He's gonna crack 1.5 million in California. He's gonna get close to 2 million in Texas. He's shattering records in nearly every state. This is crazy. I don't know how Oklahoma went in 2020, but he got close to, let's see. Yeah, he got 273,000 votes in Oklahoma. Here tonight, he got 254, so maybe he didn't hit that mark there. But he is breaking records in a lot of other states like North Carolina, Texas. I don't know about Virginia, but we'll see. Let's see. Mike Lucas is Trump getting over 130,000 more votes than Biden in Virginia. GOP with 370K more in Virginia. Yeah, I mean, Trump can win the state on a very good night for him, but, Nova's going to be a little bit too much to overcome, I think. He's going to do better than 2020, though. Clay Franklin says, if Haley gets over 50% in Vermont, she gets all the delegates. Otherwise, they're proportional. Okay. Well, as of right now, she is below 50. So they'd be proportional. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Are all the results in out of Vermont? Not quite, but she very well could be below 50. She might have to split her delegates. With Trump, that'd be hilarious. Actually, W for rare Chris Christie W for taking votes away from Haley and helping Trump getting a good share of delegates there. Automobile says Mike Garcia over 50%. By the way, love you, bro. Been following since 2019 over here in Orange County. Well, thank you. If you've been following me for that long, perhaps you remember the original Mike Garcia stream that we did, because that was something. That was definitely something. But yeah, let's see. Garcia, is he still over 50? Has any more results been put in the system? Let's see. Oh, he's at 53. Yeah, nothing new has been reported, though. Can we get an Alaskan update, please? Liam Granville says Stephen Lyons might win at Alameda County, California. Who is Stephen Lyons? I don't even know who he is. Let me pull this up. I haven't checked California county map for Biden, but he's not doing too well. What the hell? What? No, that's got to be an error, actually, because there's no way that they both have the same vote total. That's got to be like a copy. That's probably why he's doing so well statewide, is because of that. He's taking 2.8% of the vote. That's definitely not the way it is, but Biden's still likely below 90% regardless in the state. Just leave me alone, says Utah's reporting at 1%, Trump 66.4, Nikki 32.8. Well, is this new? Or is this... Yeah, no, that's not new. Nothing's new in Utah. That's crazy. Yeah, everyone's like, oh, Nikki Haley in Texas. It's a rhino state. Well, she's like getting like 25% in like the suburbs of Dallas. That should be her strongest area. And it's one of her strongest areas, but even then she's not doing too well. I mean, the needle's now Trump by 59. I think it's been that. Sam Madden says Biden's at 41% in Zapata. Yeah, let me check the Democrat primary in Texas real quick, because this is interesting. Texas. Okay, yeah, Zapata, he's at 41. Yeah, Trump's going to win that big. There's nothing in out of Starr County, but I would anticipate Biden to be doing very poorly there as well. He's in the 60s in the Rio Grande Valley. That is awful. That is just downright awful. Okay, how long do we go for? Shout out to Jacqueline B for the 20 on Cashapp. Thank you very much. Cole of Centauri says, based Milwaukee lurker here. Happy Super Tuesday. Happy Super Tuesday to you too and everybody in chat. The 200 plus K that stopped by. The 14,000 that liked. The few thousand that subscribed. All the super chatters. We had a lot of different people in chat. There's a lot going on tonight, folks. There's a lot going on. This is a big night, but I think we're going to have a much bigger night in about 8 months from today. That's going to be huge. And I want to make the call. Don't want to preview the call because you don't want to jinx anything, but I want to make the final call, and I think we know who the winner of that will ideally be, but we'll see. Yeah, it's funny because Dean Phillips' campaign is so bad that he's falling behind uncommitted in his own district. Like, that's not the reason why Minnesota's close. It's not. Because a lot of the people voting for him anyways probably would have gone uncommitted. Like, I can't imagine Biden would have cracked 75 with Phillips not in this race. They would have just gone to Williamson or uncommitted. Like, this is embarrassing. Like, there's more votes in for sure. Biden might gain a little bit here and there, but not a lot. Not a lot at all. He's going to finish below 75, probably below 72. It's over for Biden. Trump's going to gain some too as well, likely when it's all said and done. Let's see what the needle has. Yeah, they have Trump by 40, but still. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't make a dent. Doesn't make any difference. Nothing out of Utah or Alaska. So we have Jeffrey Largent saying Kylie is above 50%. Infinity Hammer saying, I don't know what that said. Okay. There's just so many super chats. It's hard to get to them all. Let's see. Chief Constituent says, I subscribed in 2019 and see you grow from 30K to 170K is awesome. What are your thoughts on what's going on in California? Trump's in a good primary position there, but the Republicans down ballot seem to be doing well as well. Dova Budgie says, is Trump appealing the $350 million fine case? Yes, he is appealing it. Okay, let's go up a little bit. Trying to get to everybody's super chat. There's a lot of them. Infinity Hammer says, I appreciated this, boss. I'm ill, but I'll keep watching the stream. We need more young basemen like you. Indiana backs Trump all. Well, hopefully you get better. You have my prayers. Daniel Bidlack says, it's hilarious to me that the media is focusing on Haley's win in Vermont as if 14 or 15 states voted for Trump by 30 or 50 points. Doesn't matter. Exactly. These people are clowns. They are clowns. They are big clowns, and that we know. All right. How long do we go on for is the real question. Because we've been going for 5 hours. What else is going to be new? There's not like any competitive races we're watching. Garvey and Schiff advanced to the general. Like even in Texas, we're seeing this here. Like Trump's margins are he's just going to keep running up the score. He's possibly going to get to 2 million. He's breaking his records. He's doing numbers in all these states where he needs to do numbers in. Biden's not. Biden's struggling immensely in a lot of places. Like, we kind of covered the basis of everything. Like, I don't know what else is going on. Fong's up. Valadeo, is he? Yeah, he's leading. Him and the Republican are both combining for 50% in like a Biden-heavy district. Garcia is still up by a lot. Baugh is up. You combine all the Republicans together, they're doing okay. Seems like Democrats have some sort of an advantage so far, but again, it depends on what precincts have reported. Are they mail-in votes? Are they not? Etc. Let's see. McDowell seems to have won this district, which is crazy. The guy got Trump's endorsement out of nowhere, and he rode it to victory, barely. But he got the win. Goldman seems to have... Well, actually, no. Goldman and O'Shea are going to go to a runoff. So O'Shea still has a shot. He still has a shot. We'll see what happens there. Gonzalez, yeah, he's going to be going to a runoff with Herrera. Hopefully, Gonzalez can go down. We'll see. Tyler Claremont says, do you think they do the debates? I don't think they do. Well, the optics of Biden not doing a debate versus him losing a debate are entirely different. I think him not doing a debate would cause massive, massive outrage. That's why I think they'll just drug him up and trot him out there like they did last time and hope that Trump trips over himself. But I don't think Trump will, because he won the second debate handily over Biden. And if he does that strategy, he's going to beat him. Riley Moore says Nikki Haley should just drop out now. I mean, I agree. She hasn't dropped out yet. It's surprising. Probably waits until tomorrow, or if she really wants to stay in and be deluded and ride the Vermont wave, she's more than welcome to, but she's a moron. Eric Zeese, thank you for the 2. So yeah, a big night for Donald John America. He is sweeping that board. Vermont doesn't count. They're part of Canada. They're literally a part of Canada anyways. Like, their politics are arguably more liberal than the majority of Canada as well. Like, Nikki Haley winning it, big deal. Take it. She might not even clear the threshold to get all 17 delegates. She's, her margin of victory is supposed to remain the same, and she's below 50. So unless they both gain in whatever's left, she's going to probably end up getting below 50. Mitch Calhoun says Zelensky had a slow night tonight. Well, check the stock market tomorrow. It's going to be through the roof when they're looking at this right here. It's going to be through the roof. All right. Anything else? You know what? Do we have any results out of Alaska? We don't. When are we going to get results out of Alaska? Maybe Twitter will have the answer. Eric Zeiss says Trump's going to get 100,000 more votes in Texas than 2020, with Haley taking 400,000 away from him. Will be 500 to 600,000 more votes. That's a good sign. Yeah, and Biden struggling is immense. He might not even crack 1 million. Like, it's over. Biden's lost the plot. Oh, yeah, talk more about how Trump's going to round up all the Latinos and deport them. And then you're losing to some random Mexican guy that nobody's ever heard of in South Texas, at least if you combine the two together in some of these places. Hotshot Wildfire Protection Systems, Inc. says Trump must outdo DNC mail-in ballots, make next November a short night for Red Eagle. It doesn't have to be too short, but I'd like to see a Trump victory. I'd like to call it around 12. I want the anticipation. I want the build-up. But we need to ballot harvest. We need to... where legal, of course. We need to get people voting early. It doesn't have to be by mail, but it has to be early. Like, you see what happens in Texas. Every swing state at least has absentees in person available, or like set days for early voting. So we need to take advantage of both of those. You don't have to support this ridiculous system where they're mailing people ballots. There's people in California, they get a handful of ballots of people that previously lived at those addresses, and it's like, who knows what could happen with that? And honestly, if we're going to be completely fair, I'm sure stuff happens on both sides, but it's California. It's going to happen at least 2-1, be more coordinated on that side. So either way, it's a blue state, but there are problems like with mail-in voting that is legitimate. Like, you can say we need to encourage early voting, but that doesn't mean that we can't like critique the system either, because it's crazy. Randomness873 says, how many rhinos did the GOP get rid of today? I did my part in Texas. RIP Hugh Shrine, you anti-Paxton bum. A lot of them. I don't know the full number, but there's a lot. Phelan's going to a runoff, apparently. Gonzalez might be as well. Anyways, guys, like up the stream. We got to get to 15K. I'm not going to push it past that point, but we got to get to 15,000 likes on this stream. I don't know what our most liked stream is, but we could get this up there for sure. We got to get there. 15K. That would be more than our 2020 election stream. I think 21K is our record. But on stream, 15K, let's get there. Hit that like button. Pollyanna Forever for 20. Thank you. Zanali Cat says, Nikki needs to switch parties. She ain't no conservative or Republican. I'm in California. Went to polls. Machines are bad. All reps like me in the line. That's kind of why we need people voting early too. Because if you get there and there's a line that's too long, people are going to get like turned away. Even if they're not turned away by them, they physically will turn themselves away because they don't want to wait, because we're human. Bailey Spangler says, Texas 23 called for runoff. Let's go. We got a runoff, folks. We got runoffs. We got to take out the trash. We got to take out the rhinos. We got to do it. End of discussion. California, it's pretty stagnant. That's usually the way it is. There's going to be more votes in the coming days. Do we have any results out of Alaska? Nope, but Texas is 75% in almost. Trump's going to crack 2 million potentially. Biden, on the other hand, not so much. Okay. Easy the Legendary says, I'm genuinely impressed with how quickly most of these votes were counted tonight. Do you think it will be this quick in November as well? Yeah, because there's been a lot of election integrity legislation that's been passed, and I'm actually really happy about that. And even in Arizona, like with Katie Hobbs as governor, they were able to go out there and force her to sign a bill that kind of caved into a lot of the Arizona GOP's demands. So I'm hopeful on that front as well. Obviously, we'll keep watch, but I'm hopeful. Trump's got to win this. There's no excuses at this point. Biden's this unpopular. Trump's at the peak right now. He's got to finish him. Ebenezer Cooge with another unintelligible or whatever super chat there. Thank you for the 2. I don't even know how I would read that. Easy the Legendary says, I'm genuinely impressed with how quickly most of these votes were counted tonight. Do you think it will be this quick? Oh, we already did that one. That might be a repeat. CH Danhauser for 5 says, love your channel. If you were president, what budget cuts would you propose? Would you eliminate some departments? Congrats on 170K. Yeah, I would get rid of the Department of Education, or I'd create some other like commission to, kind of go out there and revitalize the education system. I would make sure we get rid of the ATF, probably even parts of the DEA. There's plenty of departments we need to gut. So yeah, I mean, probably it's funny because you have like the more libertarians that are like, you're big government. And it's like, I'm just not going to cling to this, limited government thing as a religion. If I was dictator, the size of the bureaucracy would be a small fraction of what it is right now. We just got to use power to get to that level. Sam Madsen said Biden at 45% in star. Oh, man. Yeah, that's going to flip. It's going to flip. It's going to flip. Let's see. Let's check California again on the Dem side. They haven't fixed the problem. Biden's at 80% in Hispanic-heavy Imperial County. It shifted kind of like how the Rio Grande Valley did. The border doesn't like him. I mean, they don't. They see how disastrous he is. Why are they going to come out for him? Trump, on the other hand, he's doing numbers. It's like crazy. It's like, yeah, low propensity voters, they've been showing up more when Trump's on the ballot, even in primaries. It's like, yeah, Trump is like Obama in a way where he can endorse people, but he cannot get them elected for various reasons, because that's not usually how endorsements work unless he's on the ballot. But when Donald Trump's in the ballot, he brings out that enthusiastic base like none other. That's why the midterms were underwhelming in some places. That's why I think he's going to rebound in 24. So we got 6,000 likes. Oh, we had 15,000 likes. There we go. Guys, still like the stream if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. We are doing very well tonight in the subscriber count. 170,000. That is insane. I want to get to 200,000 sometime this summer. That's the goal. I think we can do it. We got a lot of primary streams coming up. We're reaching a wider audience, which is awesome. And it's been a great stream. Whoa. Trump got all the delegates in Texas and California. Trump wins it all. He gets 169, the biggest prize of the election. He gets 751 total. That is huge. He's going to be knocking on the door of that nomination tonight. Not going to get it tonight. Maybe next week. If not, the week after. I think it'd be poetic of Florida to put him over the top, but I'm not going to complain if he gets it sooner. Marty Smith fan Sue says, Rep, does cinema pulling out help or hurt Kerry? I think on paper it hurts her, but in action it might help, because voters vote based on vibes. If you have Republicans that don't like Lake, they'd be more open to voting for Sinema because she runs this fake moderate like scheme, basically. But now that she's out of the picture, I think Trump is going to be in a very good position. Bailey Spangler says Trump needs to endorse Herrera. I think he possibly can. His people around him need to pressure him. Some of his endorsements lately have been meh. I will say some of them have been meh. Not all of them, but some of them. Like endorsing Mike Bost over Darren Bailey was head-scratching. I still think Darren Bailey can beat Mike Bost, though. I don't think that was a deal breaker. I think some of his endorsements have been spectacular, especially in the Texas House, at least most of them. Not all, but most. So we'll see. Paxton's revenge needs to happen. I love Ken Paxton. He needs to have his revenge. So Let's see. I think that, like, what else is there to cover? Oh, yeah, Alaska. I want to look it up on Twitter. Is Alaska, how's their voting process? It's a caucus, I believe. It's going to take years. It's very isolated. Yeah, I can't see anyone mention when the results are coming in. She got the Murkowski endorsement, but again, it's a closed caucus. If Murkowski had to face a closed primary and had a sore loser law on the books, it'd be over for her. It would be. But she's basically skewed the system in her favor just so she could get reelected. If that's not corruption, I don't know what is. Or you could just vote like a normal Republican from a Trump plus 10, Trump plus 15 state, but she has chosen not to. And has, changed the system for her favor. It's corruption. All right. We have hit 15,000 likes. We got 6,000 live viewers. I think it's time that we kind of bring the stream to a close. We could do a recap, and I'd like to say this will be the last call for Super Chats for the night. You guys have been doing great with those. I mean, we've gotten to a lot of them. Feels like we spent half the stream reading Super Chats as we're awaiting results. It's been a very good stream. We've been going on for 5.5 hours, and it's not like we're going to get any new results that we're waiting for. Utah probably reports tomorrow. Alaska probably reports a month from now at the rate things go up there in the icebox. So feel free to send in Super Chats. Last call. We'll probably be ending the stream in like 10 minutes. We'll go until 12:40 Eastern, so 11:40 here in Texas. So we'll see. But that was huge. Donald Trump, what a victory slate. He didn't win. He decimated. And a lot of these primaries were open. That's the thing. If these were closed primaries and he's getting 80%, it's like, well, it's a little underwhelming. Maine's different because Maine is Maine. Their electorate is weird. But, closed primaries, we didn't really have any other ones on this map. You had semi-closed up in North Carolina, Massachusetts. But even then, a big portion of independents picked a Republican ballot. Even Biden voting independents, Biden approving independents, picked a Republican ballot and voted for Haley. But still, Haley could only get 23% of the vote. Not a good look for Nikki Haley. Her career is over. I don't know why she hasn't dropped out yet, other than the fact that she's just riding the wave. Riding the wave. Let's see. Yep. Mike Garcia, apparently he's going to get above 50. That's huge. But no new intel about Alaska. Utah is going to be stalled in the count for a while that we know. So that's pretty much it. Other than that, yeah, the media can talk about this. Oh, you won Vermont. You won an award. You're probably going to get 9 delegates. The Trump's going to get 8 if she doesn't get above 50. Rare Chris Christie win. Very, very rare Chris Christie win. 1.5%. Because I know that those voters would have gone for Haley. The voters who voted for DeSantis is a little bit of a mixed bag. But, even them showing up to vote, period, lowered Haley's vote share. But Chris Christie, that was the main one that took votes away from Haley in Vermont. So the fact that she went out there and possibly got below 50, if that holds, Chris Christie is the real underrated champion of the night. So congratulations, Chris. You did something good for once. Everyone in chat is saying we have to wait for Alaska. By the time Alaska counts, it's going to be like June. Like, there's no mentions on Twitter because we know Utah stalled for various reasons. Alaska, on the other hand, is a little bit different. So, like, yeah, it is interesting, I guess. Yeah, Biden below. Yeah, they fixed the California result, I believe. Or maybe not. You take those 38,000 votes away, Biden's still probably below where he needs to be to get to 90. It doesn't matter, really. He's cooked with a lot of his own base, even if they're just protest voting. It means they're less enthused about Biden. You know, Texas 85, Oklahoma 73. He fell below 90 in Arkansas. He's at 87 in North Carolina. I mean, it's brutal. So we got like 8 minutes to go. I mean, like, seriously, I would go on, but it's like there's no like news about Alaska. Trump's going to win it big, just like he won Maine, possibly by more even. And the results are going to be reported maybe in a few hours. So I'll follow it up. I'll follow up in the video about it, and Utah as well. Crescent says, what is Carrie Lake's chances? Sincerely, I give her 50, possibly 50% plus 1% chance. I gave her the win today in today's Senate prediction, which a lot of people did see, despite it being so close to this stream. And it's like, yeah, I think she's got a very good shot. I mean, you know, she's polarizing, but Ruben Gallego's a train wreck. And if Trump wins the state, I can't see why Carrie Lake wouldn't win the state. I mean, Arizona does split their tickets, but how many, like, who's going to vote Trump and then Gallego? Like, you would have to have a screw loose to do that. Like, you could, like, I don't think Biden and Lake are going to have a lot of voters in that column, unless they were just really big fans of her as a news anchor. But yeah, I mean, you're not going to have a lot of ticket splitting in that election. Like, if it was Ducey, yeah, you would probably see some Trump voters not vote for Ducey. They vote third party. And then you probably would see some Dems vote for Ducey. Like, Ducey would not be an electoral juggernaut either. That's another cope the rhinos have. He left office with a 45% approval rating. If he was up for re-election, hypothetically, he might have lost to Katie Hobbs. Don't hit me with that. The numbers don't lie. If you're running for re-election of any state as a governor with an approval rating below 50, you're screwed. You look at Sisolak in Nevada. Look, like, obviously the quality of the candidate does matter to a certain extent, but approval rating is the number one benchmark, and you're looking at that. Like, Whitmer recovered in Michigan, so she ended up winning. Like, there's a lot of reasons why. You know, you'd have to run a star candidate to knock off a governor that's that favorable. Even in New York, Hochul had like a 48% favorable, but that's like New York. So it's different. There's many reasons, and money also matters. So, I mean, Ducey could have won. I'm not saying he wouldn't have. He might have changed his approach as governor in that alternative reality. But the reason why he won by so much in 2018 even had more to do with the fact that he had an approval above water and his candidate was garbage that he was going up against, like a literally Bernie bro tier. That type doesn't do too well in a place like Arizona. Jacob Barden says, what would it take for Trump to win Virginia in the general? Probably high third-party vote share, which I don't see in Virginia nearly as much. I think he could get 46, 47%, though, potentially. Tyler Claremont says, could you see Trump hit over 300 in November? I believe he could. So, no results out of Alaska. Let's see if they say when the results will report. Yeah, no results. I guarantee the second I end the stream, the results are going to come in, but that would be the same if I ended it now or if I ended it tomorrow morning at like 5 a.m. So it is what it is. Uh, 5,000 people still here. We are currently witnessing the beatdown of Nikki Haley. Donald Trump winning big in nearly every single primary except for Vermont. I'm shocked he won Massachusetts by the margin he did. I have it written down on my predictions over here. I thought Trump would win with like 49% of the vote. It'd be like the inverse Vermont. But no, he actually did well in Massachusetts despite a lot of independents pulling a Republican ballot, which maybe he'll make gains there. We'll see. Sam Madsen said also Reeves almost lost with the 48% approval. And that's true, especially with racial polarization and voting in Mississippi. Like the fact that he actually did worse this time around against an overrated Brandon Presley. Like, yeah. And honestly, him changing the flag was another big thing, too, that pissed off a lot of voters. That's not to say they would have voted for Presley, but turnout overall dipped because of it. And yeah, he almost lost with the 48% approval in a very polarizing state like Mississippi. It's not a good look. Crescent says, are you familiar with Styx, Hex, and Hammer? Yeah, I watch his videos a few times a week for sure. I don't watch every single one, but I'm aware of his analysis. His home state's the only state that voted for Haley, but not by much. But I did claim that she would win Vermont. So I'm not trying to brag about Trump taking an L, but I did see it coming. I feel like a lot of people did, because it's very similar to New Hampshire, and if she got within 10 in New Hampshire, like, she was going to have a very good shot at Vermont, given the fact that Vermont is a lot more Democrat-leaning than New Hampshire is, so there's that. Yeah, uncommitted. Yeah, the precincts that were younger, uncommitted, did very well. Biden's got a big problem with younger voters for sure. And that's kind of like the whole Israel-Palestine thing. It's more of a generational thing, arguably, than party. Now, it is true, if those on the Republican side that are like not super pro-Israel, they take it from a more nationalistic approach. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. It's like, yeah, I'm against foreign aid on principle, not to Ukraine, Israel, etc. Whereas Democrats do it because, oh, the humanity, whatever, this, that, and the other thing. But still, a lot of it is generation. A lot of policies there is some common ground. Now, still, there's a higher percentage of the younger Republican electorate that supports Israel than on the Democrat side, but still. Chelsea Plank YouTube says, in your opinion, why is Nikki staying in, paid/Dem supported with money? Yeah, and she's draining resources from Biden, so have at it. I hope she stays in until Trump at least gets the delegate threshold. I'd like Florida to be higher turnout because of it. Either way, get out and vote, even if Trump is running against nobody. I want to run up the score. I want Trump to break his own records. He's got to appear stronger. We don't need Biden getting more votes than him in like a state like Wisconsin, for example. We don't want to risk that. So vote for Trump. Make sure you get out and do so when it's necessary. So there's that. Sam Madsen says, is the Iowa governorship at risk in 26 if Reynolds is still unpopular? It's possible if the Dems run a good candidate, but I mean, her approval rating, it's still like comparable to Reeves. No governor in the country really has an unfavorable rating that's high right now. Like, she might win by less than what she won by in 2022, but I think she would win, and her approval rating possibly can recover. Bradley reasons his thoughts on North Carolina District 1 U.S. House race. It's interesting that Sandy Smith lost. I'm surprised, actually, that she did. But, you know, she had some scandals or something, and people were talking about it, something about domestic violence that she caused, allegedly, of course. I don't know what's true and what's not, but it's possible that caused Buckhout to win. Now, I don't believe that Sandy Smith would have been too much of a detriment in the general because Trump's on the ballot and everything, and it's a Trump district now, and it's trending right off a cliff. But, you know, hopefully Buckhout's good. I don't know much about her. Riley Moore says, I'll be more than glad to vote for Trump for my third time here in Pennsylvania. Well, there you go. We need every vote in Pennsylvania. W.J. Thompson says, new Alabama second. The difference from Democrat to Republican is 159 votes. I mean, that's interesting, but I do feel like Republicans are probably just higher in the proportions right now because of their primary that they have. So I think that's probably what's causing it. But still. All right, guys, we're gonna end things. So Donald Trump with a big victory overall. We'll cover Alaska and Utah tomorrow. We're not going to have any results in for a while in either of those states, but it's been real. We went out there tonight and we hit 170,000 subs. Donald Trump hit, more importantly, 750 plus delegates. He'll have closer to 900 when it's all said and done. Scott Matthew for 10 says, when do you think Trump would announce his VP pick? Also seeing more support for Trump here in Wisconsin is giving me hope. Love the stream, man. Thank you. Scott's microphone says, describe a Carrie Lake Biden voter. Probably somebody who liked her on the news and thinks Gallego might be too far left. Like, that would be your demographic. I kind of touched based on that. There will be some. There are always some. You had Mastriano Fetterman voters, but I think that that's more understandable, actually, because it's like, oh, they both look like Trump supporters. Like, I actually see why Fetterman won in retrospect, because he looks like a Trump supporter, and his parents were Trump supporters. He never let people forget that in his ads. And it's like, yeah, the guy rhetorically now is actually somewhat less far left. He's actually probably one of the more moderate Democrat senators at this point, especially with Manchin out the door. I think he'll be there for a long time, for better or worse. Just Leave Me Alone says Trump MAGA boat parade's coming to Florida soon. Well, hopefully. And I think we'll end it on that note. Everybody, like the stream down below. Subscribe if you haven't yet. Hit the bell for notifications so you never miss another video. Follow me on social media. The links are all in the description down below. Last Super Chat, Visions Fire says Pig Boy and the Old Pump rounding Cape Horn. I don't know what that means. But thank you for the $2. I thank everybody for all the Super Chats. We had a lot of big ones tonight as well. But I will be signing off. I will see you guys tomorrow with a video. I'll be streaming after the State of the Union on Thursday as well. So like the stream, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell, follow the links in the description down below. And I will see you guys tomorrow with a video. Red Eagle, out.